Oh, I'm online. Alright, started streaming. Well, I shouldn't usually surprise myself with that, but OBS sometimes takes some time to start up. Okay. So what do we have here? I had to clean up some of this stuff. Let's do this. Armor, EMP, and napalm was where I left off. So armor plus EMP plus napalm. So I need EMP test. Napalm is the feature plus test, maybe. Let's figure this out. So Adam is trying to figure out what to do. I'm going to to-do list right now. There. Okay. And then we'll put this here. So, let's take a look at the list from last time. Oh yeah, vampiric lasers. I didn't test anything. And yeah, this was a bug. And this was a bug. EMP test, update this stuff. Give a single item to a player. This is just never going to happen. I think I'm going to scrap this for now. Just put this in the normal to-do list. And I'll say that it was created like a week ago. The date I don't actually know. January 27th sounds pretty good. That was a Wednesday. We're falsifying to-do lists. Echo 9. I want to clean these things up too. So upgrade node, this is finished. Database issues, yeah, this was the security stuff. Or well, this was the race condition stuff. So then, well, I'm deleting these anyway. I'm not even archiving them. Balance testing features, that's good. Fire and acid, that needs to be done. Change harvest and reclaim. This stuff is finished. What else do we have here? Some tests. Yeah, fleshing out hardware, more items for salvage. Change real mine, states on tiles, stats, blah, blah, blah. Okay. No stream on Tuesday. Assets no longer in the game. Still no word on Twitch partnership, by the way. Okay, so work on security and stats. I don't think I'm going to be doing that necessarily. Contact lawyer about how we have to change EULA. That's not going to be for a while either. And then, yeah, I don't think we're doing any of this. This needs to be done. This definitely needs to be done. Hey, Void Dreamer. Alright, and then this stuff. This is going to be... Oh, I'll talk about this next week, I think. So I think today is going to be a lot of testing and then maybe getting to napalm. That's like the extra feature that if I have time, I'll do. Which I might have time to do that. Okay, so it's... Hey, Judge Bacon. Miscellaneous task day. Adam is going to finish up, tie up loose ends. So tests like vampiric lasers, tests, lots of tests, maybe napalm. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Okay. So we can kind of close out of these things. Also, I'm pretty sure the access to the game is free right now. Handlers, Adam Handler. Yeah, it is free. Let's make it cost just 10 points, I guess. Yeah, 10 points. Okay. For 2/5/16, the game only costs 10 points to play. Alright, so finishing up vampiric lasers. Let's get started. Also, why did my lights just change? Oh, it changed to normal. Stream's a little grainy today. Internet must be slacking off on Friday. It could also just be my stream setup. Although if it wasn't like this on Wednesday, then It's probably not. Oh, also, I just remembered. I got to do the recap video this weekend. So let's see. Xtonomous. This, recap video. Yeah, so one of the things, I don't even know who's watching right now. Let me see. How many people are online? 8. Okay, well, I'll still say this. One of the things that's been kind of tough lately is I think I've been spending a lot more time doing work, and I need to tone that down. Although, anyway, we're trucking toward beta. That's what I'm going to keep saying. And like I said, I'll share more details about that on Monday. It mostly comes down to there's a lot of DevOps stuff left to do. If I can get a pretty good grip on this, then we are in business. This is the thing there were 2 things I was really worried about. One was, what am I doing about DevOps? And then 2 is, do people find the game fun? And do people find the game fun? That's something we can figure out through Twitch and just people playing it before it's even released, I mean. So yeah, that's why this will be the next big thing. Decatech says, hi Decatech. And Judge Bacon says, any news on partnership? No news on partnership yet. I did just check this morning. They said it would be up to about 7 business days. I mean, whenever you hear up to 7 business days from pretty much any company, it's usually like, oh, we'll get back to you in about 2 weeks. It's not usually a hard cutoff. So I'm expecting probably by about Wednesday of next week. Should probably hear from them by Wednesday next week. Actually, I'll just put the date so that it doesn't sound ambiguous after the next week. By 2/10/17. 16. Tad bit slow on the refresh, so when you tab back and forth between different screens, it generates artifacts. Yeah, that's actually been something that's been going on for the last week or so because I changed how OBS uses my CPU. So it's much better on my CPU, and it just looks a little bit worse. And I took a straw poll, and people overwhelmingly said, obviously they want a clear stream experience, but that they said if there were going to be something wrong, I'd rather have pixelation instead of just random freezes. So this has been pretty good. Maybe I can work on increasing it again at some point. Note to self. While working on beta, perhaps I could just stop Webpack entirely. 2/10 is ambiguous. Don't want to wait until October. Okay, I actually meant the 16th month of the year, and in the second minute. So yeah, it's not October. Bacon's always following me. Hey, Lulong, you're here early. Okay, so finishing up Vampiric Lasers. I just picture that Orange Ray's on a really tough diet or something, and Bacon's always following me as his way of trying to commiserate with us all about, like, life is tough. And Judge Bacon just thinks, oh, Orange Ray must be talking about me. Okay. Should search by tag. So that part's done. This part is done. I'm pretty sure this just works. I never tested it, though. I implemented it and then just didn't do anything. Huh. Yeah, this doesn't look too bad. And that doesn't look bad. That's fine. Yeah, so far, I mean, this is pretty much good. Let's test this out then. Americans in any kind of measurement. The date thing, I don't know. I feel like had I grown up with it the other way, where the day comes first, I probably would have been fine with it. But because I didn't, now I just always expect month to be first. And I really like expressing dates that can only be taken in one way. So if I put 1/13/16 or 1/13, for example, you know this is January 13th, even if you write the date the other way. If you write it 13/1. So this part's fun to me. But for the first 12 days of the month, oh, anything's game. And yeah, Decatech, there are a lot of measurements that we use that don't make any sense even to Americans. I think, so feet makes sense, but the arbitrary, like, oh, it's 12 inches is, I don't know, that's weird. is it? Month, day, year, that's normal. Year, day, month. What is this? Okay, so no, temperature is the one place where the US wins. So in degrees Fahrenheit, you have 0 is pretty cold and 100 is pretty hot. And in degrees Celsius, you have 0 is freezing and 100 is you're dead. So I think degrees actually, or Fahrenheit actually makes a little bit more sense for just normal, should I wear a coat when I go outside, that sort of thing. Hey Jack HGTV. Okay, yeah, I didn't test anything, so let's get to the test. Okay, launch one of these. ISO 8601 is commonly used. What is this? Is this month, day? Why would they pick a date that could be misinterpreted for this? Now I gotta read. I don't want to read. Yeah, it's month, day. Yeah, this is fine too, I guess. Long says, but on what degree Fahrenheit will water freeze or cook? I am not totally sure what you're asking. Freezing in Fahrenheit is 32 degrees and boiling point is 212. But, I mean, how frequently does that matter outside of a scientific setting? What I'm getting at is, for the majority of people in the world, temperature is, what do I wear when I go outside? Or, do I expect to sweat today? Or something like that. When I boil water, I set my stove to 9. I mean, that's pretty arbitrary, right? Oh, hey, there's Metaton. Okay, so vampiric lasers is what I wanted to test. Let's connect to the game server. So there's vampiric lasers. I'm going to put it on a bot. Vampiric lasers 3. Update. You do not have vampiric lasers 3. There. Now update. Hey, Spurtman. Okay, so we don't want to pick this, although we do want to make sure that they stack. Let's just pick this one. So now we have vampiric lasers 3, and we're going to say fire lasers, pursue enemy, move left. Move randomly. Alright, that's our script. These are vampires. And then we connect. Oh, wait, no, that won't work. The only way this will work is if they take damage. Otherwise, I won't know if they're leeching life. That actually will work. I just need to change this. So these have missiles 3. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna deploy missiles bots. Actually, we already have this set up for us in the form of Ultra Killer. And deploy. So the lasers bot should steal life. Let's take a look at this vampire bot. It should steal 30% of the damage dealt. Yeah, it's working. Wow, that's actually pretty significant. Oh, I didn't auto-deploy. That's why. Huh. Interesting. Well, there they just got totally destroyed. I want to see how this works exactly, though. Ah, yeah, this is bad. Hey, Rug. Yeah, missiles are just beating lasers because of how pursue works. Okay, now that they're actually firing, no. Alright, we're going to need to run a balance test on this. It's interesting. Yeah, okay. Let's try a balance test. In Void Dreamer, I'm not going to unmod you. You're stuck in this mod purgatory forever. You'll never get away. Okay, so we're going to change this to vampiric lasers. And we're going to change the function that we have here to just whatever we have here too, actually. Get rid of this move. This shouldn't be here. I just want to see how do vampiric lasers stack up against missiles without me really doing any balancing on it yet. One red vampire, one blue missiles. Oh, you can't name them that. That's too much. Okay, yeah, let's try it. You're not getting out that easily, Void Dreamer. You're stuck for life. There we go. Alright, so who will win? I think the assertions won. That's too bad. Yeah, what happened here? Projectile was fired. It must have been the red team shooting at the blue team. This leads me to believe something wasn't cleaned up correctly. Source real ID 59. Okay, so debug main.simulation server.arena.entities by real ID 59 is undefined. It doesn't even exist on the server. How did the server tell us then? Route. Oh, whoops. Oh, I'm on. Oh, whoops. That was actually really stupid. I had connected to the server. Yeah, okay. That shouldn't have worked. Yeah, okay, great. So let's just redo this. But now it'll work. Everything should be fine. And I should really cut that off somehow. I don't know. Yeah, so I want to see who will win, red or blue. I have a feeling blue is going to win, although I'd like red to win. So red is leeching 30% damage dealt as life, and blue is just dealing damage. Actually, I just test lasers versus vampiric lasers and see who wins. I should theoretically figure it out first. Hey, Horforia. Would it be bad if I program some of my game even if I'm not streaming? Rug, I think that's a call for you to make. I think, here's what I've noticed. If I'm not streaming, I have a different form of productivity. It's not necessarily more productive or less productive. It's just I can focus on different things because the expectations are different. I don't have to interact with chat. So I think it can be helpful from time to time. Anyway, these are moderately even. It's 81 to 72, I think. It's like blue has plus about, I'd say 10%, maybe 11%. So blue is definitely winning. So in just lasers versus vampiric lasers, who would win? What is going on right now? They're not even firing lasers. Oh, right, because I didn't change this to lasers. So here's what we determined. Missiles versus vampiric lasers. Missiles win by about 10 to 12%. But the AI is the same. And then lasers versus vampiric lasers. I don't know who's going to win this. And I could probably figure it out without even running this, because it's really more math than it is AI at this point. So the blue team has regular lasers. The red team has vampiric lasers. And the blue team is crushing it. Yeah. This makes sense. The reason why it makes sense is because of how the math works out here. If I go into... So lasers are doing 400 damage. Vampiric lasers are doing 300. So lasers, 400 damage. Vampiric are doing 300 damage plus 30% lifesteal. So it's 400 total points of something versus 390 total points of something. And I mean, the lasers are just better in that case. But also, it takes 4 vampiric lasers to kill a target. Only 3 regular lasers. And one other thing is that if you get the first shot with vampiric lasers, you don't actually heal anything because you're already at max life. So that's why these are worse in a one-on-one fight. And yeah, Rug, I would say to just code then. Hang on a second. What's that? These speakers pick up the radio. And it's very weird because I don't have any music playing, but yeah, weird. My sound isn't even on right now. Focusing on different things like those code parts, which you're ashamed too much to show. Are you talking to Rug or to me? Anyway, this is working. I'm pretty happy with this. So let's just check this in, I think. Vampiric lasers are now in the game. Done. Alright, next up. Okay, so that's done. Update bot bay format. So bot bay m down. I'll keep a note of what I did and then say what I did when I stream. Yeah, I think that's important, and I don't know what your viewership is like, but even in this channel, if I said, oh, by the way, I worked on blank over the weekend, I don't think people would say, wait, what, there's no video for it? They would probably just be like, oh, what does that involve? Just catch me up on it. So yeah, I think this is, people don't exactly need to see everything that happens. There's a video of picking a radio with plant parts nearby a transmitter. What? Not even sure I understand what that means. Okay, this was the wrong thing. I need to load up this. So now we have one more kind of laser in the game, vampiric. And it's scalable, and so that's totally fine. We can just upload this. Open containing folder. So I want to upload this to the share with others folder. There, done. So now if I load up format, bot bay format, here. Now this should show vampiric lasers on it. It does. So you're getting more and more usable hardware. Oh, it also needs EMP. No, it has EMP. It's right there. So there's 20 different items in the game. Looking pretty good. I will have to watch this later. Spurtman. Okay, so that's been done. Add tests. Oh yeah, and then this, the bugs, whatever else. Okay, so I'm going to fix the bugs first. Then I'm going to add tests for things. The tests, I'm just going to spend as long as I possibly can on them. And then we might get to Napalm today. We probably will, actually. And then if there's extra time, start messing around with Docker. Alright, so I'm pretty sure the laser's only lifesteal buff is applying to absolutely everything. I'm still pretty sure of that. In fact, I tested this out the other day, and I'm 99% sure that I saw it. So here's what we're going to do. Laser lifesteal is right there. We're going to cut out every other buff in the game so that we only ever get the choice of picking laser lifesteal in addition to just 2 other things that I don't care about. So here's what we'll do. We will connect to the game. Hey everyone. Man, okay, are my speakers even? Let me see if this is. Oh, okay. Well, that stopped it. Now there's no random radio playing out of my speakers. Despite that, I don't even have a radio here. Actually, that doesn't matter. I know how speakers work. So connect. We are going to put just missiles 3 on a bot. Missiles 3, update, join game. Now we're going to take this, steal 15% of laser damage dealt, choose. And then I put down Ultra Killer here with move left, deploy, deploy, deploy. Great. Now we connect again. Unplug them so there's no power. Yeah, that's what I just did. Because that was annoying. Now over here I connect and I just don't put this on. Oh wait, I have to, pretty much. Well, I'll just take this, I guess. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna have life be leached, and that's bad. So are they leeching life? Yes, they are. Okay. Yep, I was pretty sure that was the case. And I know what the fix is. It's super easy. So I have this life stolen. I just need to check if damage source is lasers and then steal life that way. There. Done. Bug fixed. Okay, and then I should add a test for that. Add test to make sure the lasers only lifesteal buff is applying only to lasers. So that was, yes, this was a bug. Now what I really should do is just verify this myself, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just write the test in a bit. First thing was updated the documentation to include vampiric lasers and commit this to. Wait, whoa, what's this? 124 lines change. Oh, that's not gonna stay that way. Okay, so yeah, all I did is I moved the damage source thing up there. So fixed a bug where the lasers only lifesteal buff was applying to all sources of damage. EMP buffs yet? No, and it wouldn't be that hard to do. I could add one into the game today. I'll write that down on the list up here. EMP buff. Extra duration, probably. Which would you prefer? Actually, let me just take a straw poll. Which would you prefer as an EMP buff? Plus duration. EMP lasts longer on the target, or minus cooldown. You can use EMP sooner. So current values, duration equals 2, cooldown equals 8. And these values are not balanced or anything yet, so that doesn't really matter, but I'll post this into here. Randomly disable additional item. That would be probably not the best, because although it's an interesting idea, I like it. I just think the random part is probably not the best, because there's a chance it chooses something like Zapper and just no one in the arena has Zapper at the time. Monadic Bind says EMP buffs when. I believe there is no when hardware, so buffing the when hardware wouldn't be that good. No, I'm actually going to wait for Monadic Bind to finish. Okay, so add test and make sure this works. Well, it's a buff that has a chance to help you based on luck. I think most other buffs have a chance to help you based on your strategy that you pick. I think, like, okay, imagine this, Orange Ray. What if, so currently, here's how EMP works. You say EMP lasers or you say EMP missiles. What if buff, you can now specify 2 pieces of hardware, and the API was just like this, for example. The weird thing about this is, yeah, you have to change your code. It's only usable when you have this buff, which only lasts for up to 1 game, really. But then you get to target 2 different things. This would probably make it maybe a little too powerful. Wait, server's offline. Oh, yeah, that's expected. Also, I should Disallow balance testing if you're on the server since it won't work. Yeah, so there's a lot of just stabilization stuff. Anyway, let's see what people said about this straw poll. So they prefer lowering the cooldown so you can use EMP sooner. It's actually interesting. I think I would prefer increasing the duration. Because if you lower the cooldown, then you need to use it again. So you need to spend one of your turns using it. If you increase the duration, but then you could blind fire it more if you ever wanted to. If you increase the duration and you actually hit a target, it'll basically be disabled for an extra turn. I'm not sure what I'll do. Hey, Relinquished Memories. Did you get my email? Yeah, I'll have to think about this. And even if I added it in and we decided later that no, this is just way too powerful, because there's a big difference between a duration of 2 and a duration of 3. And this is the problem with using low numbers in games, is that this is a 50% difference. And there's no way to have anything in between that. You can't have it like 2.2 turns. That doesn't make any sense. So, yeah. This is what I call Paper Mario balancing. Because Paper Mario, I played, 2 or 3 of those games, and I was really disappointed at the first Paper Mario where I was excited to do like 6 damage. Whereas in Super Mario RPG, it was like, 300 or 400. And yeah, Relinquished programmers typically, they do get a lot of money. Although, like I said, that's not why I can't do something. It's just a time constraint for myself. Okay, so let's start with it. So that fixed that bug. Then these things. So yeah, Orandre found a bug the other day that very few people could have found. The bug was if you played Botland in the exact same browser like 2 or 3 months ago, maybe not 2 or 3, maybe like a month and a half ago, and then you played it now, and you had pressed the save button a month and a half ago, and you press the load button now, then it would screw up. Also, you could have never saved between the 2 times. So yeah, I'm going to try to fix this bug, although it shouldn't really impact anyone else in the game right now, but it's worth fixing. So when you press the load button, let's go take a look. Load from local storage. So we have this saved bot config. I'm just going to cut this out. Disabling this since the bot config UI doesn't show up any longer. There. Wait, why are there 2 changes here? Oh. I just never hit commit. Okay. So then over here, we'll say fixed a bug that will probably not show up again anyway. If someone saved a bot, wait, so that means that save must, yeah, if someone saved a bot back when the bot's hardware was modifiable on the fly, and then if someone had saved a bot back when the bot's hardware was modifiable on the fly, and only now tried to load it, it would produce an error because I don't have the hardware blocks in memory any longer. Yeah, so this is the bug Orandre found. I already gave Orandre points for this bug, and now it's fixed. So it shouldn't be an issue anymore. And if it is an issue, I'll just fix it again. Again, I don't really care about testing this stuff in particular because these are just so minor, and it's the kind of thing that will not be a bug once a game is released, so this is like a pre-beta only bug. Lulong, how to cheat at a clicker game. Use my keyboard for clicking. I think most people who cheat at those games write like auto hotkey scripts to click a million times. And that's kind of I don't know. People who play clicker games probably just get some monotonous relaxation enjoyment from them. But almost all the clicker games, you could write some kind of script to just click for you for hours and hours and hours. Use your endless scroll wheel for clicking. I actually, well, there was a mouse I had. I don't remember what it was. Logitech mouse. Let me see if I can find this. It had a button on the bottom of it that let you change it from clicky scrolling to like the freer scrolling. So you really could just spin the wheel really fast and it would just scroll for like 4 or 5 seconds. Whereas mine, if I do that, it scrolls for exactly that long. Do you see that? That's it. But I don't remember which mouse this was. I think it was a Logitech mouse. It was classified as a gaming mouse, so let's look that up. Darn, I don't remember this. It's sitting over in the other room right now. I could just go get it. I'll look for another 5 seconds. Oh, there it is. Wow, that was coincidental. G9X. Yeah, this had a button on the bottom. There's no bottom view of any of these. Oh well, you'll have to trust me. Oh, there it is. Oh my god. Bing Images knows everything. Access denied. Well, that probably showed my IP address. Yeah, Marco's correct. No, it is called Endless Scroll Wheel, okay. No, I didn't see it long. That was about half an hour. So disable balance testing if you're on the server since it won't work. Okay, so we go into the balance tester. If you did try using any of this, deployed teams, for example, yeah, we have to stop this from working if you're already connected to the server. I don't know if there's a way for us to figure that out from here. Yeah, I don't think this is possible. When we connect, I guess we say connect to server is showing as false, but we don't know if this happened organically or not. We could figure it out, but it's just not worth it. I'll just write a comment here. Note, you should not call this function when you're connected to a game server. You'll end up getting messages from both the game server and the simulation server. So you'll get you'll get references to entities that don't exist. For it says, can you set it so that if there's 3 bots on one team and 0 on the other team and the score is tied, the team that is there wins? Okay, so I'll address the more real concern here, which is, can you force a win by just not deploying when you're ahead? Because in the next 3 months, we're going to work toward kind of fixing this a bit. So let me pick this one. And then let me load up my bot that I had from before, this crazy thing. And we're going to say to move to the right in those cases. All right, so now, do you have missiles on your bot? Because if you do, whew, yeah, you do. Nice. Look at that, EMP. Saved myself for 2 turns and I blew up anyway. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this is bad. Your bots are going to be mine like 100% of the time. Oh, and thanks, Marco. I'm glad you like it. So anyway, Horforia, the way that this is going to get addressed in the future, you'll basically always have to have auto deploy on. So at no point in botland will you ever have fewer than 3 bots out. And that's how we're probably going to change this stuff. So what you could do, you could go hide in a corner, I guess, and hope that the enemy just doesn't come and find you. So, I don't know, we got to come up with a solution for that too. Maybe we let you recall more bots. I don't know. Maybe if you're idle for... No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, well, we'll have to figure it out. Okay, so I'm just gonna write that I changed a comment. Just clarified in a comment that you shouldn't start the balance tester when you're connected to a game server. Sensors? What do you mean, Rug? And yeah, Orphoria, eventually there will be real UI for this. So we talked a little bit about this last night. Right now, auto deploy works exactly like this. There's a checkbox. When checked, your bots that die will automatically get redeployed. Automatically / immediately, and immediately get redeployed. In the future, auto deploy is going to have two options. So option number 1, redeploy what last died, which is what we offer now. And option number 2 is going to be a queue that you can customize to drop in new bots. Or to drop in bots by a schedule, sort of. Like put in A, B, A, C, or something like that. So you're going to, when an A dies, replace it with an A. When that one dies, or when anything dies, sorry, replace it with a B. When that anything dies, replace it with an A. So you can say how I want these things to deploy, and then there will be something that's kind of the intersection of these two. So you could say, I want bots A, B, C to be deployed, but I want A to always be in the arena. So when it dies, to redeploy that, and then afterward deploy B and C, whenever they're ready. Hardware to check for the nearest player, then go directly to them. Level 1 go. Oh, I see what you're saying, Rug. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good idea. I don't know about making it hardware. I think the way I wrote this down somewhere. I don't remember where. I'll just write it down over here. So here's what I'm thinking. Rug suggests something that Jeff suggested a while ago. To prevent people from lumping up in the corner, there could be something like get heat, which would return the general direction of enemy bots. So I know you suggested this slightly differently from how I just wrote it down, Rug, but I think this is kind of an interesting idea. So most bots right now have something like this code. They say if will missiles hit, fire missiles, and then maybe pursue closest enemy, and I know this isn't an API, but and then just move randomly, right? So what you'd probably do at the bottom here is if you're dead set on finding things, you could say something like dir equals get heat. If can move dir, move dir. So get heat is the kind of thing that would, if this is the arena and you are here and your enemy bot is over here, it would return left. Now that doesn't tell you that, oh my god, it's over here. It tells you just you should move in this general direction in order to find things. And if you did eventually get to this position, let's say, it would say, yeah, in general, here's where you should move toward, which in that case is that bot. And that way you'd be able to hunt them down better. Yeah, so we'll probably have to do something like that. And then we should have solved all the problems with stalemates. Okay. Void Dreamer link from another video. Void Dreamer. So that's not something I really disallowed. I just canceled it. Add test to make sure that the lasers only lifesteal buff. So now I'm at the point where I have to write a whole bunch of tests. This is done. EMP test, lasers test, update ultra killer. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna start to write this stuff. Oh, there it was. And by the way, so Orphoria, the auto deploy stuff probably won't be changed for a very long time. Probably on the order of like 3 or 4 months. Probably 3 months. Yeah, probably 3. Okay, so add test to make sure the lasers only lifesteal buff is applying to only laser. What do we call the buff? Laser lifesteal. Do we use this? Should correctly apply laser lifesteal buff. The problem is I only checked this on lasers. I gave this to level. Okay, yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. And only 2 lasers. So here's what I'll make sure of. we have player 1 is granted the buff. So we're going to make a missiles bot. And this is also going to be owned by player 1, but with missile code, which is this. Missile code. Fire missiles. This bot is going to be located at 30. And we're going to set missile damage, const missile damage equals 100. TSS.set missile damage. Do I say missiles bot or missile bot everywhere? I probably say, yeah, I say missile bot. Random idea, delayed Zeus. Oh god. Take 2 turns to fire, deals more damage. Yeah, so what we talked about a couple of things. Something like charge lasers. Calling an API called charge, named charge, I guess. Named charge will boost your next laser damage by 20%. This stacks up to 3 times or something like that. So if lasers do 100 damage, charge lasers would do 80 damage, and then you could boost it so plus 0.2, or sorry, times 1.2. So they do 96, then they do 115.2. So if you charge them 3 times, they do pretty much 40% more damage. But then every shot after that's only going to do 80 unless you charge them again. Or this is at least the concept. It's not necessarily the balancing we go with. But yeah, delayed Zers. We'll have to think about that. Stalemate, sudden death. Each player gets 1 bot with their code. Last team standing wins. Well, no. So if the scores are tied 50 to 50, let's say, then yeah, we need some sort of tiebreaker, and that's where sudden death could come in. But what I'm getting at is the scores are not tied. It's 52 to 50. It's like the blue team is winning, and then the blue team says, we'll just deploy coward bots the rest of the match and hope red never finds us. That would be really frustrating, like really, really frustrating. And that's where I think that API to still seek out enemies would be a good idea. And by the way, one of the other things we're going to implement at some point, which we just haven't done yet, is right now the way that the game works. Let me deploy these bots again. So blue team spawns on the left side, red team spawns on the right side. When you're killed on your own side, you're going to be worth more points to the enemy team. So that's just not done yet, but it will be eventually. You know what? I'm going to change this to EMP cloaking. We're going to see if this does any better against your bots. I don't think it will. And if so, it'll be marginally better. Well, you could get heat and move in the opposite direction it gives you. Yeah, you could do that, but the enemy could also get heat and just continue to move in your direction. And eventually, you'll be moving into a corner, and someone will just shoot missiles in either direction. You could go from there. It's not like it could stop you from being a coward or from cloaking and moving away, but it makes it less likely that you'll be able to do that. Like, significantly less likely. Now, the other thing, Monadic Bind, I still don't know what you meant by this message. EMP buffs when. So what did you mean by this? You should add an ability for bots to hack other bots, which they could do something with that bot. Not sure what though. So Rug, this is something I mentioned before. I think just in brief, this is why EMP is in the game. It'll do slightly better, but if you see my code, you know why EMPs aren't very effective. Actually, I shouldn't need to know your code. If I just look at what's happening with your bot, it looks like, from what I can see, your bots are reflecting, and then when they're not reflecting, they try to cloak. So they always have one defensive thing on them. That might not be true. Or maybe only when I'm within 3 tiles of you, you try to cloak. So yeah, this probably won't do anything better. All right, here's a way we can change this. We'll just do this. Let's change this back to missiles. And let's change this to cloaking for myself. All right, these bots should do much better. So right now my KDR is 0.38. I think this is gonna increase them. 0.38 KDR at 8 minutes. Oh, these are all terrible. Oh, it's a meme? Okay. Alright, Euphoria, let's see. My KDR just went down. Oh, now it went up. What? God. Alright, fine. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, here's what we got. Missile bot is here. Set life of entity. The missile bot to the starting life. Grant buff to player. Player 1. Sounds good. Update the laser bot. And actually then we'll update the missile bot. So tss.force update bot. Missile bot. Assert entity health. Target bot. Expected target life minus missile damage. And assert health on the missile bot should just be the starting life. Startling life. Now shoot a missile and make sure that it doesn't steal life. Alright, so let's test this out. Because this was a bug right up until this morning. Maybe like a neutral team which is controlled by the server. Those are the kinds of things that I think are like game mode changes. So I think that it's a good idea, and I think that we need to figure out how we surface that to players and how this all works. Because I still think the canonical botland experience for most people should be a 3 versus 3 team deathmatch, and then you branch out from there. As opposed to the canonical experience is, free for all, and then you can choose to pick team deathmatch if you want. Unless your bots are programmed to save the EMP for when it's in range of 2+ of my bots, my code saves me from EMP. Well, does your code save you from cloaking and melee? My KDR has gone up from 0.38 to 0.47. This will eventually even out at like 0.6, so I'm going to be doing slightly better. I hate Better Master. Let's find out. So this .for name is calling the set of this class. So typically when you have code like this in ES6, so what, I can just try running this here, right? What, does it not print errors into the console? Yeah, maximum call stack size exceeded. So what you should say here is this dot like underscore for name, and then this would be underscore. So now if you run this code, it works correctly. Or well, yeah, it works correctly. So this is the same problem you'd have in C# with anything like this. These are fields in C#, I believe, and you just need to make sure that the field name is not the same as the variable name. So hopefully that helps, Judge Bacon. Sprocket says your keyboard is bent. Oh my god, it is. Hey, Nico. Porphyria, if I tried, I could probably come up with a way that worked. In fact, I think your own strategy is probably the counter to your strategy. And artillery would probably work pretty well. In fact, if I were to just sit my bots right here and pelt your bots with artillery, I think that would work. Let's try that. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I actually just need to be here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So check this out. I can write this code. If x is less than 7 and can move right, move right. So if will artillery hit, fire artillery. Do I have, yeah, if will missiles hit, fire missiles. And then, what do I do after that? If can activate sensors, activate sensors. If percent chance 40, and x equals 7, move. If x not equal to 7, move. Okay, cool. So check this out. I think these will counter your bots. Artillery missiles regen, auto deploy. There we go. So I think this will be a pretty good strategy. I'm at 0.47 now. Wait, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, whoops, what I meant to, hang on, I meant to change this. Percent chance 40, and so if percent chance 50 and can move up, move down. That's what I meant to do. So let's redeploy these. Yeah, no problem, Judge Bacon. Hey, sick. Okay. So see, now my bots are going to stand here. They're going to totally exploit where your bots move to. They're still going to die to your missiles when you get in range. But there will be cases like this where, wait for it, where they should hit your bots without you ever even being able to see me. Okay, that did very little damage. Hey, hello. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. It's going pretty well. I think there's been a lot of stuff done. I'm going to kind of take it easy today because there's really just stuff to clean up. And next week we're going to go into full DevOps mode, full throttle. Rug says, I think my mouse and keyboard's breaking. When I right click, it left clicks. It sounds pretty bad. So the test passed. We're done with that. I'm going to check that in. In order to make sure the laser lifesteal buff doesn't regress, I added a test to make sure that it only applies to lasers. Did my KDR go up? It was at 0.47. Yeah, I went up very slightly. See, these are like the long con bots. They'll probably win in the long run, but they don't really do much for my KDR in the short term. And their script could be better still. Actually, I think, yeah, I very slightly improved my KDR. Alright, so vampiric lasers. Basic haze should steal life. Reflect haze should not steal life. Yeah. And I think buff test has something for this. Should reduce damage on reflected projectiles. Let's see. Should not apply buffed damage to your reflected projectiles. Should deal extra damage when projectiles are reflected. Should not steal life from reflected projectiles. Yeah. So it's this test. So we got to do pretty much the same thing, but with just vampiric lasers. So I'm going to put this in here. Should not steal life from reflected vampiric projectiles. Okay, so lifesteal amount 50%, laser damage 100, starting life 150, set base chance to reflect 100, sounds good. Set buff values doesn't need to be done. We instead need balance util dot set hardware property of, how does this work? Hardware ID. So we want hardware constants.ids.vampiric lasers. We need the property name. The property name is going to be vampiric lasers. It's going to be percent lifesteal. The property value will be lifesteal amount, and that's it. Cool. We don't need a buff. We don't need to grant buffs to player. We need all of this stuff. Set life, force update bot, assert entities reflecting, force update the laser bot. So expected source life, perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, that's it. So now when I run the tests, we should have 371 passing. Rather, I should not be running all 350 of the tests that don't matter. I should just be running the few that I care about. Yeah, I think it worked because the test ran at the beginning. Yep, it did. Good. Cool. We're done there. So, and then the basic case of should steal life, we need to test that out too. So let's put this into arena test. This is going to be basically the same thing. We could turn off reflect and then make sure that it works. That would be the easiest way to do this, but then how do we do that? Oh, well, wrong thing. This has to be left. Oh, and that can't be, okay, hang on, there's one other problem here. Oh, whatever. Yeah, there's actually a lot of problems here. Meter left, and we'll say that this is what, greater than 9. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd need cloaking, you're right. Or reflect for myself. Plus, your bots are set to, they don't ever stay still for more. Oh, you got the missile range. Oh man, okay. But your bots don't ever stay still for more than one turn. If they did, then artillery would be better against them. But right now, it's not very good. Yeah, I'll counter them. I'll counter them later. I don't want to do it right now. I just don't want to. So now, if I set base chance to reflect to 0, I wonder if this will work. What if we just do this? Also, this appears many times in the code without a semicolon. Or at least once, which I just fixed one of the cases, so probably twice. Yeah, multiple times. There. Okay, so set the base chance to reflect. Set base chance to reflect to 0. Where's the... Is it not the right test? Okay, so now make sure the target doesn't reflect and hit them with the vampiric laser. So we update the laser bot again. And now this will be expected source life plus laser damage times lifesteal amount. And the target is going to be at expected target life minus laser damage. And now that should work. So let's just put a console.log before here. Actually, no, let's do it this way. Post lifesteal source. Post lifesteal target. This should really be hyphenated. Okay. And that should be that. Great, cool. Let's check it in. Commit. Added tests for vampiric lasers. Base case, make sure they steal life and do damage. And reflect case. Make sure they don't steal life when reflected. And did it all work? No. Why? I have a feeling reflect doesn't work this way. What happened here? We expected 100 and we got 50. What is going on? So we start with 150 life. We shoot the target minus laser damage. But it's one of these things that's failing. What? Well, yeah, what? No, that's not a good test. It's here. This is where things are failing. This also isn't good. I don't care about that. Or maybe I do. Yeah, that's not helpful. I don't follow what happened here, though. Should not steal life from reflected vampiric projectiles. So, source bot, target bot. And again, I just comment all these things out and put just the arena test in. Make sure to run that. This should go much faster now. Although it's still going to fail, I'll just know where it failed. And given that it said it expected 50 life and got 150, or got 100, this must be from this line, source bot. Did it fail with that? It didn't print anything. Does this not have an assert message in it? It doesn't. Okay, well that's the issue. So then it's probably not failing from there. This is a red herring. Assert entity health. There needs to be an assert message here. And that's put right here, and that's a string. Yeah, so then what's actually happening here is it's getting down to here, and then one of these things is failing. So this was expected source life plus laser damage times lifesteal amount. Yeah, I should have healed 50 life, and the reflect bot should be at expected target life minus laser damage. Oh, laser damage doesn't apply to vampiric lasers. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Okay, that's the issue. Which is why I should have never written this. I don't think FileZilla wants to upgrade. It just said connection aborted. It might want to upgrade. But, oh, see you, Rug. Okay, I think this will work now. That would have been a very... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Okay, so now actual's at negative 250. This definitely didn't work. Vampiric laser damage. Set to laser damage. Fire. Oh my god, I keep screwing things up. They don't have vampiric lasers on them. Vampiric lasers 1. Wow. Okay, so that means the buff test shouldn't work either, right? Do we have vampiric lasers? I don't think we do. I think this should fix it. Well, that was a lot of things that just went wrong. They didn't take very long to fix, though. Assuming I fixed them. It works. Cool. So we go back to test main. Just Control Z a couple of times. All the tests should pass, and we can check this in now. Yep. Looks good. Cool, so what's next? EMP tests. So EMP itself is finished. Now EMP tests. I gotta make test cases out of these. Make sure will not affect its cooldown. Make sure bots under the effects of EMP do not have their cooldowns affected. Okay, great. So make sure bots under the effects of EMP still... Make sure bots under the effects of EMP who attempt to use hardware still take a turn. Just doesn't necessarily produce an action. And then make sure bots under the effects of EMP don't have a different outcome from the will X hit APIs. Okay. So yeah, here are all of the tests that I have to write now. And these all passed. I think before I get to those, I want to make a couple of more interesting changes. So let's do this. Update Ultra Killer so that it pursues resources to reclaim for life. Let's do that. Oh, hey, my bots did counter yours. Nice. Okay, so here's what we got to do. Go to localhost. Actually, let's wait 12 seconds and really drive the advantage home with another buff. There. Decreased damage taken or increased damage dealt. Oh, these are all really good. I don't know what I pick. I think decreased damage taken. Yeah, because of this case, where I'm just sitting there. Kill it, yes. Okay. Excuse me. So we're gonna go to localhost. I'm gonna update this snippet. So right now, here's what we got. Let me connect. We've got Ultra Killer, and here's what this does: the ultimate destroyer, used at your own risk. What a stupid comment. This made sense when this was the most powerful bot, but I think we're gonna get rid of this comment here. Well, maybe I should write it this way. It should have missiles 3 at the very least. No, I'll get rid of this. Yeah, I don't like this. Let's just get rid of it. So, uses missiles, cloaking, and reflect effectively. Okay, good. So we have if can cloak, if is cloaked. I'm gonna just rewrite the whole thing. Let's do this. So we're gonna do fire missiles. Great. In fact, let's put a whole lot of things on here. What did Horforia just link? Well, that's an evil looking face. This is the diamond arm way of yes. I don't think any villain would ever stand like that. But we'll add it to the list. Okay. So anyway, the fire lasers, fire missiles just basically do whatever. I think just all around good bot. Knows how to use stuff. Knows how to use almost anything. Yeah. Knows how to use most hardware. So we'll do this: fire missiles, fire lasers, fire artillery, melee should probably come first. Adam, you're a god of Sublime Text. Can you tell if I can do bolt mode from brackets? Auto refresh my site when I'm coding. Oh, auto refresh your site, I would probably leave to something outside of Sublime. So from what I understand of brackets, it's kind of meant for that scenario. And Sublime, you'd need probably another process running, or you need to kick it off yourself. Wait. Horforia says I just won. I want to see. Because Horforia said before, everyone and Wheatley are the only ones who could beat Horforia. And now Adam is on that list. 37 to 27. Yeah, but to be fair, like, I'm using a pretty cheap strategy. Like, I know what your bots are doing, so I came up with a strategy that beats like this combination of bots. And so if you wanted to beat my strategy, you just put cloaking, thrusters, and melee, and you'd come over here and just bash my bots in. Metasolid says, will you update the graphics later? Yeah, and that's probably going to start happening in about 2 or 3 months. We'll probably get the graphics slightly before that, and I'm probably going to do another video. Judge Bacon has linked one in. I'll probably do another video around a month from now. I can't promise it because we don't actually have the art to do another video with. All right, I'm just going to deploy a totally wacky bot and then stop paying attention to this because I can't keep doing this. I don't have Inferno Zapper. All right, well, we're just going to do this. Zap, melee, pursue enemy, pursue resource, reclaim, move randomly. Cool, that's my script. But getting back to this one, so this should know how to use pretty much anything. We're going to put pursue enemy here. If the enemy exists, we're going to do if can cloak, cloak. We'll say beneath that, actually let's just duplicate this. Oh man, it's so hard to do this. There. We'll duplicate this. We'll say if can cloak and not is cloaked. I need to deploy these bots. There, done. Okay, so if you can cloak and you're not cloaked, then try to reflect. Wait, no, if can, it should be this. If not, can cloak, or not is cloaked. Oh no, no. Oh, I deleted everything. No. I was trying to right click and click duplicate and it didn't. Man, alright, fine. I'm just going to rewrite this then quickly. All around good bot knows how to use most HW. Hey Svenhoff. Seems quite easy to counter the opponent, doesn't it? Then become a game of rock paper scissors where you're constantly trying to counter. To some extent, yes, but when it's a one-on-one, it's pretty easy to tell whether the opponent's using rock paper or scissors. When it's a 3-on-3, it becomes a lot harder, and that's where we want strategy to reign king here. So we'll figure out if that's the case. I mean, I'd argue, Svenhoff, that this is how most strategy games, like most RTS games, work. If you think about like StarCraft, for example, your opponent chose a strategy, so you choose the counter to that strategy. The difference in StarCraft is that it's more about can you actually implement the strategy. In Botland, it's very simple to implement the basic, like, yeah, this is the hardware that beats it. But then it's can you write the automation that'll beat it. It'll be interesting. If it turns out that, okay, yeah, this kind of play style is really annoying, then we'll have to change our strategy here for making the game. Alright, well, like I said, this was super annoying that I just lost everything, but it's pretty easy to add this stuff back in. We'll do this. Then we'll say pursue enemy. So if the enemy exists, we're going to say if can cloak, cloak. If, actually this should be reflect. And we'll put if can reflect and you either can't cloak or you're not cloaked. So we need another and here. And I guess two not. This should be an or. So let's hit save before I screw up again. Does this make sense? And does this even convert into the right JavaScript here? If can reflect and you either can't cloak or you're not cloaked, then yeah, okay, good. So this is a good strategy, I think. Svenhoff, I'd say it actually comes down to like APM almost. It's not just, so in StarCraft, I as just an armchair strategist can say, I know the best strategy to beat this. But if I were sitting in the chair at a tournament, I could not implement that strategy because my APM would be something like 2. And so I could click a bot or click a marine and then make it attack in 1 minute. And a pro would have done 400 things in that minute that would have actually implemented the strategy. So in Botland, implementing the strategy is going to be more about can you manipulate your script a little bit, or can you even come up with what will manipulate it correctly. So in the case of me versus Horforia, I parked my bots at a certain column and lobbed artillery at them. That worked in that case, but maybe he would change something such that that would no longer work. And it could be something as simple as he moves one column closer to me than I expect him to be, and now I don't have the counter to it anymore. So the evolution of your strategies is very different from what it would be in StarCraft. In StarCraft, you're limited by just how quickly you can move and react as a human, and then also how much you've invested in certain strategies. So if you go bio, you can't upgrade your mech at the same time because you only have so many resources. So most strategy games have macro and micro. The macro in this game is going to be mostly just can I make my bots correctly, and the micro is going to be modifying the code, which hopefully is not too micro intensive. Anyway, we have reflect there. We're going to, after that, pursue resources, and if exists closest resource, this should actually be an and here. Yeah, the closest resource snippet is bad. The closest resource snippet should say if exists and can move to. So this needs to be an and here. So if it exists and support, no, it's movement, can move to closest resource. I just did it again. Oh my god. So annoying. At least I saved it this time, so it's not gonna be too hard to do. Yeah. So pursue resource. Cool. We change this to an and. So if it exists and you can move to it, whoops, what am I doing? And can move to entity. So the problem is right clicking this should bring up the, yeah, there it is. It's duplicate. But it was doing whatever the browser thought it should do. Oh, this is, what is this? This is not a variable tag. It's this that I want, closest resource. And move to closest resource. Otherwise, we say move. Or we could say set enemy direction at the top. Yeah, let's do that. Set enemy direction to, is there a null here? There probably isn't. We can just do this. And then down here, and I know this has already gotten pretty crazy, if so this and should be that enemy direction is not equal to the empty string. Yeah. Where is that variable? And enemy direction is not equal to just this. Then move in the enemy direction. I don't think there's any way to do this actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, there isn't. There's no way to. Okay, fine. So then this and can be cut out. We can just put this here. If percent chance 50. No, that and should have still been there. Oh wait, Adam, you know how you can convert Blockly to JS? Can you do it in reverse? I think it would be very, very difficult. I think it's like theoretically possible, but I don't think I'm going to ever do that. Does the buff that increases shield for 6 turn apply to reflect shields? No. So shields and reflect are two different categories of hardware. So it would just increase your shield, which right now is just shield. That's the only kind of shield that exists in the game. So if enemy direction equals left, this is stupid scripting, but whatever. And then we can put an else if down here. Let's see if I can do this correctly. There we go. Else if enemy direction equals right, if can move right, move right. Okay, this is pretty good. So this is a really crazy script. Is there anything else I need to do here? EMP, I guess? I could do that. We could put this here. EMP for missiles. And laying mines, I guess we'll do down here. You can go from JS to AST and from Blockly to AST. You can't get from AST to Blockly. I mean, like I said, it's theoretically possible. I just think the way that some of this is coded right now, it'd be pretty tough to do. Where did you set enemy direction? At the very top. I set it to nothing, and then the player is expected to change it. Although I should just set it myself, actually. Yeah, I should. Oh man, this is going to be going to be pretty intense. So let's make an init function to init, and then in here, this is the first real Blockly script that I've ever made. And yeah, it's taking a long time because I'm trying to cover every corner case and not just do what a player would do, which is get things working the fastest. So we'll say if x is greater than, I'm going to save this as I go through here. If x is greater than, and there needs to be a thing here, this needs to be divided by sign, and built-in variable arena width, arena width divided by 2, and the built-in variable here is x, then do set enemy direction to left, else set enemy direction to right. Cool. This is so much code. And we can kind of cram this over here for right now. So we have that. Then set the closest enemy, check to see if we can cloak or reflect. We should also probably shield ourselves in here too. Maybe we do this down here somewhere. So then get the closest resource, then move. So yeah, the only thing this doesn't know how to do is zap. And you know what? We'll also put a teleport in here, which I don't have a teleport snippet, do I? Yeah, I should add that too. Add a teleport snippet. Okay, so we'll put that in briefly. This is absolutely ridiculous. So we'll put this here. If can teleport to closest enemy. Oh, this should actually be an and. There's so much to do here. And there's a get distance to. And get distance to, oh, this is a number. Okay, almost there. And the get distance is greater than 2. So we'll teleport to an enemy. Actually, that makes no sense. We only want to do this if we're zapping or if we have melee. So we'd either make this an incredibly long if statement. Yeah, I'll just give it a teleport. I don't want this. I end up going straight to JS if I'm writing a bot. Yeah, there's no search here right now, and there's also not the best grouping yet. And eventually I want people to mostly just use snippets. So the snippets will be very much fleshed out. And that's why I wrote here that I want to add a teleport snippet, and I want to update the closest resource snippet. Basically anything you find yourself using a lot, I want to give you a snippet for. Okay. I think this is it. I think this is the killer script. So now I need to export this. So let's go into blockly.js. Oh no. It doesn't exist because I'm on the server. Oh no. How am I going to do this? All I have is bundle.min.js, and from here I've got to figure out where the code is to render Blockly. Okay. This is going to be frustrating. This is why I should have done this on localhost. Okay, well, let's see. Can we get access to this? Render should be a function. Not that, not that, not that, not those. I don't, oh, no, it's one of these. Okay, so there's only like 20 of these render functions that I have to look through. That can't be that hard, right? Let's go take a look at the real render function. We can actually just search for opacity 0.8. I think that should be fine. Opacity 0.8, 0.8. Yeah, so it should be this. We have what, left and top are 5 pixels. So no, it's not this. It's not that. It has to be this. Yes, this is it. Okay, cool. So we put a breakpoint there. It gets hit. Perfect. And then we call a function, this dot. Oh no, we don't have this? No, we do. Get workspace XML. Ooh, we did it. Okay, let's copy paste this whole string. This is a giant amount of Blockly. Like, just too much. Okay. There we go. Here's the new Ultra Killer. Let's go set it up. Ultra Killer. And done. This is so incredibly tabbed in. Look at this. I can't even read the lines of XML over here because of how far over they are. Yep. Okay. Well, let's try it out. So we're going to load up localhost. Actually, let me get rid of that breakpoint first. We're going to load up localhost. And we're going to see if this works. Okay. So connect. Join game. Let's... Wait, what? What happened here? Something broke. The server's offline? Oh yeah, the server is offline. Okay. Yeah, so let's try this again. I'm gonna make I guess a missiles artillery bot versus a lasers melee bot. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? I don't know. Whatever, let's just do it. Because like I said, I don't think it really matters too much. Artillery 3, and let's put shield 1 on here just to make sure that this thing can use all the different hardware I give it. And now we're going to put the Ultra Killer script on here, which is now gigantic, and deploy this. So we should see shields, and it should move toward the enemy direction. It should prefer moving toward the enemy direction. It doesn't appear that that's the case here. Percent chance 50. If the enemy direction is left and it can move left, then move left. If the enemy direction is right and it can move right, then move right. Well, that's one bot. Now the next bot is going to have melee and so melee 2, reflect through 2, lasers 2. So let's put infernal lasers on. And what else? Cloaking 2. Is that too many? I don't think that's too many. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Now we just put those bots down. And they're both using exactly the same script. But that script is a pretty good script. So let's see what happens. These guys are reflecting. They're cloaking. They're moving to the enemy. They're using melee. Good. They pursue resources. Cool. They died. I forgot to put auto deploy on the other bots. Huh. Not bad though. I mean, the script works. That's what I was mostly concerned with. Oh, I don't know if this will ever actually use... Oh, there it did. But that didn't light the bot on fire. That seems... Oh, it did. It's just for one turn. And then it got its turn, so it was no longer on fire. Right, that's a little confusing. Huh, neat. Wow, reflect is really powerful. Oh, cool. That's done. So, that's done. Updated Ultra Killer so that it's much smarter. It can now use more hardware, and it does so in a better way. Oh no, I wasn't doing that for you. I was doing something that, given whatever hardware you put on it, basically it knows how to use it. So yeah, this bot that I have, it tries melee, lasers, missiles, artillery. That alone is 4 pieces of hardware. So that's possible. You could have all 4 of those. But then EMP, that puts you at 7, and now none of the other script would work. You can't have cloaking, you can't have reflect. So yeah, it can take almost anything in and produce a decent amount of actions from it. I wanted to fight the boss bot. No, that's not going to happen. That would take much longer to code. I need to make a flag that lets you deploy a bot with more than the maximum amount of hardware. Okay, so that's done. Next up, so that's finished. The closest resource snippet should say if exists and can move to. So let me change that now. Actually, it's pretty much got to say what we have here. It's got to be this. So let's just take this out and use that. There's so much. Where did the init function go? Where is the init function? What? Ultra Killer. Does this not have the init function? Oh, that's why it's not moving toward the enemy. This didn't save it. No. Does this have an init somewhere? Yeah, it has it here. It's just not being dragged on. I bet here's what's happening. I bet if I scroll down here, will you see an init function? Yeah, there it is. So you got to know to drag this too. Yeah, the pecking bird, it is more of a general bot. Okay, well, this sucks. I wanted it to take all of this stuff at once, so I've got to move this all the way up to here. So in order for you to use both of these things, yeah, now this should work. You took it out and never added it to connect to Blockly. No, I didn't take it out. It's the way that Blockly shows this stuff. It's now showing it as 2 different things. So all I'm going to do is put this on top, and that will, whoop. Okay, well, just ignore all of that. Let's just refresh the page and see what I did. So now it should be on top so that you know if you want this, you can use it. So we go into Ultra Killer, pre-made scripts, Ultra Killer. There's a init, so you can drag this out. And then Ultra Killer itself, you can drag this out. And now you've got everything. The reason why, so these don't connect, these 2 things. So that's why they're not all one block. If they were, then I wouldn't need to have you drag both of these out. But if you don't set this, that's totally fine. Because these conditions, it just won't prefer moving to the enemy. So it's okay. But yeah, this is the massive script that you have as a result. Having zoom on here is going to be important eventually so that you can actually read all of this. And of course, there's edit as JS. So if I hit connect here, yeah, you can see the JavaScript that this turns into. It's not complex JavaScript. It's just, there's a lot of it. Okay, so there. Next, I want to change this. So right now, pursue resource looks like this. If exists, just move to it. But you can't necessarily move to it. So we're going to just change it to what I've got here. So let's get rid of this. And this. And this. And this. So this should be the snippet that we need now. I think that's it, right? Set closest resource, define closest resource. If it exists and you can move to it, then move to it. Yeah, I think that's good. Time to print it. Blockly.js, render. Put a breakpoint there. This docket workspace XML. And done. Okay, so what do we call this? Find closest resource? That's not what it's called. What is this called? Pursue resource. Here. We just need to change this. Good and good. Alright, so that's done. Next, add a teleport snippet. Let's do that. So how would teleport work? I guess we take an enemy and we say if it exists and you can teleport and it's far enough away. Right, because we want to can teleport in there and we probably want to get distance too. Yeah, let's just do all these things. This will be a little bit tedious. So if it exists and get distance to, what is this? That's, whoops. And the distance to that entity is greater than a certain amount. Let's say 2. And you can teleport to them. So this should be here, this should be popped into here. And you can teleport to them. So we take variables, closest enemy, then teleport. Okay, so this is the script. Get the closest enemy bot. If they exist and they're more than 2 tiles away and you can teleport to them, then teleport to them. So yeah, now we save this off. There we go. So we'll put this right beneath the move snippet. Looks good. So we say category name equals teleport. Put that block there. Format this. Yeah. That only kind of worked. I don't like how that ended up being. No, make it stop. Okay, there. Done. Now the only weird thing is this. Oh, it's not tapped in. Okay, good. So I think that's everything to do with snippets. Is there anything else that's missing from here? I have, well, let's take a look. I have EMP, shield, reflect, teleport, lasers. Yeah, let's just take a look at this. So let's see. Lasers, yes, that counts for all of these. Artillery, yep. Yep, that doesn't need one. Yep. Yeah, everything's set. Yeah, so then everything is there. And now all exists. Let's see. Teleport. Yep. Nice. All right, we should probably separate these into categories as well. Something like what I did for Terminators: movement, offense, support. I think that's it. Yeah, I'll go do that. Actually, I'll commit first. That way I don't break anything. So what did I change here? Added or modified the pursue resource snippet so that it makes sure you can move before attempting to move, and then added a teleport snippet. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There's one other change I made there about changing the order, but I don't think it's too important to comment on. So next, close all those things. Oh, whoops. I actually closed the wrong thing. Okay. And then down here, we're going to split up all the snippets into categories. So let's just do this. Category name equals, we have what? Movement, offense, and support. And I'm pretty sure these show up everywhere. Movement, offense, support. Yeah. So let's do movement. And we will put, pursue enemy, pursue resource, move, teleport. I think that's it, right? Yeah. Let's put a pursue enemy. This should go in there. Okay, so that goes there. So pursue enemy, pursue resource. Good, good. Move and teleport. So both of these things too. There. Playing me in real botland. Okay, and then there's one little problem. And the problem is that I lost the category tag. Because I pasted this in the wrong spot. There we go. Alright, so those should be divided up correctly now. Let's take a look if that got done. Building, building, and build. Can you not put Blockly XML in separate files? I could, and I should do that eventually, but I just haven't done that yet. So yeah, now there's movement. We have all these things. I think move should probably be at the top. I don't think it matters actually. Yeah, so there's that. Next up, offense, and then support. Even, you know what, being able to collapse these blocks would be probably more helpful than what I was doing. Yeah, let's do that. And that way I can move these much easier. Yeah, so those are all the snippets. So now we just make a category for offense. We take this. So this is really 13 lines. You can see this is 2046 and this is 2059. So when I move this up, instead of this being 2045, we should see it go up by, what, 14? Yes. Cool. We just have that in. We're good. Right? Did that work? Yeah, it worked. Okay. Well, we just put all these up there too then. What else do we have? That's it. Those are all the offensive things. Lasers, missiles, artillery, melee, zapping, and laying mines. And then these are all support, and there's one little thing for random there too. So now we put category name equals support, and we put everything else into there. Done. So that's much better organization of snippets. The snippets themselves are better. There's a higher quality Ultra Killer script. I should probably get rid of the other pre-made scripts or change them or something. Let's see, snippets, movement, good, offense, good, and support, good. Yeah, and all these still exist just like how they used to. Nice. I like that a lot better. Is Inferno lasers counted under the lasers category? Yes, it is. So you shouldn't be able to equip both of them at the same time. So check this out. I hit connect, and I have lasers, and I have Inferno lasers, stunning lasers. I have all the different kinds of lasers. So if I say lasers 1, Inferno lasers 1, it'll say invalid hardware config. So trying to put these, any two combinations of lasers like stunning lasers and inferno lasers shouldn't work. Great. And vampiric. Yeah. But as soon as you change one of these things to missiles, so like missiles 1, inferno lasers 1, this is totally fine. And it committed and it works. Yep. Made categories for each snippet type. Offense, movement, offense, and support. Alright, there, all that stuff's done. So then refactor add buff to entity, so it's in a util function somewhere, maybe just entity util. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom first actually. Then when I come back, I'll do this. So yeah, be right back. Oh. Darn it, that loaded on the wrong page. Okay. Yeah, be right back. All right, next up, refactoring, more tests. Oh, hey, Lyndon. And yeah, this today is like these sucky tasks that just need to get done. This one shouldn't take very long, actually. This is add buff to entity. It currently exists in player. It's called from, I think, 2 or 3 places. Yep. So, exists in player. That's right here. And it's called from 3 places. So, it shouldn't be very hard to change. Hey, Whispers. So, all I want to do is move it to somewhere else. Let's take a look at what it does. It never calls this. So, it's basically just a utility function. I mean, it does have side effects. It actually modifies the entity. But putting it into another file, I think, is a good idea. So I want to make entity util. It takes a buff and an entity. Yeah, that's it. Let's go do it. So shared ECS. We're going to make an entity util. Today I'll try not to be a lurker. I don't mind if people are lurking. That's totally okay with me. So I have entity util. I think this is going to follow roughly what I did for just regular util, which is exporting random things from here. Does this use anything extra? No. No assert, no Lodash, none of that. So we can basically just delete this entire class and just say export function, add buff to entity. Done. Hey, Pro Sam. Oh, and then the comments, of course. Let's take that, get rid of the to-do, tab this back, format it. That's it, we're done. So I'll just say these functions act on entities without needing, yeah, these functions act on entities. All functions should take in, yeah, that's it actually. These functions act on entities. They exist here because they're not really tied to, say, the arena for side effects, just the entity. Paco says, why do you use a keyboard like that one? So, oh yeah, it uses component names. Thank you, Pettermaster. I guess I was talking more about requires, but I will still give you a point for that. Points give Pettermaster 1. So why use a keyboard like this? For most people, you use it because you've got some kind of repetitive stress injury or carpal tunnel, and this would relieve strain because it's more ergonomic, so your hands are in a more natural position. I am using it only because it's quieter than my other keyboard, which I still have sitting over here. This was my mechanical one. Very loud. So, Whisper says, will you stream games? Probably not really. I've streamed Hearthstone for maybe a total of like 3 hours. The problem is it's a very different audience, and even so I watch a lot of Hearthstone, and there are a lot of streamers, not a lot, a few who will get like 20,000 viewers. As soon as they switch to another game, they lose like 12,000 of them, and they're very popular streamers. When I played Hearthstone, you know, I might have like 35 or 40 viewers at the end of the day. Even my view count gets cut in half. I think people just leave. They say, no, I'm interested in programming, not Hearthstone. So, hey, Scorch Yeti. I don't know if I'll be using the mechanical one on stream. Okay, so this is good. Now we need component names, as was pointed out by Pettermaster. And a buff lookup component, which otherwise probably does not exist in here. Yeah, it doesn't. Do component names even? They're not even needed, huh? Wow. And a buff component, actually. Buff component. Yeah, that's only needed for this function. I don't know how I feel about this, because I could see this just being an area for a lot of different functions that don't all necessarily have to be here. The people who watch your Hearthstone enjoy watching it. So yeah, that's true. I think the overlap of people who want to watch game dev and the people who want to watch Hearthstone is relatively minimal. Also, given that I do not try to be a pro Hearthstone player, I try to just use zany cards and have fun. So, will I ever stream games? Occasionally. Will I become a gaming streamer? No, probably not. Okay, so now I need to update the calls to this by using entity util and then just changing the calls around. So let's start. Code execution system. We are going to do import star as entity util from shared client and game server ECS entity util. Cool. We go back to that line of code I was just on, and instead of owner.addBuff to entity, we say entity util.addBuff to entity. So this change needs to be made in the few places where I do this. If player.equals owner, yeah, that. And one more addBuff to entity. Good. So now we just need to import this from all of the different places where it's done. So one was here, arena. And this just needs to be there's that one, and then the next one was player. And player is already in the shared folder, so yeah, I guess just doing this should be fine. Hey Vognar. How's it going? Okay, now let's run the test and make sure that I didn't break anything. Also, even just running the linter on all of this stuff would be a good idea. Cannot find module component names. Yeah, so that's why I'm doing this, because I just broke everything. This is in dot slash, and then these things are in dot slash. There. So now how did this work? Oh, because this doesn't use, yeah, okay, that makes sense. But this does, so let's rerun this. Okay, so the tests run. They're presumably all going to pass. Nope. Util is not defined. Oh my god, really? Okay. Import star as util from dot slash util. Let's try that again. So this should fail too. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water while this is running. Okay, that's what I like to see. Now what about this stuff? I'm running linting on both of these. Buff component is not defined. Wait, add buff to entity shouldn't even be in here any longer. There. So that means these three things can just be ignored. Owner is defined but never used. Yep. Cool. Alright, next up, we got the same set of problems. So let's just rerun these. Not enough red. Now that I finally have this, I should really start to put more code into here. Look at other likely candidates for placing into entity util. So I'm not going to do that immediately. I'm going to do that after I'm done with this thing. Yeah, set bot config workspace XML is defined but never used. I don't care about that. We're just going to ignore that for right now. Relocated, refactored a function out of player that didn't actually use this in the function. There is now a file called entityutil.js which will maintain some of these functions that act on the entity class. And what I could have done, I could have put these directly into the entity class itself. I just wanted it to be, I guess, as pure as possible, but there's no reason why I shouldn't do that. Oh well. I've got red on me? Were you talking about the lights? Because I think those just changed back. Okay, let's take a look at what I changed here. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Get rid of that code. Move this here. Cool. Yeah. I think that's it. So then the next thing was look at other likely candidates for placing into entity util. The biggest contenders here are going to be Arena and Code Execution System. So let's see. Shared Arena, Server Arena. These two classes. These two classes use entity for a lot of different things. For example, is hardware EMP'd? This has really nothing to do with an arena. It has to do with an entity. Yeah, so let's put that there too. Okay, let's see. Where's this called from? Because this is no longer going to be called from there. And I don't get the reference, Judge Bacon. It's called from one location. And that's a code execution system. So yeah, we can safely just remove this, put it into entity util, export the function, and then include any of the imports that I'm going to need. So we have underscore, that's Lodash, so let's require that. I don't know if I put my requires above or below my imports. Apparently above. I don't know if I've been consistent about that. Okay, well there's Lodash. I have the entity itself. I need component names, which I have already. And that's it. And util. Cool. Should be done. Okay, now we just call it from here. Instead of this dot arena, we say entity utils dot. Is it entity utils? No, it's entity util. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice. Nice, Sancho. Okay, next up. So that was one such function. And what's nice about this is every time, how many lines of code was that? I actually don't know until I look at the commit. Yeah, so Arena just got 16 lines smaller. That is a big win. So as many times as I can do this, I should do this, because these classes are too big. So yeah, let's keep looking through this. So what else takes in an entity as an argument? Here, redeploy bot. No, that actually does take the arena. Okay, that's an arena function too. Create landmine. Yep. This all, anything that modifies the arena should definitely just stay in the arena class. That's okay. But anything that does something to an entity does not need to be in arena. Yeah, this stuff's all arena stuff. Reconstruct A star path. Find closest unoccupied tile. A star path. Is occupied. Yeah, that's... Yeah, so far, this is all arena stuff. Check for landmine. Yeah, get buff value from entity. This looks like an entity function. And I believe it is. Buff lookup component, entity.get component. I don't see a this in here anywhere. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's export this. So tab this back, export function, Alt Q this thing, and then take a look and see, did we have anywhere in here, anything that's not being included. Component names is, util is, and that's it. So that should be all. Now we just need to update the callers. And there are actually many callers of this. They're in Code Execution System and Arena and in the buff test. Okay, so we need to modify all of these. Let's start by importing entity util. Star as entity util from entity util. Then any instances of this code, so here, instead of this .get buff value, we're going to change it to entity util.get buff value. So that file is done. The next file is here. Oops. Why can I not just select this? Okay, there. That file's done. And then we have one more file. And that's here. But we need to import before we can do this. We don't have any ECS stuff. We do have shared stuff though, so this will work. Import star as entity util ECS/entity util. And we just changed this. Done. So now, the only places that this should exist should be prefaced with entity util and not something about an arena, because it no longer exists in arena. So good, 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 good. Yep, that's all fine. In fact, what we could do is we could cut out all of the instances of this in this file. Check this out. So we delete those, and now we search for this, and it shouldn't appear any longer, except for the definition. So yep, we're good. Run the test again. We got to keep running pre-commit here. That's also pretty important, so we don't have unused imports or exports. Oh, I broke everything. Okay. It's not a function. Oh, I never saved the file. Did I import in all files? Yeah, I believe so. Cool. Okay, let's run pre-commit on all this stuff. Alright, so more code is now gone from the arena. Let's pick up where we left off. I believe it was line 1100 or so. Yep, because that's where the removal thing is. So now adjust life modified. This probably doesn't need the arena either. Yeah, I don't think this does need the arena. I'm going to leave this here for right now though. Yeah, get life stolen, same thing. I'm going to leave that there for right now. And that too. Apply environmental damage. Yeah, all this stuff is kind of similar, but we're almost at the end of the file. Create bot with hardware, create bot, update game logic. Yep, that's it. Okay, that's everything. Any other new linting errors? No, no, no. Cool. Next, let's look through. So my checklist is this. It was server arena, which is done. It was shared arena, and it was the code execution system. So I want to look through these next two things now. So let's start with the shared arena. I'm going to do this a little bit smarter than how I just did it before. We're going to search for the regex of this 4 spaces dot star slash brace. And I guess a parenthesis should appear in there somewhere. Dot star parenthesis. No, what's going on? Not dot star, slash W. What am I doing? That, yes, great, find all. And here are all of the functions in the class. So let's take a look at apply fire to entity. What is this doing? Entity.add component, seriously. Well, that sounds like an entity util function to me. It actually sounds like a function that shouldn't even exist, to be honest, because it's one line of code. Yeah, I might as well just use it. Fine. Okay, export this. Put this into entity util. This was a long time coming, by the way. Me exporting some of these things out here. Yeah, good. Done. Now we look up all the callers. We do this again and again and again and again until we go crazy. Just utterly crazy. So this is a file that has not seen entity util yet. Import star as entity util from ECS entity util. So apply fire to entity now changes to entity util dot apply fire to entity. Done. The server arena already has entity util imported, so we're done there. Here the code execution system also already has it. And what is this? Nothing. So we're done. So now we search for apply fire to entity again, and yeah, we should be in good shape. This is roughly equivalent to grinding in an RPG. You grind so that you can do something else later, but it's not really that fun to do. What's next? I was looking through the list of functions here, so I got through one of them. Great. Next, stun entity. Yep, this is another one of those functions. All right, let's paste this in here. Just keep trudging through ever so slowly. Not all the references. I appreciate the humor, Pettermaster. Stuns an entity if they aren't already stunned. Okay, looks good. Component names, fine. Code component. Add new is stun component. That does not exist. We do need to include that. And now we've included it. Okay, we're looking good. Oh, on fire component doesn't exist either. This is, yeah, this would have broken. There, now it should be fixed. This will probably cause linting errors in the rest of the code, which we'll also fix. Let's take a look at stun entity. This, yeah, I was gonna say it must have been called from at least one place, so fine. The reason this is called from only one place is because the only thing that can stun in the game right now are lasers, stunning lasers. Beautiful lasers. Hey, Weedly. Entity util. Horforio was saying earlier, Weedly, that you were one of the people who's actually beaten Horforia's AI. Horforia admitted to being a robot. Okay. Get life of entity. See, I just kept cramming functions in here that didn't belong. This is probably used in many different places. And it's very likely that what I'm doing right now is going to break a lot of stuff. In fact, I probably should have run the test before I hit save on any of this. But alas. Okay, so get life of entity. Let's find out. Well, Weedly, you'll be happy to know that there is now a new Ultra Killer in town. Take a look at this. Pre-made script, Ultra Killer. Oh my god. What is going on? I know that's what you're thinking, and I will explain it to you. So now it knows how to make use of a whole lot of different hardware. It just keeps scrolling down forever and ever. It's the best AI. It's unbeatable. So check that out if you want to see a crazy Blockly script. Oh, and another thing too, Weedly, reclaiming is now functional. So even though reclaiming is also new hardware, everyone has access to reclaim, and it gives you a heal. So it gives you a heal if you don't have the hardware. So it's useful to put in. And that means that the arena should no longer be covered in resources. Let me see if that's currently the case online. I don't know if anyone's playing. Which, by the way, I didn't actually advertise this. Let me advertise it for a second. Hang on. Okay, yeah, Horforia is playing. I'm going to put melee bots down. Melee cloaking shield. Melee, pursue enemy, cloaking. Oh, wait, whoops. Sorry. The Ultra Killer bot isn't online yet. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys that. Okay. Well. There. All right, let's deploy those. And then what was I going to do? Oh, advertise. That's right. So, Botland now costs 10 loyalty points to get an account right now. Which, note the account will expire on Sunday. To get access, whisper Botland bot the word game. Did I make the Ultra Killer bot? Yeah. If you have Harvest hardware, do you get the life bonus and the damage boost? No, you only get the life bonus after you're already at the maximum for damage boosting. So basically, if you, regardless of whether you have the hardware or not, reclaiming will always give you some benefit. The only way that's not true is, I guess, if you were already at max life when you got a heal. And we're going to keep an eye on balance of that eventually. We're not at that point yet. So the majority of the, wait a second, the only place where this was ever used was in the test simulation server. That seems kind of weird. Entity util. And I don't believe that this was imported. It was not. All right, so let's do this. Stars entity util from this /ACS /entity util. Did I just miss something? Kartoffel. Well, hello. Okay, so that should be done. Yeah, okay, so now this number that used to be 16 lines removed is now, it's actually kind of hard to tell. This one, I don't know, whatever. There's a lot of lines removed. The more we see added to entity util, which is here, 88, the better, because they all belong in entity util. So next, I'm going to run the test again. I'm going to do this whole incremental process here. Oh, German for potato. You don't. God, you can't, unless you know enough about the languages, you wouldn't know that that's German, or if it's just a username. Let's find out. I know how to say armadillo in German. It's Panzerschwein. Armored pig. Okay, I'm attempting to search potato. Okay, I now believe you that it is potato. Knowledge acquired. Wait, it's Danish? Is it? Yeah, whatever. Hey, Var. Assert is not defined. That's coming from entity util. Yeah, I did not check this. There's util, there's everything else. Yeah, okay, so we just need to do this. Get assert, done, and rerun the test. Okay, on fire component is defined but never used. Good. Is stun component should be the same way. Yep, good. What's going on? Why can I not click things? Oh, there we go. And assert is not defined, so that's been fixed. These things are fixed. That's all. Yep, we're good. And the test should pass. Perfect. Yeah, so we're in good shape. Refactoring a bunch of code. And do you know there's a double click to translate message in BTTV? I don't believe it. To the point where I'm not even going to double click that. Alright, next up. So stun, get life of entity, apply buff to player entities. That's probably going to need to be there still, fine. Wipe out all entities, sounds good. Get cardinal direction from. This doesn't belong in the arena. Yeah, this doesn't belong in arena. But we don't have constants in here, and I want to keep this as low as possible as far as imports go. So while it doesn't belong there, I'm not going to move this right now. Get closest bot matching flags. This is needed. This is needed. Are entities friendly and are entities allied? This is not needed in here. Are entities allies? Get owner of entity. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is this. Well, there's a player depot in here. We could pass in the player depot though. That's not a problem. Man. There's so much to change. Alright, I'll do this for another like 20 minutes maybe. And then I think I'm going to move on to the tests, which, I mean, neither one of these things is that engaging for me, but this is pretty boring. Yeah. Oh, there's an option for it. Okay. Because I was going to say I had double clicked it in order to select the word to type into Bing. Or wait, did I? I don't even remember. I'm making things up. How did implementing EMP go? The implementation actually went pretty well. I haven't tested it yet. Those are the tests I'm going to write today. But yeah, I think it's working. Also, yeah, Horforia is not deploying bots. What are my bots? Melee, cloaking, shield. Yeah, I'm gonna run a giveaway actually. Let me start that. And let me run just a lights giveaway before that. Whoops, giveaway. Oh my god. Okay, Orange Ray wins. So let's click this keyword, botland. Adam, did you just have a stroke? No. All right, so there we go. So if you want to get access to botland, have you seen the amazing programming animation it has? Oh, you're asking Weedly. Oh man, I don't know why you were asking. Okay. Yeah, so if you want to get access to botland, just type botland in the chat. You'll be entered into a giveaway, and I'll do 5 of them. So 5 people will win. And here's what I'll do. I'll run the giveaway after refactoring the owner related functions. I think there are 3 of them. So I'm going to do this. So this will probably take 5-ish minutes. So you have time to join the giveaway. Let's start with get owner of entity. Where is that? Get owner of entity. Here it is. Yeah, so I don't think this is needed. I think this is going to go over to entity util. And there's one other key point about this function that makes it different, which is that I actually have to change this function too, so that it takes in a player depot. Player depot. Is there anything else in here that's needed by this function? So this needs to be removed. So this should not show up in this entire file. Yeah, it doesn't, only in comments. We get owned by player component, component names, util, player depot. Yep, looks good. And then this can just be here. People are emerging from the depths of Lurk City. Actually, is anyone emerging from there? Let's see. Toke doesn't usually talk in here. And she's Sars. Also doesn't usually talk. But everyone else, I've seen type some things. So get owner of entity. I'm going to go refactor this. So we have arena, chase target system. Oh boy. Yeah, this will be interesting, because I got to be careful about how I do this. This has to be entity util, and we need to pass in the player depot. How about I just change the entity util parts of this first, and then pass in player depot. Just gotta be careful about how I do this. Yeah, okay, well that file's done now. So we go back to the find results. We are done with this. Hey, Altio Nemesis. How many people have joined the giveaway so far? Yeah, I'll probably just finish up this function then and then run the giveaway. That way people can start playing. I mean, people can start playing anyway. Alright, so next up, chase target system. This does not have entity util. Then anywhere where we said get owner of entity. So we don't have a player depot in here, and that's what's kind of annoying about this stuff. So yeah, this needs to change to this. And then we've just got to be careful about putting this here. This dot arena dot player depot. I don't like this. Get owner of entity, get owner of entity, get owner of entity. Ideally, I'm gonna write this down to look over this. Look over the calls to get owner of entity and see if I can simplify this in some places. Altair says, what are you doing? I'm working, well, assuming you're talking about just at a high level, what am I doing? I'm working on Botland. What am I doing right now? I'm working on refactoring some code. Largely uninteresting stuff. Find result. Okay, So there's a couple more files to work through here. There's this one, entity util, and then we say here this dot player depot. Good. Okay, I think that's it. All right, good. Next up, I can delete all this, and that leaves what, like 7 more places? That's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's also not very fun. Oh, well. I guess the level of indirection I had here is still the same. I'm either going to be accessing it on, or the function on the arena, or the player depot on the arena. Alright, 2 more files, I think. Client and game server. This changes to entity util. This dot player depot because it's an arena. So, and they're, yeah, I'm gonna look this over afterward. Whoa, what's this doing here? It should be deleted. Hopefully, I can just safely delete that. Yeah, I'm learning that I shouldn't be doing things this way. All right, let's make the last couple of changes. It's just here. This should be entity util. And do we have a player depot here? I don't actually know. Yeah, we do. Okay. So that's that. So now I wanted to run the giveaway. Let's do this. Number 1, Horforia wins. Horforia already has access. So actually, well, I'll run another giveaway. Nico. Roll Grimanja. And 2 more. Oh, let me turn this off. Levra. And Jack HDTV. Alright, cool. Now let's figure out who of these people already has access to the game. Has pre-beta. Because I think a couple of these people have it. Yeah, Horforia has one. Nico doesn't. I don't know if Grimanja does, but then Jack, let me check Jack. So, Horforia, do you want me to give it to somebody else of the remaining 5 people, or do you want me to give you points? You pick. And then Wheatley says, are you planning on adding a sandbox game mode where you print out variables, add opponent bots? Something like that, yes, eventually, and hopefully. Okay. Reroll. Okay, then I will give it to somebody else. And that somebody else is Wheatley. Does Wheatley have this? No, Wheatley does. So I'm going to re-roll it again, and we're going to give it to Toke. Okay, great. Cool. So that's everybody. So now let's give out the accounts, and then everyone will have access to the game. So we do this. And all right, this will slowly give out accounts to people. So Nico should have an account now. Wheatley, it's totally fair. Wait, did that work for Grimanja? It should have. Uh-oh. It didn't send a message about it. That doesn't seem right. Okay, I think it worked. It just didn't advertise it correctly. So then Levra. There we go. And then Jack. Oh, see a hardline. Okay, cool. So congrats to all the giveaway winners. I'm going to show you guys briefly how to play. So you'll connect to the link that you were given in a whisper. You'll type in your Twitch name here. You'll type in the password that the bot gave you. You'll read through the EULA and the privacy policy and check the box when you're done. You'll click connect, and then here, and I know the UI is not final on the game. You guys have probably seen a little bit of this on the stream. This is where you customize the bots that you have usable during a match. So your inventory is where you'll pull items from. You'll put them in here according to what you find in the help button here. I know this is not straightforward right now. If you need any help with this, let me know. If you don't have items, you can buy them. If you don't have even money to buy stuff, you can perhaps use your fake money to purchase salvage packs and then open those, which would give you money and items. So you can get stuff that way. When you're done, or if you just feel like moving on and not worrying about this, just hit join game. You will be in the game. And right now it's Nico, Horforia, and myself. And I'm going to deploy a bot. So when you press B, you'll load up the Blockly page. You'll see the bots that you have over here. So I'm going to go with my melee and cloaking bot. And then I can just start dragging blocks on here that will control my bots and how they work. So I want to use melee. I want to pursue an enemy. I want to cloak. And I want to just move around. And that's it. And I'll deploy my bots. And here they are. Oh, I forgot shielding. Hang on. Let me kill my bots off. Let me put shield self at the bottom of all of this. There we go. So now they'll be shielded, and now they'll move around. When they see an enemy, they'll cloak, and then they'll try meleeing them to death. Do we have an API to check what bot this is? Kind of like GitBot. It would return bot, A bot, B bot, C. You don't have that now. You could kind of get it by using the init function. Gramanja says, Hugh, I'm such a bad troll. Wait, why? Did you already have access to the game? Oh, there it is. Gramanja bot access. Well, let me know what you want me to do. I can give you the points back. I can give someone else access to the game. Lever says, when I entered the wrong password, I got an error 500. That's probably expected for right now. The login flow, if you type in your login information wrong, is not really the best. I'm going to be changing that. But for right now, expecting a 500, that could be fine. Let's find out. Adam13531 made up password. Check and connect. Yeah, that's expected for right now. Yeah. And I know this goes away and you can't connect, just refresh the page. So yeah, like I said, let me know if you have any problems with this stuff. Actually, you know what? I didn't even need to... Yeah, no, I kind of wanted to do that. Okay, so I'll put the percent chance. I'll make a 50% chance. I'll make it actually, I just want to make it 25% chance to move toward the right. And I kind of want to pursue resources if I can't do that. Let's do that. There. Much better bot. Now these will also go clean up the arena, which will... Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. There's a bug right now. Reclaim... Wait, what? Yeah, what? What's going on right now? Okay, I gotta look this up on the server. Hang on a second. This'll take me a minute. Reclaim is breaking. In fact, let me... Oh, man. Come on. How did I break Reclaim? Fine, get rid of this stuff. Okay, so that should have been added. Let's launch the SSH butler and figure out if I just broke the server or not. How would you use init to get the bot entity thingamabob? So I'll tell you what I meant, but it's not exactly what you were looking for. But first let me take a look at this. Something... No, Reclaim just isn't working for some reason. I don't know why. Well, that was weird. I'll write this down on the list. I don't know what's going on though. I had a melee plus reclaim, but no reclaim hardware bot, but it only stood on the resources and never actually reclaimed the resource. That's very weird. Oh, you get points in Forzen's chat? Huh. I wonder how many I have. Anyway, so how would you use the init to get the bot entity? Yeah, so it's not something you would. You're pretty much right, Wheatley. You basically just say like my bot type equals whatever, like 5 or something. Eventually, you'll probably have a way to identify your bots, but we're running through potentially a huge redesign of itemization in the game. We're going to talk about it more tomorrow. So we haven't had the meeting. We haven't settled on something yet. What we're talking about, to tell you guys in brief, is right now there's only about 20 items in the game, and you can have 8 bot bays. So if you wanted to put all of the items on over the course of your bots, you could do that. But eventually, let's say there's 50, let's say there's 100 items. The most number of items you can have on a bot is 7, and you'd never want 7 because that means they're all very weak. You probably want like somewhere between 2 and 4. So let's say we added something like this. We added concussive missiles, destroys shields on the target. The way that Botland currently works, you'd need to decide that you want concussive missiles on your bot before you even enter the match right now, which means you can't be reactive about concussive missiles. To the extent to which you can be reactive is that you can put it on a bay and just not use that bay until you see people deploying bots with shields. That's a little unfortunate. And what I like in this too is, imagine if I said you can live in a house and you can only pick 5 things to bring into the house with you. You're going to pick the things that you'd want the most, right? Food, clothing, maybe heat. You're probably not going to pick a fire extinguisher, despite that if a fire happens in your house, you will want that 100%. So same thing here. When there's a shield bot, you're probably going to want concussive missiles because that's a really good choice for destroying shields. But you can't be reactive the way that the game is designed right now. So what we talked about is, okay, what if you could edit your bots? I know this sounds really silly. What if you could edit your bots hardware inside a game? And the reason why it sounds silly is because for the first, 15 recap videos I did, that was the case, that you could edit your bots in a game. So we're thinking, if you can do that, what repercussions does it have on the itemization system, monetization? How does it change the strategy you use during a game? How does it affect the UI? So we have a lot of different things to kind of settle on, and I want to make sure we come to these conclusions in the next week or two and then fully figure out what are the edge cases here, what other impacts will there be. So yeah, there's a lot, and that's what we're talking about now. Until that point, yes, you'll configure your bays before you enter a match, and then you'll use them as normal. Okay, so I always find this a little bit strange. I run a giveaway and no one seems to join from the giveaway. Anyway, that's fine. Your accounts will expire on Sunday though, so it pretty much means you're going to be able to play for the rest of today. Now, I just modified a pretty key function here, get owner of entity. Let's run the test to figure out if this works. Lever says I watch. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's fine. You don't necessarily need to play after signing up. But in my mind, here's what I'm thinking, is that by signing up, it meant that you wanted to play, and then you win the giveaway, and then don't play, and I think of it as a little bit strange is all. Yeah, so I broke some tests. This is bad. And the linting itself, well, one of the things finished. I broke 13 tests. Cannot read property, get player by ID of undefined. This means that I'm not passing in a player depot correctly. Which I'm not, yeah, I forgot this. Is that it? Is that the only place I forgot things? Who knows? Oh, and Lever, no, that's totally fine. Totally fine. Like I said, it was a bit peculiar to me. But it's your prerogative whether you do that or not. Okay, so these things are all fine. And in fact, let me do things this way. Let me just search for just this line, Control L, Control C. So here are all the instances of this. Which ones don't have a player depot in any of these? This one. There is still one that doesn't. Let's find it. Can you do something like this? Let's see. Set bot equals true. You can do this. I mean, so a couple things, Weedly. One, there's no real point in putting setBot equals true and then only doing something once in the update function. That's the whole point of the init function. So you could just put bot type equals randint 1, 1000 here. Eventually, in the final game, the way we have things planned, I think you probably will have access to what kind of bot you are. But that's why I got sidetracked on the itemization that I talked about, because it's related to this. Yeah, Weedly, I think this is one of those, like, wait about 8 or 9 months and then things might be different. And is the video stuttery? I don't know. Yeah, if people in chat don't mind answering, is the video worse than on other days? Oh, this doesn't exist anymore. Or is it because I searched by regex? Let's find out. Will we eventually have access to JS objects? No, almost definitely not. And part of the reason why is because they give you some better storage options, but they really open up to a lot of attacks. What's the highest max number we can use in randint? Whatever the highest number is in JavaScript. I mean, realistically, you don't really need to do that. You could just say something like 1E9, and I mean, between 1 and a billion is practically infinite as far as botland goes. If you're looking for a unique number, then there's a better way to do that. You can make a unique number for this by doing if not exists shared a equals 0, my ID equals shared a plus plus. So the first bot you deploy is going to get ID 0, the next one's going to get 1, the next one's going to get 2. So if you wanted to do that, that would work. Let's see if I finished this stuff. Okay, the linter passed. That's good. But what's more important than the linter passing is the test passing. And I fixed 2 instances that were broken before. Good, they work. So Judge Bacon, I would like to know how they'd be useful to you, because I don't want to get in the way of ease of use. I do want to get in the way of security problems. So if you could use objects, you could store arbitrary things, or it would slow down the game because I'd need to check and make sure that you're not storing whatever it is that you want. I need to make sure that you're not accessing parts of objects that you're not allowed to get. They have to be only your own object. And there's just a lot of ways to get around that stuff. Alright, so then this has been modified. I think I'm going to check just this part in for right now. Refactored more functions out of the arena classes and into entity util. How far did you get by now? Murdoch asks. I think the recap videos is a good way to answer that. I have gotten a lot more stuff done. Let me see about this. Yeah, so let me link you to, well, I mean, if you just go to bot.land and then click YouTube, you'll find all the recap videos. But here they are. And these recap videos tell you what happens every week. I sum up all the development that I did in about 2 minutes or less. So if you were to go, let's say 10 weeks ago to Melee and Leaderboards, that's when I'd finally added Melee and Leaderboards into the game. And now they've been there for a while. And then I added in buffs, and then I added more hardware, some other account features, items, inventory, store, salvage packs. And this week, I mostly worked on new hardware. So there's now there's now all of this stuff in the game that wasn't there before. Reclaim now has 3 variations. There are 3 new variations on lasers: Inferno, which lights them on fire; Vampiric, which steals life; and Stunning, which stuns. Inferno Zapper, which lights things on fire. There's armor in the game. There's EMP has been added, so you can disable enemy hardware. There's a lot more. There are a lot more options that you get in the game right now. So I need to just look through this. So get owner of entity. Yeah. Chase target system. Cool. Cool. Did get owner of entity get removed from here? Get buff value from entity did. Okay. So get owner from entity must have come from the shared arena, which I haven't gotten to yet. This is all set. Yep. This is good. Is get owner of entity in here? Yeah, there it is. And it was removed. Good. I'm very glad he didn't give up. Keep going. Wait, Murdoch, how long have you been here for? 36 minutes. When did you stop in last? And hey, Walter. Judge Bacon says I couldn't give you an example right now. I remember a few cases in the past. Okay, yeah, Judge Bacon, let me know. And I'm not saying that I don't believe you or something. I do think there are instances where you'd say, yeah, that would be nice to have. But I want to make sure that whatever scenario you're trying to accomplish, we either come up with an equally nice to have way, or I say that's a fringe scenario and yeah, we're not going to allow that, or something along those lines. That way I'm in the know about this. So I'd appreciate that. That'd be good. Okay, cool. So we're done. That's it. That's all this was. This was just refactoring. So I still got to work through the rest of the shared arena and then the code execution system. Yeah. No, that's it. Shared arena code execution system. You can see your rank only in the database, which is on my computer. So if you happen to be in the top 50, let's see if you are. You are not. So I can modify this really fast if you want, and I can try to get it to show you. So we need to load up database wrapper. Yeah, I wrote top 50 rows.length. Let me just change this to top 75, and I'll upload this for you guys to look at. There. And I know it includes me and my bots, but I'm not going to fix that right now. Oh, entered in November. Wow. Okay. Well, welcome back. All right. Actually, let's set this for a week. There's no reason not to. Okay, so the thing I just linked in chat is what you're seeing on my screen, really. So let's see, is Varro on this list? Oops, that's not how I do this. No. Alright, yeah. Varro, I don't know where you rank. I mean, you could figure out roughly where you rank by extrapolating downward. So you have 64 points. Number 75 has 345. So you're probably in the hundreds somewhere. Let's see, anyone else on this list? You can split up Panda's name in different ways. Panda with as hot gun. Okay, getting back to the code and not looking at people's usernames. So close out of this stuff. It was what? The shared arena that I need to keep looking through, which was this function list. So let me close out of the rest of this. Don't need that or that or that. Great. So I got get owner of entity refactored out. Next, I think I need to get these things out of there too. Yeah, and I know I said this in my today command for today, but this is pretty much going to be the rest of the day of these like annoying but necessary code tasks. That's true, Varu. You are. I have not promoted anyone else to Supreme Wizard. Oh yeah, this is done too. Okay, so our entities friendly comes up next. And then our entities allied, which actually probably needs to be first given that friendly depends on ally, I believe. Yeah, it does. So we change this one. Okay, so this only now uses entity util and then a player depot of its own. Yeah. And that's only for get owner. What I could do, and there's probably nothing wrong with doing this, the entity itself can know who owns it. It doesn't need to refer to a player depot. Yeah, I think that's how things should probably eventually change. Well, I don't even know where to write that. Adam is a cheater. What are you talking about? I've just been here for long enough to get my 1 billion points, and you're jealous. The SharePoint Sue Chief? I'm not sure if you mean something else. Okay, so I'd have to change this around. Yeah, let's just do it. Fine. I'm going to move everything all at once. There should be our entities foes as well. Yeah, here. So let's take that too. And let's just refactor all these out of here. Okay. So all of these functions, we say export function on all of these things, and then these all need to take in player depots too, which is a little unfortunate. There, then this takes in a player depot so that this is no longer there anymore. This is just, I don't need to call this. Alright, pass this in. Wait, our players allies. No, I don't want to have to do it this way. So our entities allies, do entities share owner. That's not something that exists here. Maybe I shouldn't have done things this way. Maybe I should have been smarter about this. Do entities share owner. This takes in a player depot, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Sous chef. Okay. That's what I thought. Tile name, does it start at 0, 0 in the left top? It starts at 0, 0. Yep, you're correct. And that does refer to the upper left. That's the origin. So this does not use player depot in it. So do entity share owner. Doesn't need to take that in. Okay, so let's take a look at all these now. We have a new argument. Player depot, player depot. True if the entities are owned by the same player or are owned by allied players. So we check our entities allied. The player depot is needed in there. Good. And do entities share owner? That's not needed. Good. Okay, cool. So then this added in an argument as well. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. Okay, good. Our entities foes is not our entities friendly, which also takes in a player depot. So we need this here. I assume all types of lasers have the same range. They do, and the range scales based on what level you're using. So if you take a look at, so lasers level 1 has a range of 3, level 2 has a range of 4, and level 3 has a range of 5. So it just goes 3, 4, 5. And that's true of Vampiric, and that's true of Inferno, and that's... Yep, so all of them just go 3, 4, 5. Because it returns true if 2 bots are foes. Good. And then do entities share owner. Okay, also good. So now all of these functions need to be updated everywhere. Start with our entities friendly. Hey, not too many locations for that. Making progress. So this is in the code execution system, so we need to say this.arena.playerDepot. This is in the same place. Oh, what am I doing? Entity util again. Okay, good. Good. Now we're in arena. This changes to entity util, and this changes to just player depot. And that's it. Okay, so that's done. Next, our entities allies. You need to search for that. There's only one external location for this, and that's here. This changes to entity util, and then I believe the function now takes in a player depot. It does, which we're in arena, so we just have access to it directly. All right, great. So then there are 2 other locations, one here, and those are fine. All right, we have 2 more of these things. Our entities foes. What does stun do again? Stun is described on the bot states wiki. Wiki bot states, yeah, here. I think it describes it better than I could describe it quickly, so I think if you have a question after that, let me know, and I can always update the wiki. And eventually, once I fix wiki accounts, you guys can update the wiki too, but I have it broken right now. So our entities foes, this needs to change to entity util.ourentities foes. And our entities foes does take in a player depot. More stuff to pass to it. Yep. And that's it. Okay. And then there are 2 locations in here too. So this changes to entity util. And this changes to it too. I keep hitting backspace instead of end. Yeah. So that's that. One last function that I can run these tests in the linter again. Although the linter shouldn't come up with anything. Do entities share owner. I don't know where this is called from. Perhaps only 1 location. No, 2 locations. But only 1 is external. Entity util. And that's it. It doesn't need to take a player depot. So EMP is like stun, except it can only hit 1 piece of hardware, or one type rather. It's also AoE. It's not quite like stun. Stun, when applied to someone, will only last for 1 turn, and it's no matter what. EMP will only stun you if you try using the thing that is EMP'd. So if I do EMP lasers and you do fire missiles, then you're not stunned. If you do fire lasers, then you're stunned. So it's a conditional stun that can kind of last for 2 turns, because if you try doing this on your 2nd turn as well, you'd be stunned for 2 turns in a row, whereas stun cannot stun lock you in the same way. So that they have very different design spaces, I feel. And I think that's a good thing. And wait, why are there so many changes here? Oh no, there aren't. Okay, good. Yeah, so I think everything is finished up then. All right, moment of truth. Run the test. Also, I must have closed out of these tabs. I don't remember doing that. I broke everything. Okay. Well, 98 tests failed. I guess let's look at this and figure out what I broke. Assert code execution system dot is on fire. This what? What? No. This is. I know what probably happened. Enemies are probably no longer considered enemies, so bots can't fire at each other probably. Is there a this in here somewhere that I forgot? No, there isn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed. Okay, let's search for this stuff again. Oh, what did I break? There's an undefined function or something somewhere. Entity util, good. Those were modified. Yeah, and these are in files where I already had this imported. Also good. Yeah, so this one looks totally fine. So that's 1 out of 4. Let's go to this one. Check and see if they're allies. Entity util, yeah, good. And good. Yeah, that's 2 out of 4. This shouldn't be called anywhere. Is that CMDR? No, it's ConEmu, which is what CMDR is built on. Wraithy says 98 new record. Wait, 98 of what? Oh, 98 test failed. Yeah, that's right. Oh god. Okay, so our entities foes takes in a player depot as well. Good. And these are all arena. And then, yeah. Okay, so then there's only one other thing that I could have screwed up. And that was... I keep clicking the wrong thing. Do entity share owner. Or I suppose I could have messed up the guts of these functions. Nope. This stuff all looks fine. So, what did I break? Yeah, what did I break? Player depot. 102. Alright, let's just look at one test, because looking at 98 is very difficult. And also the linter could tell us... No, it's not helpful. Okay, yeah, let's look at one test. Let's see what the first one to fail was. Here. Arena integration test should not steal life from reflected vampiric projectiles. We expected their life would be at 50 and we got 150. Yeah, this means that entities are not being tracked as foes correctly. It must be. And obviously, it has to be something like that because only changing these functions causes it to break. So let's figure out when you try to fire a laser, what happens. Code execution system, fire lasers. We get, so if you don't pass in a target, it'll figure out which targets are possible by doing will lasers hit, which eventually gets into here. Entity match flags.fo. So this comes from the arena. Where does this function exist? This right here. Okay, so we have foes specified. So it's going to call entity util.rEntitiesFoes. Oh, whoops. Whoops. I screwed up the parentheses. Huh. What was I even indicating the previous way? It was like the, oh, what? Yeah, it was like the comma operator. Weird. Yeah, weird. I gotta go look at all these things again. Ugh. Alright. Well, it doesn't need to be all of them. It just needs to be 75% of them. But I at least know what I'm looking for now, so this shouldn't take very long. It's our entities, allies, our entities friendly. So no, this one was fine, and those are fine. Okay, good. So that's done. So now there's just 2 more remaining. This shouldn't take very long. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yep, good. 1 more remaining. And this is only called from, I think, 1 spot, so this should go very fast. So we can actually start running the tests again. That looks good. It was actually called from more than 1 location. But no, all this looks fine. Okay, cool. So tests should pass. And they do. Alright, so 1 misplaced parenthesis. Par for the course when you're programming. I'm going to check these things in. refactored more functions out of, I'll just say into entity util. Okay, good. So we got that, and that finished. Increment kills and deaths, don't need to worry about that. These things I do want to move out of there. In fact, pretty much anything that has just entity as an argument. So, like those functions. Well, we'll go through some more of these. IDE would have told that ages ago. Yeah, bite me. That's what I say to that. No, it's true. I think IDEs have a lot of benefits. I think the cons can sometimes be speed or just maybe learning complexity. But yeah, there are times when it would help. Without tests, the error would be near impossible to find. Yeah, and that's the whole reason I wrote tests for this stuff. Botland, when you're actually in a game, this is not Botland. This is a picture of Botland. Okay, let's join Botland. When you're actually in a game, there are so many edge cases, so many of them, that it would be very difficult for me to make a change somewhere and say with confidence, yeah, I think the game's still working, unless I had tests written. So there's cloaking, there's reflect, there's shields, there's lifesteal, there's buffs, there's allied players, there's enemy players, there's your own bots, there's being able to see things that are too far away or vice versa. So many of those things I would probably just ignore if I were to say, okay, I made a change, let me test what I think was modified, and then just never figure out that there was a bug. Variables in the init function are global, correct? So I can use them in other functions without passing them through params. Yes, correct. So if you say init equals function, foo equals 5, and then update equals function, you don't have console.log foo, but if you were to do this, this would print 5. So, yep, just do it exactly like this. I'll paste this into chat, although this will get formatted very stupidly. Okay, next up. So get shield stats. This should be a relatively simple function. We get the shields on an entity, we iterate over them, we make sure that they're not dead, and if they're not dead, then we consider, what's this max life for? Oh, for showing health bars. And that's it. Yeah, so get shield stats should be called from only a couple places, I would assume. And yeah, it's only a couple places. It shouldn't be too hard then. Put this in entity util. So what I'm doing right now, every line of this file that exists is a line that did not have to exist elsewhere. I am changing very, very minor parts of these functions, but it meant that 221 lines of code so far were polluting another file where they didn't need to be. So get shield stats. This should never be used still. Oh no, just in a comment, that's fine. So that's good, that's good. Yeah, this is all fine. Yeah, okay, cool. So now we just gotta go modify this. So entity util. And there were two places here. Entity util. And that's it. So that was one of the ones that was very easy to fix. Now the next one was get sensor range. I think this is probably called for more locations, but again, it's a pretty straightforward thing. And I should run the tests again to make sure I didn't break anything with the last one. Okay, good. So get sensor range is defined in what, one place? Yes, just one place. It's mostly called from test code. So let's get rid of it from here. Make sure that this doesn't need anything else. It does need constant. That's okay though. Entity util. Slow sublime. What? Wait, what is my CPU at? Whoops, that's not how you check CPU. Yeah, I think OBS probably just stuttered for a bit there, right? Yeah, my CPU use was much higher because OBS gave me a warning, meaning it's usually like 60% when that happens. Can we do activate sensors to increase vision? So it's technically better to use it no matter what. Yes, there's one thing to consider here, which is just opportunity cost. So we've designed what we call idle actions, and they are these things: moving, activating sensors, revealing landmines, don't use this yet. Reclaiming, and then any activated abilities you may want. These aren't really idle actually, so I'll remove that. I'll put this down here maybe, so like shield, cloaking, you need to see. So moving, activating your sensors, revealing landmines, reclaiming. At the end of your turn, when you figured out, okay, I don't want to shoot things, I don't want to cloak, I don't want to do whatever else, you're going to do one of these things probably, or just standing still, I guess. And if you're going to do one of these things, then it means that you're not doing the other 4 of those things. So reclaiming can help you heal some life. But maybe in an effort to go reclaim, you want to make sure you're not hitting landmines. So first you reveal landmines. But then you're not activating your sensors, so you can't see as far away. And then you're not getting closer or farther from your spawn zone, etc. So yeah, there's no downside to using activate sensors other than opportunity cost. Well, there's also, that's pretty much it. I'm just gonna stop there. Yeah, okay. Get sensor range. So export function, and the test had passed. Yep, good. So returns the sensor range of the given entity. This technically doesn't belong here. I haven't been reading comments, and I should have. I think, yeah, the rest of the comments make sense. I actually did read the comments for one of the other ones. It said to put this in its own file, and now it is there. So constants, we need that. And now we don't because it's there. Next up, gotta update the references to get sensor range. By the way, part of the reason why I made today like a refactoring and testing day is because starting on Monday, we are in the trucking toward beta phase, which is the official name for it. Right here, I'm going to spend about 2 or 3 months on DevOps, then about 2 months on visuals, and then about 1 month for getting just whatever other features we need toward beta. And it may include sound and music, it may not. It may include the payment system, it may include the tutorial. We'll figure that out later. I'm hoping that this only takes about 2 months. The game will be in a much, much better state then, just from an infrastructure perspective. Trucking toward beta sounds fancy. Yes, it comes from the Latin phrase. I think once all of this is done, half of my worries will be addressed. And then the other half of my worries have to do with, will people play Botland, which will only really be addressed once we see the numbers increase, which right now I don't expect that to ever be more than about 5. What does DevOps mean? So DevOps in my mind is it's making a developer more into an ops person. Ops is operations, and it's mostly to do with any infrastructure. So the game itself, that's something that a developer would normally do, and then they'd take the game and they'd say, okay, I want to deploy this on a server. I want you to figure out, okay, what happens if a server goes down? What happens if we don't have enough servers? How do people connect to the database from there? That's all the operation side of things. And so as a developer being ops, that makes the person a DevOps person, and that means that I'm going to be the person handling all this. So when I say this, concretely what this means is setting up all of just the cloud infrastructure for this. So let's say 6 people want to play a game. Okay, great. Pair them up 3 versus 3, go put them onto a game server somewhere. Now another 6 people want to play. Well, we have one VM running a game over here. We're going to need another VM. What's responsible for doing that? That's the system I'm going to write. And this is going to be just a whole lot of me bashing my head against the wall because I'm not a huge fan of it, and it is necessary, and it was one of my biggest worries. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be very tough. Because you can get any number of things wrong there. And you don't necessarily know you've gotten it wrong until customers start complaining. So thankfully there are no customers yet in that sense. They're just players. Okay, almost done. Entity util. And that should be everything. Oh, except for that entity util doesn't exist here. Right, it doesn't. So we got to do this. Import star as entity util from ECS/entity util. I've seen this before. This is just the old manatee meme. That is a very old picture, by the way. So get sensor range is done. Well, it's done as long as this passes. It did. Great. Cool. So we can run these things too if I want. Alright, what's next? Get all entities in range. So we don't need this, we don't need this. Get line segment is just a really weird function. It doesn't belong in Arena. It's also probably very simple. Yeah. No need for this to belong here. But it does. So let's leave it there. Can sense tile. This sounds like something that is not needed here. Sensor range, get sensor range, reference entity, get component physics, Manhattan distance. Check if it's less than sensor range. Hey, Linko. This just never ends. Just never ends. How many lines have I gotten rid of from here? Like 200? Never separate a sea lion from their bucket. That's not a manatee. I was not thinking when I said that. Returns true if you, the reference entity, can sense this target. So that should be if the reference entity can sense the target tile. Hey, Bob. Yeah, so let's export this too. Done. Put it into entity util. Does this need anything else? Reference entity, got it. Component names, entity util. This needs to be done away with. Physics component, assert, I have that. Util, I have that. Yep, everything else here is fine, I think. So now we just update the instances of this, the callers. How many instances? 6, not bad. So can sense tile changes to entity util. We should actually copy paste that. Good. This dot arena, where am I? What was that? Yeah, that's fine. And that's everything. Yeah. Adam, what's your local time? It's 12:16. So just afternoon. Okay, let's run the test. And does botline run on multiple threads? Is that even possible in JS? So no, it doesn't. And yes, it's possible in JS using web workers or just multiple processes even. I don't know if Node has a way of spawning another thread. I don't think it does. But the typical way of doing things is you just spawn multiple instances of Node. So you run, say, 4 copies of your process, and it's as though you have a 4-threaded process, but not. It's not quite the same. Okay, so can sense tile, done. Can sense entity. Does this use anything in this? Are entities foes? Yeah, I think that's it. These are good changes. I'm happy that I'm making them. I'm just not happy about the process of making them. I want them to be done without having to do them myself. So returns true if the source entity can sense the target entity. Yeah, there was no reason for this to exist in Arena. Oh, whoa, except for this. Entity can sense mine. What is this? What does this do? If it doesn't exist, if they're friendly, try to see if there's a reveal landmines component. Get tile from entity. Oh man, this too. Other than that, though, this isn't too bad. What does this function do? Entity.get component. None of these functions belong to. Hire someone to do the work then? Yeah, that requires something that I don't have, which is money. And then this has this dot get tile. What does this do? Oh man. Oh, that's why all these things existed here. Okay. Now, where is get tile? X, Y. All it does is index into tiles. So how I could change this if I wanted to, and I'm not sure if I should, I could have this be a function that instead of being part of the arena, well no, this is part of the arena. This needs to be there. But everything that calls this, so for example, landmine, what was it? Something about landmines. Yeah, entities can't sense mine. So there's no this in this entire function until you get to the player depot or get tile from entity. And neither of those really need to exist. I just don't think it's really worth changing. Not yet, at least. Alright, so I guess we're not going to do that. Get entity from real ID. That is needed because this indexes the arena. Get entity ID from real ID. Whoop. That's needed too. Get entity from entity ID. That's needed. Get entity matching flags on tile. That's needed. Default tile filter function. Tile filter function for one side. Get all unoccupied tiles. Random index. Sure. Landmine trackers. This is probably not needed. What is this? Oh, it has get tile from entity though. Isn't that just the best? I don't like this. I think this does need to change. But I don't even know why the tile's needed. What is this needed for? Just for a tile index? That seems pointless. And this one too, what does this do? Get real ID from entity. That's pretty sure that's not needed. Entity. Yeah, this is not needed. Where is this defined? Right here. Adam, what is Node used for? A short summary. So Node is a JavaScript execution environment. Your browser is also a JavaScript execution environment. Your browser uses JavaScript to do client-side manipulations of, let's say, the web page. So I can do console.log x here, or 5, let's say. I can do the same thing in Node. So both just execute JavaScript. Why you'd want to use Node is because there is no browser here. I'm doing this in a console. So you can use it for server-side execution of JavaScript, whereas the browser, because it's only on client machines, like I wouldn't want to launch a browser in order to have the botland server running. So yeah, in short, it's a it's a JavaScript execution environment that's typically used for browsers. So what that means is you could use it to serve up web pages. You could use it to run a calculator. You can do anything you can do in JavaScript. Perfect break screen for you. What am I looking at? I don't follow what's happening. Okay. All right, getting back to this stuff. So I think one of the big problems here, I want to write this somewhere, or maybe I should just do it today. I don't know exactly, but a big problem in the arena code is that get tile only indexes tiles, which is really just an x, y, and index. I should really export a lot of functions like, and the functions were, what, get tile from entity? Yeah. Like get tile from entity and the landmine related functions to entity util so that they take in an arena. Because I think they're more related to entity than they are arena. And they don't modify the state of the arena. They're just used for accessing things. Find the invisible cow. Oh, I've seen this before. This is actually impossible to do if you don't have sound on. Well, it's not impossible. I guess you probably just keep clicking. But share arena. I think I just need to do this. Oh, and I don't want to. Just don't. Alright, I think I stop complaining and I just do it. But I think that before I get to that point, I can change some of these other functions that don't need something like that. It's basically just figure out where this is. So get real ID from entity. I need to go modify this one. This is a function that has just no need to exist in here. Lingo says, I read up on collision detection. I'm using SAT now. What is that? Oh, separating axis theorem? Okay. Neat. Okay, so let's put this in an entity util. Just gonna chug through all this. Export function. Alright, so we have component names, we have assert. Yep, all that stuff's fine. So now we just need to modify every instance of this. Yippity doo. Let's run another regular giveaway. I'm pretty sure the giveaways are rigged. I think they are. And they shouldn't be. So this is entity util. So that's done. Can get rid of all of this. This, same thing. Oops. Nice try. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah. I thought it was a nice try. Like, oh, you think it's rigged, but I'm the one who won. But no, that's not what you were saying. All right, so this one too. This is one of the cases where it's good that I changed this and that I'm happy about this, because I shouldn't have been calling something on the arena when it had no reason to exist there. The TTL system. What is this? This is pretty weird. From the entity, yeah, whoa, this is pretty weird. We need a way to get the entity ID. Get entity ID from... I didn't write one based on just the entity? That seems kind of stupid. Okay. Well, I guess let's not question this right now. And we'll just do this. Where did that go? Here. Alright, and finally, I believe we only have 2 files left. No, 1 file left, and it's just this one. And it's the arena, and so it should be very easy to fix. And now I run the tests again. That was a giveaway for light control. And yeah, actually Jack has won pretty much all the giveaways today. Hooray, the tests work. So let's run the linter and probably check in what I've done so far. I'm starting to get pretty hungry. It's 12:30. Okay, so that succeeded. These two are in the process of hopefully succeeding. Yep, looks good and looks good. This problem I'm not fixing yet. I will fix that eventually. So let's say refactored more functions to entity util. Let's take a quick look at some of this code. So get real ID from entity, get shield stats, get sensor range. I mean, this is great. The biggest thing is, again, this right here. Lines removed 71. The arena class gets smaller. Related functions are now in the same place. I think entity util runs the same risk of getting out of control, and it'll be easily splittable into, here are entity util functions that relate to buffs, here are entity util functions that relate to weapons, etc., etc. Oh, the blue ball machine? I've seen that before. That came from Something Awful originally. And yeah, Metasolid, ask any questions you want. I'm not guaranteeing I'll answer it, because some things I deem too personal or I don't have the answer. So get owner of entity. So this one's done. Okay, what's next? Get owner of entity. This is in the shared arena. Wait, what? It's not in here? Oh, I already got rid of it. That's right. If you were stranded on a deserted island with a computer, what programming language should you pick? I don't think I'd have to choose just one. And if I did, then that would mean that there's not enough space on the computer, I guess. So I wouldn't be able to program things anyway in whatever language I chose. Or that is just a hypothetical, I guess. I'm not sure what I'd pick. I mean, right now I'd probably pick JavaScript, but in the future I probably wouldn't. And can I still get updates? Ridiculous question. So get tile from entity. This was the thing that I wanted to change eventually. Modify entity shields. I think this is another one of those things that doesn't need to be there. This function will distribute amount, if negative, across all activated shields, breaking any as necessary. The reason this function is separate from modify entity life is because you may not want to mark an entity dead immediately on the client after modifying its life. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what this does. So shields to remove. It iterates over the entity's shield. And if the shield is dead, it pushes it to a thing to remove at the end. Then at the end, it goes through, removes all the shields, removes a component, sprite component if it exists. That's fine. This is the only part that's not fine. Right here. Update entity indexer. This takes the ID component into account. This is if we ever were rendering things based on shields, which we do. And then return amount. So what I could do is from any caller of this, which I believe there's only one caller. Maybe no, the client must call this too. I was going to say I could see if the shields break and then do something based on it. I could still put this into the client arena if I need to, just to wrap her around this. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold off on this one, although this doesnn't really have a need to be here. Not adding bind. God. This is an inside joke, but it is a funny inside joke. Okay, modify entity life, get landmine and tile. Entity can sense mind. What does this need to do? Are entities friendly? Give reveal landmine. Yep, can't do that. Is tile unbalanced? Get entities. This. Good. Okay, so really, there are still some functions that don't need to exist in here that are based on entities, but they're tied to the arena either because they need to get a tile or because they need to update the entity indexer. So if I were to change that, then like 6 of these functions could go away, which I think is a good thing to do in the long term. But I think EMP is a better thing to test right now. So I think I'm going to check in what I have, assuming I even made a change, which I don't remember. Linko says, how much time do you think you've saved on writing good comments and tests? I'm apparently in the mood for weird questions today. Which, by the way, Metasolid never actually asked a question. So I'm still confused. But how much time do I think I saved? On writing comments, I don't actually know. I don't know how much comments would save me. I think comments are the kind of thing where if you come back to code 2 or 3 months after you've written it, comments can be helpful to have. But as you're writing the code and you know what things do and you know generally what you're using, it's not going to matter too much. So the comments will save, if I ever hire someone else to work on Botland, it'll save them a lot of time, I assume. But I don't know how much. And then the tests have probably saved me a ton of time. These bugs can spin out of control sometimes. Like, you introduce vampiric lasers into the game and it turns out, oh wait, whoops, life leech applies to all lasers. I might not even find that bug at first because it's not something that crashes the game. It's something that a player would have to notice is happening and then report it to me, or I'd have to notice it, and it's unlikely that I would. And they might think that it's expected. They might think, oh, there must be some weird interaction with whatever's going on that I'm supposed to leech life there, and they're not, and I never notice, and so yeah. You spend a lot of time reading through your comments? Oh, well, in that case, then yeah, they probably have saved me time. Okay, so I think this is good enough for now. Yeah. The remaining tasks here either have to do with git tile in some sense or updating the entity indexer. Both are solvable problems, but I don't feel like doing them right now. And now happens to be that time. So the code execution system, let's look through this quickly, and let's do it in the same way that I had done this before. So we're going to search for, where is it? It's a regex I typed before. I could just come up with it again. It looks like I'm going to have to come up with it again. So that's fine. Caret space 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 slash w dot star slash brace. Find all and paste them into here. So here are all the functions I have written. I think this is not needed. Oh, this is going to be tough because a lot of these just use the active bot directly. Check my link and you need sound. Oh, so I saw the link. I know what the sound is. It's the Pee-wee's whatever that show was called. But yeah, I've seen that from a long time ago. Oh, how many of these do I want to change? Really, here's how the code execution system should probably look. It should probably look like this. What does this look like now? Git X. Oh wait, this is of. Oh, this is not what I wanted to look at. What do I do? I don't know. There shouldn't be this much code in here. That's the short story. So how do I remove a lot of it and still have it exist somewhere in the code base? Things like this, updating the cooldown on a component, I guess that's pretty simple. I could write a function here that just says something like entity util dot lower cooldown, and then I say this dot active bot and component names dot teleport cooldown. In fact, that does make a whole lot of sense. So I think I do that. Wait, it's not that? Oh. Alright. Well, I'll have to check it out later then, because I want to finish doing this. So Nico and Cipro suggest this. Alright, yeah, I think this is what I want to do. Lower component cooldown, maybe? Decrement component cooldown. Does that make sense? Active bot teleport cooldown. Yeah, I think this is good. I thought Node was going to be overcomplicated. It's the other way around. Yeah, I think Node is really easy to get started with, especially if you use something like Express. Although, just Node itself, all it is a JavaScript execution environment, so you really can just start immediately. X equals 5, x plus 2. Oh my god, it's 7. I can't believe it. When you get into what Node's typically used for, which is a client server, you have an HTTP server or you have a socket server or something like that, yeah, then things get a little bit more complex. You'll have to learn some stuff, but I think it's still easy to get started with. I need, oh, the The graphic was sound. Oh, alright. Yeah, I'll check that out later then. Wait, so I already watched that. I think it's this you wanted me to watch. It's just this with sound. Or well. Alright, so I want to make this change. I'm going to take this in here. So export function, decurrent component cooldown, entity, cooldown component name. So this takes in an entity and a component names dot, what do I do here? Something else does something like this too. Component names. Do I just type this in? Oh, I do. Okay. Well, there's that then. And does it return anything? No, probably not. Thinking about quitting the IT industry and becoming a carpenter? Are you actually planning on doing that, Void Dreamer? Huh. Decrements the given cooldown components. The given components cooldown property if it exists. Make sure that the components whose cooldowns you're lowering actually have cooldowns. Yeah. This is used for something like, yeah, well, anyway, it doesn't matter what it's used for. So, where is the function I wrote? Here. So we take this, we change active bot to just entity. We change the component name to the name here. Check that it exists. If util dot exists cooldown component, then cooldown component minus minus. Actually, no, we're just going to assert that it exists. Attempted to call with on a cooldown with or a component with no cooldown. JSON.stringify cooldown component. Excuse me. Okay, then we can just do this here. I've rewritten my question. If you were to teach someone programming by putting them on a deserted island with a computer and a language, wouldn't pick them up until they've learned the language, which language would you choose? Probably a very simple language, because I wouldn't want to be stuck on a deserted island with someone for very long. What's the simplest language to learn? I would make my own language, and the only thing you could do in it is print hello world. That's it. You can't even specify a different string other than hello world. And they'll have learned the language when they can type these 19 characters. And Alec Bine says, I think this might be your chance to architect it a little differently, but I don't know if you want to do that. Let me think about this. So first, let me change the code, and then let me see if I'm happy with it. Because I think all of these update cooldowns were the same function anyway. Because what I could do is say, alter a property on a component arbitrarily. I could change it into something like this: alter component property, entity, component name, property name, value, and then do something sort of like what I did here. Get the component, then do component property name equals value. But I don't think I want to do that. Are you running the converter of ES6 on the server or before commit? So over the course of Botland, I've done it in both of the different ways. Either when you start it, Babel runs and immediately transpiles what you have, but that takes so long. So what I do now is I have a bunch of different watch tasks running in the background where anytime I make a change, so take a look at this for example. If I change code execution system, I just hit save button here. This is not the right color. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, see, so it updated my bundle file. And yeah, monadic bind, I agree. I think re-architecting can be good if I have a good architecture in mind, and I don't have a better one right now. And I also think that these functions need to exist somewhere. A lot of these functions, at least. So I don't think I can ever get rid of the our entities foes. I don't think I can ever get rid of that function, because you need to know when something's your enemy. And since I can't get rid of it, I think it just needs to exist in the right place. Oh, changing to Redux. I actually thought when you said Redux it up that you were replying to Lyndon. Yeah. And Void Dreamer says, I just spent my free time over the last 3 weeks building beds for my kids. It was really fun, low stress, and didn't require me to deal with lazy tech support. See, I think this is where you get into the question of monetary viability versus happiness. So being a carpenter, and I don't know how much you get paid, but just on average, I think carpenters probably make less than programmers do. And if you're okay with that, that's totally cool. And if you're happier, I think it results in a better life. And if, I guess, your family is happier too. So for example, with me, and I'm not going to get into too many personal details here. You guys know I have a wife and that she has a job. And so that's kind of our income right now. If I were, let's say, working on Botland for the next 20 years, even if it makes me happy, that's something I probably couldn't do. So, well, yeah. Anyway, let's get back to work here. Instead of just making changes, you can build up a data structure, and then you can apply that data structure at once to the world. Yeah, and I really need to think about that before I do it and wrap my head around what changes would be involved and how much of the code base would be affected by it, and then what I'd be able to do moving forward, how much it would save me there. So I think for now I am just going to make these changes, because part of this is like I wanted to have work to do for today that doesn't involve spinning up a 3-day task. You saw those 20 years pass. Yeah. I imagined. It's like what they say, right before you die, you live an entirely different life, or maybe replay your whole life. In that 5 seconds I was explaining it, I went 20 years in the future. I was 640 years old. I think this is good for now. And then I think every time I do this, I change the code to something like this. And then there doesn't need to be a function for this, since this is hardly ever called anywhere, so we just get rid of this, replace it with one line here, and get rid of update teleport cooldown. You change assignment statements to creating new data and then return that. Yeah, I don't think my brain is willing to accept anything right now. I think I need to go eat after I'm done with this change. Add that to the funny comment document you used to have. There are a lot of kappas in chat right now. And the majority, well, that's not a kappa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they're all coming from, nope, only 6 of the 7 are coming from Lyndon right now. That's a high kappa per minute for this chat. Okay, anyway, updating the rest of these cooldown components. We do almost the same thing we had here. So first I'm going to change things this way, because these should all be the same, right? Yeah, good. So first I'm going to change things this way. Cooldown component on shield cooldown. This doesn't seem right. Do we use cooldown component in the rest of this? No, we don't. We actually could do this here too. Hey, Xpixel. Okay, so update charge cooldown doesn't need to be there anymore. Cool. Get rid of that. Delete this. Update EMP cooldown. Probably the same way. Yep. Let's get rid of that. Paste that in there. Oh wait, what's the cooldown name? EMP cooldown. Okay, that makes sense. EMP cooldown. Why does this exist in multiple locations? Oh, that's why. Okay, and then that's it, right? So where else do we have cooldown minus minus in here? Update activated component. So we can say entity util dot decrement cooldown component this dot active bot cooldown component name. And hopefully we don't use the cooldown component any longer. We don't. Perfect. And that's it. That was all I needed to do. So let's run the test again. Probably do all of that stuff too. Okay. So this was just the change of, yeah, refactored how cooldown components are updated from code execution system into entity util. I liked iTerm too. I had a bunch of stuff in iTerm too that would color my tabs based on what I was doing. I thought that was pretty nice. GitHub.com Xpixel. Pyrite. This is what you're updating right now? Wow. Neat. That's the wrong one. Wait, is it? Did I not? I thought I saw Pyrite in here. Didn't I? Pyrite 2. Oh. Oh. Whoops. That's not even your GitHub. Alright, whatever. I'm done with this. So, next. These things are all good. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at this. So we should have all the same things we had before, but just fewer lines of code. So charge cooldown, EMP cooldown, teleport cooldown. There's EMP, there's teleport, there's charge, and there's shield. Yeah, I think it's fine. And in the end, I removed a total of 34 lines of code. Cool. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Why is this tab orange? Uh-oh. That's not good. What changed? Nothing. Weird. Okay, cool. I still need to do this at some point, I think. Look over the calls to get over of entities, see if I can simplify this in some places. I had a melee plus reclaim, but no reclaim hardware bot. It only stood on the resources and never actually reclaimed resources. Let's see if this is still an issue right now. Oh, I see. Got it, Xpixel. All right, so we're gonna connect to the server. It doesn't actually matter about any of that stuff. So here's what we do. We make We don't have a melee bot, but melee doesn't matter. We're going to do this. We're going to say, if will melee work, then do that. Otherwise, pursue a resource. And then reclaim is not on there. Reclaim if we can. Oh, maybe I just put them in the wrong order. So pursue. Oh, that's probably what I did. Yeah, I bet there was no bug. But now it's impossible for me to know. I should have taken a print screen. I didn't. But anyway, are these? Yeah, these go in harvest. Yeah, I think I just put reclaim after the pursue command. What schemes are you using in Kanimu? What are schemes? I don't know what a scheme is. Yeah, have to let me know what that is. Reclaim was under pursue resource? Dude, if you actually remember that, that's pretty impressive. So yeah. Which means it was working as intended. Okay. So yeah, when I get back from lunch, I'm gonna work on the EMP tests. And this will probably take, if I had to guess, an hour and a half. If it actually finds bugs, awesome. There's a point to writing them. If not, that's fine. There's still a point to writing them. They're regression tests at that point. Linko says no way for me to know. Well, I guess I could just go back and look at the VOD. Oh well. Okay. Alright, so thank you guys for watching so far. I'm going to go to lunch. When I get back from lunch, I'll be back for about 3 hours. And who's on the list? Frunky and Orphoria. So let's do this. BRB lunch. 45M. I'll probably be back before 45 minutes is up. Go to settings, then color. There you'll find schemes. Settings, color. What? Settings and then color. I would expect it to be an appearance somewhere. Oh, wait a second. Oh, there's a drop down for this, right? Or something. Oh man, I don't remember where this is. I know what you're talking about though. View. Yeah, I'm using, I want to say just Monokai. Features colors. Oh, here. Scheme. Yeah, Monokai. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. So when I am back, I will be well fed and I'll have the energy to work on the EMP test. So see you guys after lunch. Take care. Okay, that's not enough. That's probably good. All right, hey everyone. Let me look through chat. Hey, Benecaster, thank you for following. Hopefully you got control over my lights. Can has not visited this channel. And yeah, you should be able to, Lyndon. I think you just typed the name wrong. Yeah, I'll check in a sec. Ephemeral, type this. It'll give you the link and your password. Okay, so there was something I was going to answer in chat. Oh yeah, the whole can thing. Let's find out. Okay, so how do I do this? Execute SQL. Select star from phantom bot time where variable equals or variable like can %. Database is locked. There, we got it. Can 988. That's what you meant to type. Yeah, so. Wait, is that what you meant to type? Yeah, I guess you gave away your points before you left. Yeah, 21 hours. Also, I'm going to put this into my notes, because searching for something like that is pretty useful. There are other commands that I have. Oh. Finding, searching based on starts with. All names that start with can. Okay, cool. Where we left off earlier today was writing EMP tests, so I'm going to start writing them. And almost forgot. Gotta remove these two people from lunch, BRB. So I gotta remove Frunky twice. I think I can close the rest of these things. Yep. Alright, EMP tests. I'm just going to start these before I start to think about what it takes to do them. So make sure bots under the effects of EMP do not have their cooldowns affected. For example, if you try to use teleport while EMP'd, your teleport is usable as soon as EMP wears off. How do you get to the lunch BRB list? If you're saying how do I as a user, like how do I Linko get to it, then that's the answer. And if you're saying how do I Adam get to it, I type the word lunch and it opens it up in my supply. It's just a file on my machine. Okay, so make sure bots under the effects of EMP do not have their cooldowns affected. Part of what I'm thinking here is, so I have the buff test and now I have the bot state test. There's some boilerplate that's involved here and it's mostly just this. So I wouldn't want to have to keep changing this. I kind of want to make like just hardware test somewhere, because the arena test should test different stuff, I think. All right, yeah, let's do that. I'll save this as hardware test. So these are arena tests, but just for specific pieces of hardware, e.g. EMP. We go into test main, we put that there, hardware test. Then I comment out all of these lines. Oh, that was weird. That was weird. I got two cursors on some of these lines. So it commented and uncommented the line. Oh well. There. So these are going to be hardware tests. And I really should export some functions over here. I'll probably do that at some point. Okay. Now let's take some basic test over here. And then think of how I want to set this up. This is as good as any. Okay. So make sure bots under the effects of EMP do not have their cooldown. So should not affect cooldowns when attempting to use EMP'd hardware. So our code is going to be just fire lasers, I guess. No, it can't be. It's got to be something that has a cooldown. So it's got to be like teleport. Right? Teleport. What else has a cooldown? Well, teleport has a cooldown, so I guess let's just do that. Teleport. X minus X plus 1 Y. This is going to be teleport code. Adam, if you do a giveaway, I'll pay the points for each. Maybe 10. I'm not too sure what you're suggesting. Are you saying I should do a Botland giveaway, and instead of me giving out the game for free, you would give out your points? Because if so, that's very nice of you. But I think that instead I could probably just lower the cost of the game down to 0 for right now. I don't really have a problem with doing that today. Yeah, well, that is very nice of you. And I will just lower the cost. I think doing this on Friday afternoon is okay. Although it only costs 10 anyway. Oh well. So Botland is free. Costs 0 loyalty points for the rest of the day to get access to... I can't type. There. Okay. So it should not affect cooldowns when attempting to use EMP'd hardware. So teleport has a cooldown by default. Let's go into the arena test and figure out where I test teleport. There's teleport code. Actually, teleporting 5-0 is a good idea. Let's do that. So we have that. What just happened there? Adam, is there any way to turn that into a command? How many points it costs and then advertising it? Let me see. Because these are not variables. They're stored in just one place right now. No, I think I'd rather just leave it. That's not it actually. There's the pre-beta page, bot.land/pre-beta. And this is where I'd want to guide people. Because part of this is setting expectations as well. Like this stuff. Bugs, feedback, features. Yeah. Yeah, Weedly. I know. That's a bug I've already noticed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And Heartland, that's good to hear. Keep it up. So I have the teleport bot. I want to put this in here, hardware test. So teleport code. We need to make sure that the cooldown is correct. So test simulation server, teleport, range and cooldown are set to 5. Yeah. Okay, so I think this is mostly it. Okay. Then we need an EMP bot. So const EMP code. Get debug code EMP teleport. And we need something to verify that something is EMP'd for a particular piece of hardware. Also, I should do another deploy. In fact, I should probably do that now. Yeah. Let me see who's online, and then I'll kick off a deploy, I think, because I added in some fixes and changes, and there's vampiric lasers now. Oh, actually, people are playing. Okay, well, I'll do the deploy, and then I'll just restart when it's convenient. I just need to make sure that I don't change anything inside. Good, yeah, this should be fine. So we do it BLCE gulp pre-deploy. BL. I need to modify deploy.cmd so that this stuff isn't there. Okay, let's just do deploy from here. Well, so the deploy is going to take like 5 minutes, so the new one's going to start. But yeah, I'll hopefully get this done. Also, this is probably going to kill my CPU. Yeah, I got to stop botland. There, that should be better. And I'm at 43%. Okay. And I also need to do the test. What's been done today? Mostly just nonsense. It's been refactoring and writing tests and finishing up vampiric lasers. There hasn't been a whole lot. But I mean, that's kind of what I wanted to do today. I wanted to just stabilize for a little bit longer. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be too much for the rest of today either. I think it's going to be a lot of tests, maybe fixing up a bug or two, something like that. So all in all, I don't think this week was bad. I added in, 6 items into the game? EMP, 3 different kinds of reclaim, and 2 different kinds of lasers. I think that's what I added in. Oh, and armor, so no 7 items. I added 7 items in the game this week, so I think that's pretty cool, but I didn't have a whole lot of time this week either. Yeah, and vampiric lasers is new hardware, yep. Okay, then we do gulp deploy rest here. So I'll write this on the list. Deploy, turn on keyboard camera. Am I sad now? No, I'm not. What if I made a bot that bots a botland for me? So botting at the client side of botland is something we don't want to happen. But we have no way of detecting it either, so hopefully it just doesn't happen. Well, we have no way of detecting it short of like network traffic irregularities that we wouldn't expect from human players. Anyway, EMP code. So we have this. We need the EMP bot as well. This needs to be owned by a different player. This needs to be positioned at something like, let's just say 3.0. This is positioned at 2.0. This has EMP code on it. And the hardware that it has is going to be EMP3. Great. So what we do first is let's assert entity coordinates. This is a really, really basic thing, so it's not totally necessary. And then that's when things get interesting. So verify that teleport has no cooldown right now. I don't know if there's a way to do this. Oh, I verify that they can teleport there. That could work. Because this checks the cooldown. Okay, yeah. So verify that teleport has no cooldown. So verify that teleport would work if we were to use it. And this is the teleport bot. Good. So that's all fine. Now set off EMP. So TSS.force update bot. EMP bot. Now ensure teleport bot is EMP'd for teleport. Well, if the bot's JavaScript based, you could detect it. I don't think I can. I mean, Grimandra, essentially, they could write a bot that would just click buttons on the interface. I don't need to show anything. They could write a bot that could just click buttons on the interface, which all takes place client side. That doesn't even result in network traffic. No, Weedly, you can return a value. Do you want to paste your code in? And Ephemeral says, when I join game, deploy my bots, it's just me alone in the game. Is this a bug or am I doing it wrong? When you join a game, you've got to make sure that you not only connected, but also hit join game. And if it is just you at that point, no, it's not. Okay, so it's not just you. There's also Linko there. Pressing tab lets you see who's in the game. So what team am I? I'm on the red team. So I'll just deploy whatever bot I have here. What is this? Oh, this is the Ultra Killer bot. Actually, I'm not gonna do much here. I'm gonna just put this. Great. Cool. Now I believe the deploy. Ooh, what's this? Deploy rest doesn't exist? Oh, it's one file, one folder up. Okay. And I'll get to the deploy after writing some of this test. So ensure that this thing is EMP'd for certain hardware. There's a function that I wrote, an entity util for that, I believe. Is hardware EMP'd? Yeah, cool. So I need entity util, which we don't have. Weedly says, I found a bug. Weedly, yeah, take a picture or copy paste in all of the code. Dat Sparrow says, who do you use to host the server, and when it's released, what kind of spec are you looking at server side? Right now I'm using Azure, and when it's released, I'm not totally sure yet. And this is what I'm going to start to work on the next 2 or 3 months. And you'll see some of this stuff happen on stream, some of it won't. And yeah, we'll figure it out. I have some ideas. I don't know what exactly will work. And I got to monitor all of this stuff. Adam, I notice if you right click when you have tab users online list open, it stays open if you, yeah. That's something I know about too. And that's partially intentional right now for testing. But yeah, eventually I think it's going to be something I fix. And thank you, Weedly. Yeah, a screenshot would be helpful. So we do entity util dot is hardware EMP'd. So assert dot equal, or just assert, is hardware EMP'd. And the way this works is we take an entity and a hardware tag. So the entity is going to be teleport bot, and we're going to make sure that hardware constants dot tags dot teleport is I'll just say teleport here. So make sure that teleport is EMP'd and that everything else is not. So I'm just going to put in a few of these things. I don't think it's worth testing everything. I'll just type in a few. Okay. And then these all become knots. Oh, whoops. I forgot an extra parenthesis. Okay, so excuse me. While we're at it, ensure that nothing else is EMP'd. We can go through all the hardware tags now that I think about it. Yeah, let's just do that. For each hardware constants dot tags, tag, if tag equals, actually, yeah, we can say assert dot equal, then this. The tag is just going to be tag. And then we'll say tag. So we expect it to be true only if it's equal to teleport. Expected value equals this. And then we put the tag here. Hardware not EMP'd as expected. Cool. You have a function with return to, it doesn't mark it as invalid. Let me take a look at this. Oh, you didn't define this as a function. You just wrote get max location, parenthesis, parenthesis. And this is kind of a bug because it should say that that's improper. But you need to say get max location equals function. In fact, can you copy paste all your code, or maybe? It shouldn't allow that, yeah. Like the error that it gives you should be more descriptive to tell you that, hey, you need to define that as a function. Let me take a look at what happens when I try this. So if I say, I just cut this all out, and I say foo, unexpected token. I wonder, return 5? How did it not give you something like this though? Wheatley, do you mind like pasting your script into Pastebin and then sending that to me? Because yeah, I would expect this to give you something else, but I don't know what the first 13 lines of your code is. And maybe that's throwing off the error that should be showing here. Because if I do that same thing, if I do get max location, what is it? If blue team returns 6, well, you have this in curly braces. Yeah, that just basically that. If I just do that, I still get an error here. Return to is not marked as invalid. No, return to is not marked as invalid because this is marked as invalid, and it stops searching for errors as soon as it finds any error. So that part I'm fine with. I don't have a problem with that. But in the first picture, I have a problem with it with this. It's probably saying that you're not in a function, so you can't return from here. But yeah, I'd like to see your whole code. Because the issue you're talking about is, like, if I write code that does not work here, then it highlights this without saying that there's a bug here. That's totally fine, because once you fix this, then it'll highlight this as a bug, and you'll be like, okay, yeah, I understand what's going on. Excuse me. Sandrew says, oh, VS Andrew. Sandrew. VS Andrew says, what language is this being written in? Yeah, it's ECMAScript 6, JavaScript. Okay, yeah, I got your Pastebin, so let's take a look. Oh yeah, so the reason this isn't being marked as invalid is because this is a variable name. This is no different from just writing foo. It's technically valid JavaScript. It just doesn't do anything. So even if you wrote this in the console, all it would say is that this thing is undefined, but it is valid JavaScript. So if I just write foo here and hit semicolon, it says foo is not defined. But if I defined foo and then I wrote this, it's a totally valid line of code. Yeah. I get it, Wheatley. Yeah, so I don't think either of those things are bugs. And so with this not being a bug, this is just JavaScript behavior. I really don't have any control over that. What I could do is I could say, hey, you didn't, this line has no side effects. It doesn't return anything. It doesn't do anything, so you shouldn't call it. I could put a warning for something like this. I don't know if I would do something like that. Okay, Wheatley gave me his code. So here's what I'll do. I'll do this off screen, and I'll simplify it down to whatever I need to do here. So let's see. Okay, well, harvest doesn't exist. That's fine though. Yeah, Wheatley, I think this is fine. I don't think this is an error in my mind. Yeah, I don't think it's an error. If you want me to explain more, I can definitely do that. I think you should send me a Twitch message probably. But yeah, I don't think it's an error. So make sure they're EMP'd, then attempt to teleport. So attempt to teleport. So we do tss.force update bot, teleport bot, and it shouldn't work. So make sure it didn't work. So here we check that we're still at the coordinates we were at, and then make sure that we think it will work still, meaning our cooldown wasn't affected. So we put this stuff here again. Okay, now the only thing to fix is whatever silly, I probably forgot a parenthesis or something. What did I do here? Line 66. Oh, I have one too many parentheses. Okay, that's fine. All right, and then these deploys are finished. So I am going to check who's on the server. Oh, the match is about to end. Okay, yeah. I'm going to take the server down. Anyone who's working on the server right now, if you press the save button, it will save all of your Blockly and JavaScript. So I suggest pressing save right now. When you go to load it, just make sure you close and reopen it after pressing load. But for right now, hit save if you're on the server. I am going to upload a totally new version. So I got to turn off my keyboard camera. I got to do a bunch of different things right now. This is not a very fast process, but it'll take only about 2 minutes, I think. So let's start here. Botland builds. This is added vampiric lasers, snippets. Yeah, that's good. Let's push this. What is harvest called? Yeah, it's reclaim and will reclaim. You're dead on. That is correct. Okay, so there's that. Then the rest server, we commit that to. I definitely want to get to that. I definitely do. I have had not a whole lot of time. Yesterday, I think I had 5 hours of meetings yesterday, and they were all good, definitely, but there was just a lot of stuff. Just a lot of stuff. So I don't end up having a whole lot of free time to do my post-stream list. And to be honest, I want to tone down on the amount of work I've been putting in after the stream for the game, because I haven't been able to spend as much time just like with my friends or with my wife, and I want to be able to do that too. So these two things are done. Now for the server side of the deployment. So one of my biggest pet peeves is meetings with no point, but because the meetings I'm in are so small, like 2 or 3 people, it's very easy to just make sure that they stay on track. But when I did work at big companies or bigger companies, if there were 10 people in a meeting and nothing got accomplished, it was just so annoying. So annoying. Okay, so that part's done. And now I'm just deploying this stuff over on my other screen. The client started and the server is started. Cool. So now vampiric lasers should be in the game along with all the different snippets that I put in. So if I connect, we should see, yep, there's vampiric lasers. And if I look at the snippets, we should have a crazy ultra killer bot here. Look at that. Totally working. Looks good. I can save that script if I want. I can join the game, and let's try out Ultra Killer. And yeah, Wheatley, that's very nice of you, and I do want to get it set up. So hopefully I get some time to do that this weekend. There are meetings this weekend. There's actually something I'm looking forward to that has nothing to do with Botland. A friend of mine has never played Super Metroid before, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he just experiences it all. He's also the kind of person who would not go looking at speedruns of Super Metroid on the internet. So I think just, getting the charge beam, for example, is going to be totally new to him. Despite that this game was released, 20 years ago? How many years ago was Super Metroid? 1994, 22 years, my goodness. Okay, so make sure we think it'll still work, and that's it. That's actually the test that I wanted to do here. So it should not affect cooldowns when attempting to use EMP to hardware. So let's run it. Run the test. Get rid of those things. Yeah, I think anyone who's on who's on Twitch right now has probably at least seen Super Metroid, even if they've never played it. It was just such a popular, well-received game, and I love it. I think it's a great game. So yeah, that's what's happening tomorrow. My friend is not particularly great at video games, so it might ruin it a tiny bit for me. So this worked. That's good. So that's done. The other thing is, make sure EMP only affects the one thing. What is this? The effect of EMP, make sure it doesn't. Yeah, so there are a couple things here. Should not affect cooldowns when attempting to use EMP'd hardware. This also tests that only one thing is EMP'd at a time. Whoa, you guys haven't even seen it? What? Wait, so how do I ask this in such a way that I don't ruin anything? Or, I mean, it's 22 years old, so, but like, you don't know what the bosses are in the game, or you don't know what the weapons are, that sort of thing. And Linko asks, get debug code, question mark? So here's the thing. If you write code in Botland, you could write something like this. Update equals function move right. I've condensed this all into just a single string. If I were to create a bot with this code, the act of creating a bot immediately runs the update function. So let's say I deploy the above bot at 0, 0. It will immediately move to 1, 0 without me having anything I can do in the meantime. So what get debug code does is it makes it so that this only runs when I tell it to run. I'll show you what the function does. It's actually kind of hacky. So when you write get debug code, it sets ignore turn equals true, so that when it gets deployed, the very first thing it does is just ignores its turn. So now when you deploy a bot with debug code, it'll still be at 0, 0, and now you can reason about it before running its code. Oh, okay, never mind. I guess this game is actually older than some of the people in chat. I didn't think about that. Wow. Yeah, okay, wow. I guess I just assume sometimes. Like, everyone's played this game. Yeah, that was wrong. I mean, as far as assumptions go, that's a pretty innocuous assumption to make. Oh, everybody's played Super Metroid. Someone gets offended. No, I haven't. I hate Samus. Okay. Make sure bots under the effects of EMP wait, did I finish writing that line over here? Yeah, I think I did. This also tests that only one thing is EMP at a time. Yeah, good, okay. So make sure that bots under the effect of EMP who attempt to use hardware still take a turn. It just doesn't necessarily produce an action. These are like basic EMP tests. Okay, fine. Should not be able to use EMP'd hardware. Bro Sam says, I know Pac-Man and Super Mario Bros. And that makes up for it. Oh, I can turn on my camera again. No, you know what would make up for it? If you've played Diablo 1 or 2. And if not that, then Super Smash Bros. Melee or Phantasy Star Online. Those are the games that'll let you make up for it. So let me know if you played any of those games. Otherwise, no, you're just a youngin'. You've never played Super Metroid. So we're gonna have EMP code for lasers, and then we're gonna have laser code for lasers as well. We're gonna say fire lasers, and we're gonna make a laser bot. Add 0, 0 with laser code. Wait, Doom 2. I said Diablo 2. Oh, Diablo. Okay, good. First game I had was Mario Kart on Super Nintendo. Super Mario Kart was a good game. I liked that a lot. I had a lot of fun with that game. I never played any of the Spyro games, or Rayman actually. And it's not that I didn't have... Well, yeah, I haven't played those games. Adam says, is this JavaScript? Yes, it is. It's ES6. First game I had is probably some old Super Metroid. Okay, so laser bot, then we have an EMP bot, then I don't need to assert that they're the coordinates. Actually, you know what I want to do here? I want to say move right after this, because it should... The best test is this. This is the best test. If will lasers hit fire lasers and then try to move right. So this should never move right, because it's always going to think that its lasers can hit. Then I'm going to do this. Set off EMP. So this doesn't need to be here. Then ensure that... Oh, this doesn't need to be here either. Okay. So ensure that this thing is EMP'd. So lasers, EMP status. This doesn't need to be done either. Now we attempt... The laser bot attempts to do something. And here's where we have to get tricky about this stuff. So assert entity coordinates. The laser bot should still be at 0, 0. Assert entity full life. So the EMP bot should be at full life. And actually, I think that's it. Yeah. So here's what we've done. We made an EMP bot that's going to disable lasers on the other bot. Then that bot is going to try to shoot lasers. It won't be able to, but it also shouldn't try to move right after that. So we verify that it hasn't moved right and that it hasn't done any damage to the other enemy. So if that's both the case, then we will have the test passed. Hey, Mr. F, what are the questions? Fire away. Botland is currently in Dance Land. Oh, hey, Simuleos. Which I actually know now your name is Leos, which is probably not pronounced that way, but I did watch some of your stream after you hosted me the first time. You seem like a chipper guy. Teleport bot is not defined. That is just my bad. Also, one of the things I wanted to check last time was... Wait a second. Simuleos isn't even in the chat right now. Oh, wait. Yeah, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I wrote it on my to-do list after you hosted me the first time to check you out. So I went and looked at your stream. You were working on Julia, I believe, and you'd made a commit of a very basic README file to GitHub. Okay, so teleport bot, this is wrong. This needs to be laser bot. Laser bot. And now I want to run the test. So let's do this. Mr. Half says, how do you advise handling visual effects, animations, etc.? For example, if I check that a creature is hit, I want to create an effect that shows it. A lot of this is so dependent on what libraries you're using, what game engine you're using. So if you were... Oh man, yeah, I don't know how to answer this in a very generic way. So I'll answer it in terms of Botland, I guess. In Botland, if something is hit by, let's say, a fire effect, I'll set a flag on them saying, yes, they're on fire. Then when I go to render them, if they're on fire, I'll throw a fire sprite on there too. In other games, you might apply shader effects. You might create other entities on them. You might have a particle system on them. There could be any number of different ways to do this. Wheatley says, I think regen is a bit imbalanced if you think about it. The buff regen 15 is 2 hardware into regen. Wait, so what you're saying is imbalanced is regen buff is plus 15 life per turn, and regen hardware level 3 is plus 15 life per turn? Because I feel like, okay, so it might be true. It might be that they're not balanced correctly. But I also feel like if you intend to make use of regen hardware, then you might have a strategy like armor and regen and reflect or something like that. So you're all about survivability. We might boost this a little bit, but regen can become very powerful very quickly. Imagine if you had cloaking level 2, regen level 3, and missiles level 2. This, and let's say regen was buffed to do like 30 life per turn. So this is what, 3% of your life? I don't know. Yeah, but we'll have to think about it. Is there a modding code of conduct for your chat? I'll suggest. Nico, no, I didn't check the link you sent me. I was eating lunch at lunchtime. Oh, and the other thing the other thing to understand right now, the number of buffs in the game is what, like 15. Eventually, it'll be something like 100, and there's no way you could count on getting the regen buff, even in the course of 5 different games that you play. Mr. House says, I'm using C# and pretty much no engine. I'm using a library called Rogue Sharp, which implements common roguelike tools, and something called RLNet, which produces simple console output. Okay, so are you drawing anything on the screen right now? Because however you draw things on the screen, it's roughly that same implementation I would use for drawing any effects or animations. And animations can just be states of something too. So there's a lot of resources online. I think it'd be tough to give you a very generic answer here still. Plan to switch to Monogame or Unity. Yeah, and then when you get to Unity, here's what I'd say. Look up some tutorials, video tutorials even, and maybe some more information online, because there's people have done this a lot. And buffs, that's new. Buffs aren't new. They've been in the game for, I think, about 8 weeks, 9 weeks, something like that. And hey, Capillara. So getting back to this test has been written. Make sure bots under the effects of EMP who attempt to use hardware still take a turn. Now this particular thing, these are good to test. Make sure they still take fire damage, and make sure Zapper still works. This is actually much harder to test. Should not be able to use EMP hardware, but should still take a turn. So we need to do light the bot on fire, and to do make the bot zap. So we do this. If can zap, oh, this is gonna be really hard to check. There needs to be a way to light it on fire too. Maybe I put this into a different test. Yeah, I think I do that. Okay, so should still take a turn, apply when EMP'd. Meaning, oh my god, I can't type. Meaning fire damage and Zapper are still applied. Yes, I have output right now. The main question I have is for things that happen instantly or before the render part of the code is reached, i.e. a hitbox appears, checks if anything is inside it, applies damage to anything that is, and disappears. I imagine I could have an animation class that creates an instance of an animation and passes it via an event to be rendered in the render block. I'm going to give you my email address. Well, I think we should talk about this after the stream sometime. And I can't promise a timely response, but I'll take a look at what it is you're running up against and try to give you some feedback. In the meantime, I definitely suggest looking up online how other games do this. Maybe just look up open source games. Actually, here's a great open source game that I could help you make sense of. This game, which is the last thing that I made. So in this game, there are some effects that take place, and like I said, all this is open source, so you could take a look at what's happening exactly. But there are some basic animations. So for example, if I turn off life bars, you'll be able to see this a little bit better. See how the little players are... Oh, let me wait for them to stop. They haven't found a single enemy. Okay, this is a waste of time. Hang on. Okay, so do you see how they're kind of, you know, they have some 2-frame animation and they're shooting things and effects are going off? Well, these are the kinds of things you can look through the code, or I could try to help you with a little bit later. How did you start coding the game? Like, what's the first code you made for it? The first code I worked on for Botland, this iteration of it, the prototype, was the code manipulation code. So you as a player of Botland write code in the game, and I need to make sure that it gets manipulated correctly so that it's safe to run. That was the first code that I started for that. Then from there I moved on. Let me show you a very basic, let me find this. Games. So I think this is gonna, where is this? Yeah, okay. I thought that would open up on that screen, which is why I opened that picture in particular. So this is what the game looked like originally. There was a way to type in a script. There were some very basic just circles and triangles for graphics, and you could move around. And look, I mean, the code still looks the same as that. This was written a year ago, I want to say. Yeah, a year ago. Yeah, that's what the game started off being. I didn't write an interpreter, no. And I didn't even write the code parser myself, really. That's ES-Prima. So what I wrote is something that if you write update equals function, what this will do is it'll turn it into an abstract syntax tree, or AST, which will say something like, you have an expression statement. And an expression statement is really an assignment expression. So that's what this code is. And the assignment expression is you're setting update equal to a function. And the function body is blank. So it'll break this down like this, so that if you wanted to, let's say, change the name of this to not update, then you could later produce code from this using ESCodeGen to make a not update equals function. And using that, all of that together is what combines to make Botland's code execution system. So if I show you JavaScript that you write here, if you just say move, and then you call some function foo, and you define foo to be just some function, right? Here's some really basic code. So here's the code that you write, and here is the code that it turns into. So debug main.software validator set logging enabled true. There, got it. So what Botland does is it'll transform your code into something similar but different. You can see I didn't write check time in here at all. That prevents infinite loops. And move is not just move anymore. Neither is foo. They've been escaped. When will it be available? So it's available now to play. It's actually free to play right now too. So if you want to get access to the game right this instant, then just type this into chat. Play the game for free right now. And when will it be out for real? Well, beta should be about August of this year, and release should be about March of next year. So the game's been in development now for almost exactly 5 months, which works out to 81 days of development time. I mean, it's many more calendar days than that. I don't actually know how many days since 9/8/15. Let's find out. Roughly double. 150, yeah. So 81 days, roughly double that. 150 days. So it's 150 calendar days ago is when it started. Okay, so this test should still take a turn when EMP'd, meaning fire damage and zap are still applied. So we need const zap code equals tss.getDebug code zap. Right, is that, how would I do this? What are you going to get EMP'd for? Lasers. Yeah, so if can zap, zap, Otherwise, fire lasers. Are we having a party for lunch? That'd be awesome. Oh, I can see a bunch of stuff happening on the server. What are people doing right now? Are they signing up for accounts? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go with landmine bots. This is a terrible, terrible bot. Just utterly horrible. And it's not gonna stop me. There. Landmines ahoy. Hardline says, I feel good here while the game gets developed. Like, it's made so much progress since the day I started watching the stream. Yeah, and I feel like week over week, there's definitely progress. Some days I feel like, you know, this is just going to take so long. But gotta hang in there. Just keep writing ridiculous test cases like this. So then the other one needs laser code is going to be tss.getDebug code fire lasers. This is going to be an interesting test. And we'll have to make sure that I test everything correctly here. Okay, so next we need a laser bot that has Inferno lasers on it. So we put in where's Inferno lasers? Oh, it's bot state. So Inferno lasers we have here. I'm gonna copy all of this. I don't want to do this. Fire status. Yeah, let's copy all of this, and I'll just change it as I go through. So I'm gonna set laser damage equals 0. It just won't do any damage. And fire damage equals 100, and zapper damage equals 100. And now we're gonna set these things all here. Good. So that part was all fine. We have the zapper code. I guess we'll call this zapper code. It's going to be if can zap, zap, otherwise try firing lasers. So this bot's the one that's going to get EMP'd. Then fire lasers code, that looks good too. And then EMP lasers in particular. And yeah, hardline, that is definitely one of the best things. Having people to give feedback. It's going to be great. Have I gotten any kills? I have 0 kills and 19 deaths. Weedley, you should run into my landmines. They're green, so they're healing mines. You should totally do it. Oh, whoa, what? No, that's why my bots are doing terribly. I shouldn't be using Ultra Killer. This assumes that I have weaponry and I don't. Okay, let's ditch this. I'm gonna change my code to be just even slightly better. We're gonna put lay mine and then just move randomly. There. Now they won't kamikaze themselves, although they're almost equal to kamikaze bots. Disco green equals heal. Oh yeah, speaking of disco green, let me run another basic giveaway. Ultralight wins. So zapper bot, laser bot, and target bot. So zapper bot's the one that's going to get lit on fire. Then there's also an EMP bot here. And the EMP bot needs EMP3. Inferno lasers 1. These should be owned by the same players, although it doesn't really matter. No op code? No, that's wrong. Alright, got to position these at the right coordinates too. So the zapper bot is going to be at 0, 0, and it's going to zap immediately. So tss.force update bot, zapper bot. And then assert entity is zapping. Looks good. Will hot loading of bot code be a thing? If you mean being able to change code of bots that are already deployed, no, that will never be a thing. And the reason that will never be a thing is because you can get very close to just manually controlling the game if we let you do that. Oh, hey, Spurman. You haven't been chatting for a while. And thanks, Micah. Okay, so for bot, assert that it's zapping. Also assert that it's at zapper bot should be at 0, 0. Alright, next, Inferno lasers. So player 2 deploys an Inferno lasers bot. It can't be at 0, 0. It has to be at 1, 0. And then the EMP bot is going to be at 2, 0, owned by the same player. Now the laser bot is going to shoot So assert that the zapper bot's on fire but is otherwise at full life. Then update the EMP bot. Force update bot, EMP bot. So now assert that the zapper bot can't use lasers. And now give the zapper bot a turn. This should deal zapper damage to laser bot and fire damage to itself. And we need to make these different numbers so that we don't test the wrong thing here. So now tss.assert entity health. Zapper bot should be at constants dot whatever the max. I don't have that here. Minus fire damage. And the laser bot should be at constants dot life minus zapper damage, and laser should not have fired at it. So it has, I don't even know if it has normal lasers actually. Zapper slot config, we can't do this. We gotta manually type something in here. Zapper 1, lasers 1. Yeah, I think, or lasers 3 even. I think that should be good. Hardline says, if you thought of being a hardware like seeking missiles, so all missiles are technically seeking missiles. They act instantaneously, and if they can fire, then they will hit. It's a question of what they'll hit. Will they hit you or will they hit the enemy, because the enemy could be reflecting them back to you. Moving programmable lines on which you can put hardware. Hardline, you almost definitely have pre-beta access. You can always find out by doing this. Alright, I think this is good. I think this is everything that I need to do now. Let's run the test. This is taking its sweet time. Actually, probably because I have the game open. Can someone deploy bots that does something the next round? Yeah, I'll do that. I want to make sure, yeah, good, the test passed. It's a complex test, and it may never uncover bugs, but it's a very good thing to have for right now. Yeah, hardline, so all missiles are seeking missiles right now. Alright, I want to put a real bot on here. I want to do this. I want missiles 3 and something else. What's the something else? Shield 1? Let's do that. So I'm going to make a bot. Let's go with this. I'm going to make a bot that attempts to shoot missiles, then pursues enemies. If it can find an enemy, it's going to EMP its missiles. And then it's going to shield itself at the end. And then it's going to move. Actually, what I can do is I can take this init script from here, and let's see if I can break out just the part that I want out of this. I want this stuff. Yeah, so all of this can be thrown out, and then this can be dragged up to here, which means we can get rid of this entirely. So what do we have? If 50% chance to move toward the enemy direction, if can move in any direction, to move in any direction. Okay, perfect. This is the bot that I want. So this is going to shoot missiles at the enemy, and when it gets close enough, it's going to shoot EMP so that the enemy can't use missiles. Oh, the enemy has lasers. Okay, well, that's when we go like this, and we change this to EMP lasers, and then we redeploy. Oh man, EMP is the best. It's just so cool. And I really should put reclaim on my bots too. So let's turn off auto deploy for a second. I'm going to go put that in too. So we're going to say pursue resource at the bottom of all of this, and then reclaim the resource right up here. So what this will do is this will give us a tiny heal. In fact, I can turn those off. There we go. So now these are going to pursue resources in the arena when... I should only do that if I need life, actually. No, GitBot hardware won't exist. If you knew what to EMP, then it would make EMP a whole lot better. So we want you as a human to figure out what to EMP and then react based on that. So Weedly has switched to missiles. Oh, check it out. I'm healing. So every bot has some form of small heal in the form of reclaim. Okay, all my bots are dead. Let's deploy the new ones. These new ones have EMP missiles on them. So there we go. Now Weedly... Oh, Weedly just destroyed. Are you switching the lasers now? Oh, look. Healing. Ah, take that. EMP just shut you down. I think EMP is the coolest thing in the game right now. I just think it's totally awesome. And it's fun when it works. It's pretty bad when you do something like this. I'm EMPing missiles and I should be EMPing lasers. Anyway, fun. Okay, so that's done. Make sure bots under the effects of EMP who attempt to use hardware still take a turn. So that's good. That means if it's on fire, it'll still take fire damage. Likewise, if it had zapper, it'll still deal zapper damage. So... yeah. This attempts to fire, so let me write this down. Activate zapper, and then down here, this will attempt to fire lasers, but it won't work because of EMP. Instead, this will deal zapper damage to laser bot and fire damage to itself. Perfect. And that test worked. So next up, make sure bots under the effects of EMP don't have a different outcome from the WillX hit APIs. The API will always return whatever it normally would have, even if you weren't under the effects of EMP. I think I already do this here. Yeah. But the WillX APIs should still work. So the bot is EMP'd, so lasers won't work, but this will test if will lasers hit also gets affected, because as far as this bot is concerned, the lasers will hit, so it should not attempt to move right. Yeah, that's good. Can I make any possible combination of hardware, or does the hardware cancel each other? You can make any combination so long as they're not the same categories of hardware. And this is all explained in the help button. So take a look at this. I hit connect, I hit help, and I go to this page. This page describes how everything works. It says rules 7 levels max, so that's what IMRK says. No repeated hardware allowed, and no repeated categories allowed. So you can't stack 4 different kinds of lasers on your bot. But other than that, yeah, you can put lasers and artillery and missiles. It probably doesn't make a very good bot, but it doesn't do anything terribly adverse for you. Wow, Nico. A huge circle. I've done some pretty silly things in Minecraft too. I don't know if I have pictures of them. There used to be a server, unseeable.com/map. I wonder if my landmark is still there. I remember where it is. It was right there. There it is. Oh my god, it's still there. I haven't been on this server in ages. I made a giant wood and sugarcane sculpture with floating chests in the air. This is my Minecraft contribution to this server. And that's it. That was a long time ago. Not terribly long, I guess. Oh hey, Ephemeral's trying out EMP also. Cool. None of these things are that helpful for me. Okay, different outcome from WillX hit. So this is done. Make sure it affects cloaked units. This should be pretty easy. Yeah, let's try this out. And also make sure it can affect multiple units. Make sure it can affect... Oh, yep, that's this one. Okay, so we're going to try to hit multiple... Yeah. Should be able to hit multiple targets, including cloaked targets, with EMP. What does can EMP hardware actually check for? Just that you have EMP and that it's not on cooldown. So can EMP checks to make sure you equipped the EMP hardware and that it's not on cooldown. Cooldown after using it is 8 turns right now. The range of EMP is 5. And so range is 5 and your sensor range by default is 5. So if you can do find closest enemy bot, if this returns something that exists, so CB equals this, if exists CB and can EMP, then your EMP should hit at least one bot. There's one case where that's not true, and that's if you've activated your sensors, which increases your sensor range to 7. Why can we specify specific hardware? Oh, so can EMP, you don't need to specify any specific hardware. The reason why you can specify it is because if you tried something like this, like you typed lasers without the A, for example, then this will return false. So attempting to use EMP on LSERs would not do anything. That's the only reason why it exists like that. And Hardline says no snippet for armor. Armor is passive. It's just like regen. So armor, each level adds -5% damage reduction. Well, I'll just say gives -5% damage reduction. So armor level 3 is, of course, -15% damage taken. I like that. So should be able to hit multiple targets, including cloaked targets with EMP. So we're going to have cloak code is going to be just cloak. So you can only write the hardware so that you can not write wrong hardware. Yeah, that's it. So in Blockly, it really just doesn't make any sense. In fact, I should probably remove it if I haven't already. Is it there? No, it's just can EMP. Yeah. Also, wow, the game is actually pretty balanced. The problem is I'm getting hit by lasers. So let's change this back to lasers. Deploy, deploy, deploy. Ah. Oh, you have infernal lasers. Oh. Dastardly. And you have infernal lasers either level 2 or level 3. I can't tell. Oh, look at that. Regen life. That's it. It's over. Oh, except for now that I'm not fighting just Wheatley anymore. I want to EMP more than lasers. Ah, you guys. So this is what's really tough about strategizing in botland sometimes. These O-Core bots have missiles, and the Wheatley bots have lasers. So EMP is pretty much worthless. I might EMP missiles, but I'm still going to get destroyed by lasers. And if I EMP lasers, then I'm going to get shot by the O-Core bots. So I actually do want to change this back to missiles. Is there a wheel EMP hit? No, not yet. I will probably add it. But for right now, will EMP hit is the same thing as writing this. So you could actually write it yourself if you want. You could say will EMP hit equals function. And you could say, no, you don't need a target. You could say CB equals find closest enemy bot if get distance, actually return get distance to CB is less than or equal to 5. So there's your... And yeah, no, I know you're on a team. I just, yeah, I think this is interesting. Oh, man. Okay, so we got to change strategies. Got to change it up. Save this one. Get rid of what I have there, and let's put the Artie artillery script into play. It's time, Artie. Are you ready? Artie artillery. Go! Kill them all, Artie. Oh, Wheatley burned me to death. Oh, man. Infernal lasers. Too powerful? I'm really excited. I can't wait for people to, like, more people to be playing, for there to be more just strategy, competition. Nice. All right. The artillery bots are doing pretty well. EMP could be stronger in a team setting where one person runs missile EMP, the other person runs lasers. Yeah, and even I could do that with my own bots. I could have one choose to do lasers, one choose to do missiles, and I could do some more creative things too. I know that the missile max range is 4 right now. So if someone is hitting me from 5 tiles away, then I might only want to EMP their lasers, even though they might not have lasers. But you can be pretty creative with what you do. Is there a limit on number of players? Right now, no. You could have like 40 people on this server. It'll get really crowded, and artillery will probably become overpowered in that case. But eventually, yeah, it'll be a 3 versus 3. And remember, anyone who wants to get access to the game, I will paste in the thing you type to get access to the game. There. Okay, so hitting multiple cloaked bots. We have cloak code, we have EMP code. We don't really care what we're EMPing. That's fine. Laser bot does not exist. So now it's cloak bot 1. Let's reverse these things. Let's make cloak bot. And then we need some visible bots as well. So we're going to put this thing right in the center. Let's come up with some good positioning for this. So if this is the arena that I'm going to be caring about, I'm going to put a bot at here. So this is 2, 2, right? Yeah, and then this is 4 tiles away. So yeah, as long as we put things within this range, I think we should be fine. So I'm going to put this at 2, 2. We're going to have cloak bot 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to have visible bot 1, 2, and 3. And laser code, this is not what I want here. I want cloak code. And here I want TSS.NoOp code. I'm okay. You'll play for your first time and you'll skyrocket into like platinum tier. Alright, 1, 2, 0. And then we'll put these at 0, 1, and 2, 1, I think. So then let's also, no, I think that's fine. I'll update TSS.force update bot, cloak bot 1, 2, and 3, and then make sure that they're all cloaking. TSS.assert entity cloak status, test simulation server cloak status. Cloak bot 1, 2, and 3. Great. Now EMP everybody, and then assert that they've all been EMP'd. So I should probably bundle up these bots into an array. Const all enemy bots equals cloak bot 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so underscore dot for each bot assert that it is EMP'd for lasers. Great. Just a note, you should probably have the same API names. For example, will reclaim and can sense. So Tyron Des was talking about this a lot with me earlier. Can sense and will sense, I think, implied 2 different things. So I don't really want to talk about this right now. I think we could always allow variations later. For right now, they are whatever APIs that they are. Adam, can you paste in chat the wiki of what every hardware does? So IMRK linked to the wiki, and thank you, IMRK. However, that's not up to date. So if you guys want the up to date stuff, oh, I can't have you guys update this because I broke the wiki. Yeah, I'll just export the hardware data for someone to update on the wiki. Yeah. Snarky Wheatley, snarky. Okay, so affecting cloaked units and everything. I think this should be good. We make sure that everything is affected by EMP. Let's run it. Also, let's figure out what I want to do. I'm on the red team. So I'm gonna go with some teleport strategy. I don't know what yet. What do I have over here? Zapper and teleport. I want Inferno Zapper. We're gonna go with that. And yeah, let me go set that up. So let's delete this. I want teleport 2, Inferno Zapper 3, cloaking 2. So I have cloaking, I have Inferno Zapper. Do I have teleport? Yeah, cool. So then commit, join the game. Here we go. So let's do zap, if I can zap. I want to cloak, I guess. I don't know when. I'm just going to write stuff down here. Pursue enemy, sure. And then teleport. We'll do this here. And we can actually get rid of this. Okay. And if none of that works, then we'll just move randomly. All right, so here's my script. I'm going to zap, I'm going to cloak, I'm going to teleport to enemies, I'm going to burn them all. Let's deploy. So this is Inferno Zapper. It lights it. Oh, God. I teleported when I didn't have Zapper on. That's incredibly stupid. Like, incredibly stupid. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to change my code. Let me just do that now. I'll do it here. If is zapping. And I'll say here if percent chance 20 and can move left, move left. There. All right. Yeah, burn for 200 damage and then heal back to full. Yeah. Take that. 0% damage done. My KDR is 0. All right, these bots are terrible. Ephemeral says, if my bots won't spawn, does that imply there's something wrong with the code of the bot? Yes, it does. And if you want to take a picture, I can tell you exactly what's wrong. If you're trying to use for loops and arrays, that is almost certainly what's wrong. And if there's something else, then yeah, you should take a screenshot. Okay, let's see. How much damage is Wheatley going to take here? Oh, yeah, it worked. Wheatley's going to die. 1 kill. Yes. Just barely. Yeah, my bots are horrible and I know it. Okay, I'll just... Oh, hey, Ephemeral, you deployed. Cool. And this test worked, right? Should still be able to... No, wait. What? Yeah, hit multiple targets. That did work. Okay, great. Good. Make sure it doesn't go out to your sensor range. Just with whatever range the hardware says it should affect. And no for loops or arrays right now. Eventually, they'll be in the game. Link up. You can write your own for loop right now. There's just nothing to iterate over, so there's no real reason to have a for loop. And that's because the API hasn't been fully fleshed out yet. And honestly, if the game released with what the API is right now, I think I'd be fine with that for a little while. I think people would eventually want more strategic options from an API level, and then yes, we would definitely add that in. It's on the plan right now in Halo Long. I just haven't gotten to it yet. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't gotten to. It's a very large game. So make sure it doesn't go out of your sensor range, just whatever range the hardware says it should affect. Okay. So should only be able to EMP up to EMP's range, not your sensor range. If you made your bots all move together first, then attack enemy as a group, you could teleport all over the enemy bot. Yeah, I don't know how effective it would be with my current strategy though. With melee, that might help. Although even then they could just cloak and then there's very little I can do. Did I write the ID? No, that's code mirror. Okay, so how do I do this in the best possible way? I think I need to set the range on EMP in the test simulation server after each test. EMP range 5. Regular constants EMP range is set to 5. Yeah, okay. The bot should be able to communicate. Example, if shortest distance among my bots, go pick up resources. They can communicate in a very limited way right now. There are 5 variables that are shared amongst all of your bots. They're called shared A, shared B, shared C, D, and E. So what you could do, well, it'd be kind of hard to do that, yeah. Yeah, communication between bots are going to be, it's intentionally limited right now. We only gave you 5 variables instead of just any number of them because they're stored in a different place from your bot's variables. So part of it is just a kind of a security restriction. Make sure you don't use up too much memory. Any way to update the bots while in a game? No. And this is something we're talking about. Do we even want to allow it from a design perspective? And I think we're leaning toward yes right now, although we're having a meeting tomorrow about that. Okay, so EMP has been set there. And I'm going to set it in the test here to be a range of 1. And then we're going to EMP a bot that is, we'll just say target bot 1, target bot 2. They're not going to have any code. 1 is going to be right next to you. So at 1, 0, and then the other one's going to be 2 away from you. And then you're going to EMP, and we're going to make sure that only target bot 1 has been affected by it. Target bot 1, target bot 2 is not under the effects. The EMP should have only hit target bot 1 despite that you can see target bot 2. Does the fire duration stack? It does stack. You are, so you're correct to question it, Wheelie, because Acid was in the game for 1 day, and when Acid was in the game, fire didn't stack. But now that Acid is removed from the game, fire stacks. Yeah, so this talks about how this works. It says, when fire is applied while you're already on fire, the duration is extended. This means that if something sets you on fire for 3 turns, another thing for 5 turns, it sums to 8 turns. Great. And each turn is going to do 100 damage. So if you somehow, right now it's not possible to get your regeneration to go above 30. Although you could also be healing by... Anyway, your regen can't outpace fire right now. It is possible for you to get, like, let's say 1,000 ticks of fire on you and not die to it if your allies are shielding you and if you're reclaiming a lot and you have armor and regen. But it's unlikely. Fire is probably going to kill you eventually. why remove acid? It was actually, that's written on this wiki. I can just link you to the wiki. Basically, it's just too similar to fire. So if you want to watch the 20th recap video, you'll find this is the only place where you'll actually still see acid in the game. And that's it. It was totally removed the day after. So see those green clouds around the red bots there? That's acid, and now it's gone. Adam, will there be a buff or hardware that allows you to shoot faster? Yes, and there actually already is a buff for that. And it's the, where is it? This. Your bots can act 3% sooner after any action. So that makes everything you do work faster. And thanks for the follows, everyone. You should get a whisper from BotLad. And that link that you get from BotLad lets you control my lights. So that's something that followers get for the first time that they follow. And then if people ask very nicely, I give it to them again. But typically it's just the one time. Would you be able to create an MMORPG game? So able to, like, yes, I suppose so. But they're typically so large that, like, I don't have 7 years to devote to an MMORPG. So I wouldn't. Okay, so there's that test. We should run the test, make sure it works. Then the next one is make sure EMP Zapper doesn't turn Zapper off. Yep, something I gotta do. Okay, so should not disable an activated ability by using EMP on it. Wait, what happened in the game? Is it over? By the way, Adam, I'm broke. Would you give me some bot coin? Yeah, sure. Wait, what happened in the game? Did I do well? No, I did horribly. Oh, right, I was deploying my terrible bots. The ones with Zapper that just died at everything. Yeah, and Botland Bot is right with a triple follow that time. You are correct. Let's see. Do I already have this open? I actually do. So let's go into MySQL here. So let's take a look. Hardline has... Wait a second, you have money. You have 32 money. Yeah. Hardline, here's what you should do. Connect to the server. So go to play.bot.land, the same link you're always at, just refresh the page, and then hit connect. And then you should see purchase salvage here. Just click that a bunch of times, and you'll get salvage packs you can open. This will give you items in Botcoin. And since you have like 37 of them, this should give you a pretty good inventory. Let me know if that helps. Okay, I'm going to the Life Leech this time. What was my old bot that I had that I liked? Missiles, EMP missiles, shield. Okay, I'm going to go with this. I don't think this is great, but I liked it. It was fun to use, so I'm going to use this again. And I'm on the red team. So I've got Ephemeral and Horforia on my team. All right, let's go red team. Got 11 seconds left, then we can deploy. Okay, so we're going to have EMP code for EMP Zapper. Then we're going to have the Zap code itself. Let me deploy. Go team, go. Wait, Wheatley still has lasers. You jerk. So Wheatley, your bots aren't set to move if they're in range of an enemy but can't hit it because lasers only shoot card. Wow, everyone on the blue team just deployed. Taking a picture of this. Go red team. This is so cool. I don't know. This game is like right up my alley as far as I'm making a game that I like, that I definitely can appreciate. And I also hope that other people enjoy it too. But I just get such a kick out of watching this stuff and seeing people change their strategies to fit whatever's happening in the arena at the time. Do you have a limit on the number of players? I don't in pre-beta, but eventually it'll be a 3v3. So it's not a performance limit. It's just like we only want 6 people in a game kind of thing. We might change it to 4v4, 5v5. We could do that, but I think it gets a little too hectic if that happens. The original prototype was a free-for-all where there were 20 people in the game, and each player had 2 bots. So no matter where you moved, you were already butting up against an enemy. Ephemeral says, my bot's not laying mines. If you want to paste your code or show me just to take a screenshot of your entire botland game, I can tell you what's wrong. I think it kept the lighting, which I set even after expired. Oh, it's color looping right now. So that'll happen for 5 minutes. And if no one inputs any new commands in that 5 minutes, then it'll turn off. So that's not even your bot's final form. The blue health bar is shields. The blue health bar will be gone through first. Like, see how this Weedly bot has 1 or 2 shields on them? Yeah, that's the blue health bar. Also, whoa, we're getting like shredded right now. What's going on here? Who's dying? Ephemeral is dying a lot. Ephemeral, no, you're just walking into enemies. No. Oh, you passed me your code. Let me see. Exist. Activate sensors. Activate sensors. Shield. Do you have... yeah, so Ephemeral, are you using a landmines bot? You have choices over here of all the different bots you can deploy, and you got to make sure that you're using one with landmines on it. And no neural networks. Do I have reclaiming on mine? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. And what buffs do I have? Steals 9% of all damage dealt. And you guys have buffs about missiles and stuff. Shield 2, landmines 2, EMP 3. Let me take a look again then. Oh, that's why. You have, okay, so here's your code. I'm gonna just paste this in here. It's not such a secret. This right here, so you know that the enemy exists because you checked it in the outer if statement. In fact, that's what this code all starts with. This will always be true, or you'll always pursue an enemy. So what you probably want is to just delete this ephemeral and then put this just down to the bottom of your code right here. And that's it. That should be good. Did that say Weedly's shield lasts 6 turns longer? Yeah, it did. And that's why Weedly sometimes has 2 shields on at the same time, which is shown by a very slightly more opaque shield, and it'll only last for about a turn. So this bot might do it. Yeah, there it goes. See how that's more opaque for just 1 turn? That was the second shield being applied at the same time. Yeah, Weedly, that would be pretty crazy. Okay, they're using a lot of artillery, but I don't actually care about EMPing that. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Increase missile range by 1. I don't even know which one of these is better right now. Because if I do this, I'll be in artillery range with my missiles. I actually want to be at range 4 for missiles, so I'm going to go with this one. So now my shields will last longer. So this thing should be shielded until it gets into a battle. So far so good. Took a little bit of damage on the shield there. That's okay. Oh, took a lot of damage from artillery. Okay. I'm dead. Okay, I gotta stop watching this. I'm having a lot of fun. This is great. I got pelted with artillery while I was talking about how cool I am for having 2 shields on at the same time. I think that's called instant karma. So it should not disable an activated ability by using EMP on it. So we have the EMP code. I need the zapper code from, where is the zapper code? Where's the zapper code? Here it is. So I want this and this and this. Yeah. Okay, so I get the zapper code. I don't need fire lasers here. In fact, I don't need really any of that stuff. I can just say zap. So create the zapper bot, put zapper on it. Great, put it on rank 3. Assert that it's zapping after updating it, of course. Then make the EMP bot. Set off an EMP. Make sure that the target bot is EMP'd for zapper, but that it still has zapper on it. The zapper bot should be EMP'd for zapper, but should still be zapping. Hey, Noob for Lunch. Whoa, you subscribe to a lot of channels. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Paying $35 a month. Nice. Noob for Lunch, you should jump into Botland. It's free right now. Plus, there are a lot of people playing, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, let's test that out. I'm pretty sure that's going to work. What do we have after that? Make sure a bot can have multiple EMP components on it at once. So basically, you should be able to be EMP'd for multiple different things. Whoop, this failed. Uh-oh. Should not disable an activated ability. What failed here? Assert that is hardware EMP'd, zapper. This isn't good. Oh, I know what happened. This is a very, very subtle bug. And you know what? I'm gonna fix this right now. I don't know why I never thought of this earlier. Create bot with hardware. Right here, bot entity. So this dot assert entity coordinates. I cannot believe I never thought of this. Bot entity deploy X, deploy Y. And that's if they were defined. So if util.exist deploy X and util.exist deploy Y. Verify that we didn't try placing them on top of another bot, which would have picked new coordinates randomly. Now that's going to break. How many buffs can we have per match? 3. You get your third one when there's only 3 minutes remaining, but there is a bug where it'll act like it'll sometimes show that you have more than 3. But that's just a bug. I've only died 110 times. Yeah, so Ephemeral, I don't know if you heard when I was talking, but you've got to move your pursue enemy to the bottom of your if statement because it's stopping you from doing anything else right now. And actually, even with you dying that many times... Oh no, red team is losing. Yeah, red team's losing by a lot, actually. Oh. Max HP is 1,000, yeah. Oh, here we go. I'm going to go with this one, Regen Life. So now my bot should slowly heal. Oh, it's on fire. Oh, that's... No, this is... Everything just went wrong. Maybe I should just stop artillery. Oh, man. They're countering everything. They started putting reflect shield on, artillery. I don't have the means to deal with this stuff. Oh, man. Just a meat grinder over there. Too bad. So here we go. Entity's tile X is not what we expected. So what this really should say is this. Entity coordinates. Do we have an assert message here? We don't. So if this fails, it's because we deployed something that shouldn't have been deployed. So this is the bug I was talking about. I tried deploying a bot at 0, 0, and then I tried deploying a bot on top of it at 0, 0. This one got randomly put somewhere else. So every once in a while, the test would work. Adam, you can stop my artillery. No, I know I can. Will this game have cases with skins? Not cases with skins. It will have cosmetic items eventually. So you could have a ninja bot. You could have a dragon bot. You could have whatever else. Okay, now this, I think, failed for real. What is this? Assert Zapper is disabled. Why did this not work? EMP Zapper. Is it not called Zapper? Hardware constant. EMPable hardware. It's called Zapper. Yeah, what? What? Oh, they're both owned by the same player. Oh, whew, that was close. Okay. Cool. So the match is about to end. Yeah, all right. And the test passed. Great. So now this one. Oh, this is already done. I tested that. Test out the EMP API itself. Try passing thrusters or nonsense, a number. So there are only 2 tests left. This wasn't so bad. So make sure a bot can have multiple EMP components. This is if you get shot by, let's say, 4 different enemy bots. So should be able to have multiple hardware components disabled by EMP at once. So we're going to have EMP code for lasers, for missiles, and for artillery. We're going to say EMP code 1, 2, and 3. We're going to make just a target bot. And it's going to have no code, tss.no opcode. And it's going to have no hardware, or well, no different hardware. Oh my god, that's really mean. It's also funny, but that's really mean. Okay, so let's update the EMP bots. And then just make sure that we've been EMP'd by all of that stuff. So we should be EMP'd for lasers, missiles, and artillery. And yeah, GG. Wheatley, you did really well. Also, you had some pretty good buffs. The increasing damage dealt by the team was a kind of unlucky one, but yeah, pretty nice. Alright, now I'm on the blue team. Oh, Wheatley and Horforia are on the same team. Alright, what do I have here? Let's go with this one. So what do I want to EMP? I mean, whatever I choose, you guys will know exactly what I'm choosing because you can see my screen. You filthy screen watchers. But it's going to be one of these top 5. I don't know what. Well, Wheatley's been using a lot of lasers. I'm going to go with missiles. Ephemeral says, hopefully my bot will work now that I'm not on your team. Increases damage to team was kind of an unlucky one with that many teammates. Isn't that stating it's weak? Well, okay, so yes, it is weak. Yeah, it is weak. Because there's a buff that says give you plus 15% damage, and then there's a team buff that says give you and all your teammates plus 3%. But since you only have 3 people on your team, that's 9% total damage versus, let's say, 15. Okay, I think this is it. So we should just put the tag over here. Will I be able to one-shot people? It's probably going to be possible. I don't think it'll be very common. But for example, there's already reclaimed damage in the game. This gives you plus 5% damage up until you have plus 25%. There's a buff for plus 15% damage dealt. Is there? Actually, I think there's this buff in the game. Then you could have some weapon like artillery, which does a lot of damage, right? Artillery right now does 600. So 600 times 1.4 is 840. That's almost a one-hit kill. Then, is there any other way you can increase your damage right now? I think that's it. Oh no, your team, okay, yeah, you technically could. It would be really hard right now, but you need enough teammates to have chosen the plus 3% damage buff where you have, how much more would you need? This is based on 600, so you need an extra 160. So 600 divided by 160, you need an extra 37%. So you need 13 teammates to pick that damage buff. So with 39 plus the 40 that you have times the 600 damage, so 600 times 1 plus 0.39 times this is just over 1,000. Actually, it might have been, you might have been able to have fewer. I might have done the math a little bit wrong on that. Yeah, I did. Well, whatever. But that'll probably be balanced out of the game or something. I don't think we're going to have one-hit kills. I think everything's going to do a little bit less damage. A lot of people are using EMP. Oh, man. Actually, EMP is wrecking me. Ephemeral didn't have this strategy at all until we're on different teams. And now look what's happening. What a sad world we live in. My own teammate fighting against me. We're not doing terribly though. Although Wheatley has 13 kills. Okay. Did the test work? Get components is not a function. Excuse me. There should have been target bot. I set up the bot switch between what it EMPs for. Seems okay. Yeah, I think the problem is no, I think that could be fine. So Ephemeral, the only way it's shared is if you actually wrote shared A or shared B or shared C. Matsu says, why can't I commit a bot? Take a look at the help button that shows up roughly here on the screen at the upper left. There should be a help button there. Click that or paste in the bot you're trying to commit. Paste the text into chat and I'll tell you. Wheatley. Oh, man. Yeah, actually, I don't know. I think... Like I said, it's a relatively even match right now. And part of the problem actually is Pecking Bird, you're not getting any kills right now. Okay, so Matza linked this in. Lasers 3, missiles 3, shield 1. So you probably don't have shield 1. That's my assumption. Is the error saying something about like inventory? And Judge Bacon, how you put an else in Blockly is actually kind of weird. Take an if and then click this little gear on the if and then drag an else into this little preview picture over here and then you have an if else block. So that's how you do it. I burned to death. Yeah, so your inventory... Oh, you have shield. Do you not have lasers or missiles then? You probably don't have lasers or missiles. Scroll up to the top of your inventory. So what you're doing here, Matza, and I know this isn't clear from the UI, but you're taking things out of your inventory and putting them on a bot. So scroll up to the top. If you don't have lasers and missiles, that's probably what's going on right now. Ark says, this is so inspirational because I was thinking of making a game. Well, great, yeah. And I suggest starting, if you don't know how to code, then learn how to code. If you know how to code and haven't started your game, start working on your game. I know it's easier said than done. So make sure it can have multiple EMP components. I am still screwing this up, but I think I fixed it. Oh, no, you're not bothering me. No, those are the kinds of questions I'm totally fine answering. I think once the UI is finished, it won't be possible to make a mistake like that. Or if it is, then it'll be much more obvious what's going on. Bot entity.getComponent is not a function. I don't know why this is still happening though. Target bot EMP code 123. I know, I never deployed the bots. Oh, that was stupid. Okay, EMP bot 1, 2, and 3. That was not smart. And these should be owned by different players. 2, and then these should be at like 1, 2, and 3, and then there should be a 1, 1. That should work. I haven't actually used GameMaker Arc, but I've heard good things about it. Should not disable an activated ability. What's failing here? Hardware test line 152. Assert entity util zapper bot hardware company. Did this ever pass? I don't think this ever worked. Still be zapping. EMP status is failing. But no, it doesn't even say EMP status. This isn't right. Oh, I know what I did. Oh, this is stupid. This is... Wait, I screwed up all of these, didn't I? Assert this, yeah. What did I do here? This should have been here. I probably broke all of this. Yeah, well, yeah. I broke everything. Okay. Let's fix this. Are there any other ones here? That, yeah. And probably this one. Okay, did that fix it all? No, how did any of this work though? This would just be the way that JavaScript works. It doesn't check the arity of a function before trying to apply the parameters, and so this should be a different error. Yeah, all I see is EMP status print out. So it expected true and I got false, meaning it's not EMP'd. And that's weird. So let's find out. EMP code is EMP zapper. Zapper code is zap. Put the zapper bot down, make sure that it's zapping. Then EMP. This might be a real bug. I don't think I've ever tested this before. Oh, no, it's not. It's not a real bug. I didn't change the players. What did I miss? Undertale was made in GameMaker, as I understand. Yeah, so, Ostcroak, you're back in chat. Happy belated birthday. I'm a week late, but I was waiting. I think, so I mostly agree with what Ostcroak said about use whatever you're most comfortable using. I think if you look at what other games were made in and you say, okay, yeah, I want to be like that game, it might not work given that, well, one, games are massive projects, and two, it's kind of whatever keeps you determined and motivated here. Atralik says, Adam, is there a reason for me to learn SQL instead of MongoDB? I'm quite good at CSS and HTML and currently learning JavaScript. Trying to create a community-driven website with basic CRUD functionality. I don't want to get into this too much about the whole SQL versus no SQL. I think MongoDB can serve you decently well. I think SQL can serve you well. I think Mongo would probably get you started faster. And if it's just a community site and you're not really worried about scalability or the ACID properties of databases, and if you're not familiar with that, search ACID database. If you're not too concerned with that stuff, I'd say you can't really go wrong. But I think learning SQL will not go unappreciated in your life either. So I still think that it's up to you in the end. Ephemeral says, the shared variables, can you set them to different values, or how do those work? So if you're using Blockly, yeah, you can set the... Wait, can you? No, maybe you can't. Yeah, you can. It's just annoying to do that. You have to take a set variable and then change this, rename it to shared A or something like that, and then you can set it. Oh, that was bad. I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, yeah, you can do things that way. And in JavaScript, just say shared A equals and then something else. Oh no, Oscar, you don't need to apologize to me. Okay, so there's one test left. The EMP API itself. Try passing thrusters or nonsense or a number. I don't really know what I'd be testing by doing this, to be honest, but should not allow just any, should not be able to EMP thrusters. Like, it shouldn't even work though. I don't even need code. All I need is an EMP bot. And it just needs tss.noopcode. Great, doesn't matter, none of that matters actually. Change that to 1. We say tss.setupActiveBot, EMP bot, and then assert code execution system dot can EMP thrusters is false. Should not be able to EMP thrusters. This is disallowed. EMPing thrusters is disallowed at the API level. Sorry for apologizing. Yeah, you should be sorry for that. Hey, Smelly Bat. Also says, is it hard to make websites with Python since I'm learning Python over on Codecademy and I'm enjoying it so far? I've never made a website with Python, but I'm sure there are libraries and everything that'll make it easier. Oh, wow. This was a very filled match. Let's just keep upping the number of screenshots I've been taking today. For whatever reason, my bot stopped firing missiles a while back. Refreshing and rejoining fixed it. That's very strange. Pecking bird, that is very strange. Oh, hey, Deadbringer. Haven't seen you in a while. Haven't seen you in a long time. So I can't use stunning lasers? No, you can, Hardline. What's the problem? I mean, what makes you think you can't use stunning lasers? Also, I broke all my code, so let's see if this fixes it. Missiles, yeah. I like this script. I think this script is doing pretty well. And remember, anyone else who wants access to the game, it's totally free right now. Yeah, you can only use one kind of laser, and the way that stun works right now is maybe not the way it ends up working eventually. Like, right now, it's working as we designed it, but I'm saying we might change that. Weedly, taking every opportunity. What other buffs do people get? Oh, actually, everyone who's online right now is playing. That's pretty cool. Usually people are not paying attention or something. Trying to use artillery and stunning lasers. Yeah, it should work. Hardline, I don't know if you couldn't make the bot or if the script wouldn't work. I'm not sure what the problem was exactly. If you see stunning lasers appear over here on the right side, then you've made the bot correctly. So then the only question becomes, are you using the script correctly? Oh, nice. Judge Bacon has teleport, although apparently nothing after that. Judge Bacon, it appears as though... Oh, you have Zapper. Okay. You may want to not teleport... Here, I'll just @tag you. You are teleporting before zapping, it appears. How do I get the bot coins for the store to buy new hardware? So, Matza, every midnight at... Well, midnight GMT, you specifically only get $1 actually, so you're relatively unlucky. So you have no real way of getting more botcoin. But for right now, I'll give you more. I'll say update users set sudo money equals 10 where name equals matzo124. So now you have 10 money. If you refresh the page, you should be able to excuse me. You should be able to buy salvage packs. Oh man, maybe I should EMP reflect. So something to consider, just for people who are looking at this and being like, oh my god, everybody has EMP, this is so stupid. Well, one, EMP is going to probably be very rare in the real game. So it's only the people who've managed to save up and buy EMP. And two is that there are only 20 items right now. So once there are, let's say, 80 items, then EMP will just be one of those 80 items, or maybe 2 or 3 of the 80 items. And yeah, no problem, Matzo. Eventually, I won't be willing to do that, by the way. Right now, I don't mind modifying people's money amounts because I'm not really testing the balance of money. I want people to be able to spend on what they want to spend on. And we might change itemization completely. So there's that. And there are a lot of shields in the game right now. Trying to make an bot with artillery 1, shield 1, thrusters 1, regen 2, stunning lasers 2. Hardline, as long as you have those in your inventory, that should be fine. Because you have 7 levels, you haven't repeated anything. So it should work. We're actually losing right now. What's going on? Oh, it's me who's causing us to lose. Well, and Judge Bacon. Shield is overpowered. Shield, actually, I don't think Shield is overpowered. I think it absorbs, I don't know what, like 400 damage maybe at level 3. So it adds some life to you. I guess it's, I don't know, maybe it is. It only lasts for like 4 or 5 turns though, so if you use it at the wrong time, it might just go to waste. My bots are terrible. I've been there, done that. I've deployed bots that have gotten very, very few kills. I think this is fine. I think all the tests are finished as far as I'm concerned. So let's go back to, and I know that I'm chatting and playing much more than I normally do on an average day at Botland. Today I said I'm going to take it a little bit easier because I think the next couple months are going to be very tough. Yeah, when I press update it says invalid hardware config. Does it say inventory in the error message? If it says inventory, then it means that you don't have the items. If it says anything else, then just copy paste what you have into chat and I'll tell you what's wrong. This stuff failed. Interesting. Did this fail from the new assert that I added? I think it did. It did. Oh, we're going to find out what's going wrong here. So we tried making a bot at 0, and it didn't work. Run chance to reflect test. How did this fail? This means it's not. Yeah, how did this fail? Chance to reflect test. Where is this coming from? Probably arena test. Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. It doesn't matter where this gets created. So I can delete this and then there won't be an assert there. And finally there is this, which is probably the same thing. Entities tile X. This is when I create a bot. Where exactly? Oh yeah, Capillara. I had a lot of meetings yesterday. Should path find cardinally adjacent to tile. So this is coming from the arena test. I'm going to make sure to modify the right area here. This, I'm creating about a 112122. Create player bot at 312122. Wipe out all entities. Okay, good. Wipe out all entities. 131222. Good. 111222. Good. Good. Good, and good. What's breaking about this? Yes, something's wrong here. Test should give their bots their update function. Wait a second, what? Is this searching in selection right now? No, it's not. Where does this even come from? Yeah, hardline, just I'll find it if you copy paste the bay. What's this one? Create player bot with hardware 00. No, this should be fine. Man, I don't know what's happening right now. There were 2 tests that were failing. I think I just fixed one of them. And I guess I'll write in that test that I can close out of this. So reflect. No, not in here. In here. Maybe in there. We don't specify coordinates because we don't care about the position that the bot gets. So this test failed. Should give update function as soon as they're deployed. Just doesn't make sense why this would fail. All I'm doing is creating exactly one bot. Code is move right. And yet we expected 0 and we got 1. What? Entities tile X is not what we expected. We expected 1 here. Oh, I know what happened. Oh, darn it. Oh, man. This isn't good. Okay, what happened is this. I added these lines here. Verify we didn't try placing them on top of another bot, which would have picked new coordinates randomly. If they ran an update, then this wouldn't be the case. Basically, what I should be checking is that you're not more than 5 tiles away or something. I don't know. Yeah, Horforia is correct. I think my assist would be through the roof if the game had assist. Yeah, and by the way, hardline, not that it matters too much, but if you join the game, well, like at this screen when you click connect, if you click help, it tells you that Stunning Lasers does have an underscore in it. So this I've been keeping up to date, like totally up to date. And then non-scalable hardware is written here, teleport, EMB, reclaim, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Look like there are a lot more blue players than red players right now. Oh, hardline hasn't deployed. I see. Ooh, none of these are really that good for me. I should really add in healing at some point. Probably before 3 months is over. I think healing would probably greatly change some of the strategies that are possible in the game. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I'm on fire for like 6 turns because of Weedly. Interesting. How long have I been programming? I've been programming for a while. I haven't actually said how long. And I won't say it. Mostly because I think my age is too personal, and I think that you'd have enough clues from that to figure out my age. Okay, now it looks like there are a lot of red players. Did Hardline finally join in? Wait, what's going on here? Hardline is in the game. What did hardline name? Oh, there. Because you also had a variable telling you which team you're on. That would be really helpful. Yeah, I do want to do that too. And I want to think of how we're going to surface that. Yeah, I'll write this down. I think I'll put in add heal hardware. We're calling this burst regen probably. This will be the first instance of a passive converted into an active ability. Okay, yeah, add in a variable that tells you which team you're on, or add in a variable or function for is red team or is right team or something like that. I don't know. You can detect what team you're on through shared variables. You can detect what team you're on even without shared variables. In fact, this is what does this. If you go into premade scripts, ultra killer, this init function kind of handles this. If x is greater than arena width divided by 2, then you're on the red team. And you could set a variable to red team over here, and then set a variable to not red team, blue team. How would age be too private? It's not necessarily that it's too private. It's that, and I know that's what I said, so I know that sounds like, wait a second, Adam, you're an idiot. But I think it's that when I started working, I don't know where exactly, at my last company, I think. Yeah, when I started working at my last company, the one before this, I wasn't sharing my age with anyone. I just want to see what effect it had on what people thought about, I don't know, coding ability or how well spoken someone is, or whether you should respect this person's opinion. And I think that in general, it was a more positive impact for me than at my previous job where I had shared my age. So I figured I'll just never share my age for the rest of my life. How do I know if my bots are shooting stunning lasers? If they're shooting lasers, then they're shooting stunning lasers, because you have stunning lasers on your bot. The only way to figure it out for right now is to just look and see if your target takes longer to take its turn. If you use stunning laser hardware, you're shooting lasers. Yep. Wasabi is correct. And I like that there are lots of botland experts now. It does make it a bit weird when you tell people I'm not telling you how old I am in a work setting. Well, I think most of the time in a work setting, at least in America, if you say, I'm not willing to share that, people back off almost immediately, because there are a lot of lawsuits in America. And if you said something like, hey, what religion are you? Or, hey, what, I don't know, whatever. What's your, any other personal question? People in America, if you didn't answer the question, they might be like, oh, why is that you're not sharing or something? But they wouldn't just keep pressing you for it. So, yeah, hasn't been too much of an issue so far. Did I check in the code, by the way? I don't remember what I did. Oh, I didn't check in the code because I didn't fix the code, because I don't know how to fix this code. What do I do? What do I do? This assert is failing. I can make it a warning. How about that? Create bot with hardware. Yeah, I can make it a warning. Get their physics component and check this stuff out. Run artillery tests. Bot entity, give physics component, and then if tile x not equal to deploy x, or tile y not equal to deploy y, then we say console.warn you probably deployed a bot on top of another bot. Oh wait, why is this happening? There's one other way that this can happen. There's one way that this can legitimately happen. If you deploy a bot with an update function that runs immediately and moves the bot. That's why this is just a warning and not an assert. So that should fix this. Hey, MCS Mike. Any expert tell me what color is laser? Lasers are green. Okay, so I just broke everything in the game. Oh, tile X and tile Y don't exist. But wait, warnings count against me? Is that what's happening here? Oh yeah, tile X is not defined. No, it's an error. Okay, got it. So what I meant to do is this. Const tile X equals physics component dot tile X. Is that what this is? Yep. Cool. And same thing for tile Y. Done. Rerun it. Hey, Skynet. In the US, there's no protected class for those under a certain age. Only those. Oh, no, I understand that. And I know about protected classes. I think what I'm getting at is just if you ask someone in the workplace in the US, just in general, a question that they deem too personal, you probably won't start making fun of them after that because HR will take action. That's probably the case in most countries, but I know work culture in the US at least, HR matters in bigger companies. I think this is ActionScript a node version issue. You should just update the version and it will completely work fine. No, I think this is, well, this is a weird error. What is this? Entity is not cloaked as expected. Assert entity cloak status. And where is this coming from? The arena test? Yes. How's my back doing? My back's doing, it's doing a lot better. I've started going to the gym again. It's funny because I think I shared it was last stream. I lost 8 pounds since I started streaming because I haven't been exercising as much and I haven't been eating as much either. And I went to the gym this last week and I finally did what I consider to be a normal workout and I am like wiped out from it. I am so sore. This would never normally be the case. Yeah, it's always weird getting back into exercising. I was trying to refer to the incident. Oh, I see. Okay, manually melee in the direction to hit cloak bot. So what we expect is entity should be cloaked, and it's not cloaked. Is there, by the way, there should be one warning printing out up here somewhere. You probably deployed a bot on top of another bot. I guess I need to say warning. Speaking of losing weight, I just ate half a pizza. I don't know if I should congratulate you on your restraint for not eating the whole pizza or if that's too much. Oh, I'm doing poorly. Oh, I'm not even in the game, that's why. I never deployed bots. I just love chat sometimes. Okay, getting back to this. I don't know why this test failed, and I want to know why this test failed. So we're going to figure out. Entity is not cloaked as expected. We know exactly where this is coming from. Here. Oh, this is not helpful, though. How do I do this, then? Okay, there's a way we can make it helpful. Watch this. Control-Shift and delete. There. Let's see if it fails now. My bots just stand around even though they should move. Yeah, we can definitely help you with the code. Adam thinks him deploying bots will make him do any better. In Hardline, so there's a concept of terminators in the game. Both lasers and wow, that passed for some reason. So this must be a randomness thing. Lasers and artillery are both terminators, which means that you can only ever use one or the other on a given turn. So a terminator in general is just something that produces a change in the arena state. So enabling Zapper, that's a paddling. Shooting a laser, also a paddling. Moving, whatever else. But then here are the things that are not terminators. Will lasers hit, for example? You're checking the state of the arena, but you're not changing it. So that's fine. Can move, same thing, just checking it. Is zapping, those sorts of things. So basically anything that's going to return a Boolean, yeah, that's totally fine. Call as many times as you want. Anything that's going to actually change the state of the arena, shooting, moving, regenerating life, whatever, blah, 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 that's going to take your turn. And to find out more about that, there is a little bit on the wiki for that. Kotlin coding. Oh, and MCS Mike, the loading bar is on loading the transpiled code. Although I do agree with you, and I do agree that this test has gotten a little bit out of control. Okay, let's see. So all of the tests are passing. So that test that failed is randomly failing. What was it called? This one. How could this randomly fail? Oh wait, melee right might have stopped working, and it randomly picks another direction. But I'd expect if I ran the test 5 or 6 times that it would fail again, and I had never seen it fail up until then. I don't understand. Oh my God, what's going on in the game? EMP's going off everywhere. See, I think there are too many players in the game to really be able to tell what's happening at a glance. That's why we're probably going to limit it to 3 versus 3. there's a lot going on. And so now, yeah, I already talked about this earlier. I'll just stop there. So what's going on? Melee right. Is this somehow failing? Why is this not? It's not reproducing it at all. Wrote the EMP test. What else did I do here? Test main should be checked in. Arena test. I fixed a very, very minor bug in here. Added some code in test simulation server to detect when I try to deploy a bot on top of another one. What's happening will ensure red team wrecks blue team. Well, part of that, to be fair, there are a couple people with pretty low KDRs. And when there's this many red bots around you and some of them are using EMP and others have shields and reflect and all of this, then yeah, there's a lot going on. What's interesting is you can see there's this band of resources right here and only right here. There are none in the other parts of the arena. So people will probably put reclaim into their code now. I'm going to try and take a picture of this. Maybe tweet some of these out later. And then this, the hardware test. This is mostly just for testing EMP right now. And there's a whole bunch of code I'm pretty sure should not have been there. Did I delete it? Yeah, I deleted it. How do you look at stats? Just hold tab. My bots are spawn trapping now. Well, yeah, the red team is totally taken over the left side. If this were to happen in a real game, by the way, there'd be pretty dire consequences, because eventually what I'm going to add in is if you die in your own zone, you're worth twice as many points to the enemy player. Maybe we'll save adding that in until much later if we determine it's more of a problem. Wow. A lot of artillery was just shot up there. I think Hardline must be doing really well, right? 1.05. Interesting. Well, anyone else who wants to get in on the action here, if you want to play, totally free, you can get an account. It'll last until Sunday, which means pretty much it's going to last for an hour. So if you want to play in the next hour, you can play. Because I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or the next day, which means people probably won't be playing. All that does is make the game even more snowbally, though. Yeah, we might not do it. The intent was partially to stop stalemates where you just hide on your own side of the game on the map. So this would encourage you to go to the other team's side. But if there aren't super frustrating things happening every match where, oh my god, that team just used the cheesiest strategy, then yeah, we might not have to do something like that. So the other thing that won't be the case, because right now, if this did happen in a real match and we had enough players, let's say here, and here, and they were all using different EMP things, then you could just kind of shut down a whole team. Adam, how are you updating what bots are on the screen and where they're moving? I'm guessing WebSockets? Yeah, WebSockets. Well, socket.io, which uses WebSockets and falls back to long polling. Also having objects on the map? Will there be different rooms in the server? I don't know exactly what you mean. If you mean obstacles, they'll probably exist eventually. And different rooms in the server, I'm not totally sure what you mean there. I think honor dictates you bring the fight to the enemy. I don't know if you played online games before, but people don't have a whole lot of honor in them. Otherwise, I'd agree. Okay, so I never figured out why this test just randomly fails. I wonder if I ran it a whole bunch of different times. No, building obstacles, that was in the game for exactly 1 day, and then we cut it the next day. So no, that'll probably never be the case. How much does Reclaim heal? 50. So it's 5% of your life. Game is fun, but I'm out. Have fun. Thanks for all the help. Oh yeah, cool. And thanks for playing, Matza. Like, not the whole player base on one map, but oh yeah, that's gonna happen. That's what I'm working towards, starting on Monday and ending probably 3 months from now. So once that's the case, if all the people who are playing right now wanted to play, well, now there are only 5 people online. So if these 5 people wanted to play, yeah, they'd be in one match. And if another 5 people joined, well, this match has already started, so it'd go into another match. What if I want to make a squad of my friends and tell them to equip Zapper, EMP, and artillery? Is that possible? It won't be possible for a very long time. I'm talking like more than a year. So social features in the game are something that we've thought about, and we pretty much said there's no point in having social features if there's no one playing. So let's just focus on getting people playing first. How are you going to do that? So there's a lot of infrastructure to set up. And in short, here's how it's going to work, Capillara. When let's say 0 people are playing and now 6 people want to play, they'll be put into a matchmaking queue, and then eventually, oh wow, 6 people are found, so let's throw them onto a server. Well, the server won't even possibly exist at that point, so we'll have to spin up a server, tell all the players, hey, here's the server you're supposed to go on, handle all the things that can possibly go wrong. There's a lot to work on there. But basically, it's, yeah, spinning up servers on demand. No. So, Horforia, I'm not talking about if in a game you want to talk to your allies and say, hey, I really need you to put shield down. I need help or whatever. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on in chat. I really need this strategy, or you should do this instead of what you're doing. That part's fine. What I'm saying is you can't say, hey, you two friends, let's all queue together and join a match as a 3-person team. That's not going to be in the game for quite some time. Galter, I'm the one who banned you. And you probably shouldn't have told me that it was you, because now I want to ban that account too. Could you at least add a group queue system initially? Not like chat or anything, but I'd love to play this with other coders, just basic. Yeah, so that's something that we want to do eventually, and that we will. I'm sorry. Oh, chat reaction. Just hilarious. And it's something we want to do eventually, and I think we'll get to. No, Gulsher, you also got banned by Twitch. I checked your account the other day, and yeah, you were also banned by Twitch. I don't know how that happened, but I also banned you from this chat, and I'm very likely to ban you again. Capilar says, why is he banned? Generally trolling, but then vandalizing the wiki was the big reason why. That's actually really funny. You want to fail fish in chat right now? Making a group queue system would make the game pretty one-sided as experienced players. Well, so Horforia, the idea eventually would be that people who queue as a group would be considered to be higher skill level by default or something like that. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I got done with that. Let's see. Yeah, deploy, this stuff's done. EMP tests are done. So what's left in this entire list? I think the only thing left was this. So yeah, this is what's left of here. Not too bad. Those images are awesome. I love that you, unlike other streamers, don't prevent people from posting links. Oh, wait, Hardline, I missed something. If I want to change my build mid-game, how do I do that? I'll talk about this more next week, Hardline. I think right now there's no way to do it, and it's intentionally no way. And even the fact that you're allowed to refresh the page and go back and change what shows up over here, that wouldn't be allowed eventually by the current design. We might change it so that, yeah, you can edit builds mid-game. And I think there's a good reason to want to do that, but I don't know. We're going to talk about it. Sorry for pink lights and max brightness. I didn't think they would last this much time. Oh, no problem. No, that's why I let you guys do that. Wait, Gulsher, there were other... Okay, so the thing that bugged me the most was the wiki ended up linking to porn. And, like, that is totally unacceptable in my opinion. Oh, wait, no, there were other things too. No, I'm pretty sure it was you, because I looked at what the IP address changed. You added the quote, you changed all of the commands from plural to singular and vice versa so that people wouldn't know what the commands did. And then, yeah, you linked to porn. And I am not okay with any of those things. If you give us the option to edit builds mid-game, there's no point in having more than 3 bot bays. Yes, exactly. And so Wasabi, what we'll be doing is we'll be thinking about how can we make it so that you don't have the concept of bot bays anymore. You just have the concept of an inventory. What's this sick music? Is this Sandstorm? Nope, it's not. Okay. Well, I can't predict what chat's going to do. Listen to this sick Yaki SC music. Let's check that out. I mean, I could just check the logs because yeah, I don't like in my mind this isn't a witch hunt or something. I'm not out to get people. I'll check the recent changes in the wiki and it keeps track of who did what. And I was pretty sure it was all by the same person. Let's find out. And while I'm finding out, let me put this in the foreground. There's how to play Twitch commands. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, no, so they were all made by the same IP address. Yeah, they were all made by the same IP address. Also, what chat's going like crazy? Hang on a second. Wait, what? I'm not supposed to listen to that? Okay, fine. I'll just delete that then. Are you planning on putting something that allows me to test new builds against actual bots, not player bots? Yeah, we're planning on it. So there's not a whole lot of time left before the game launches. I mean, it's 13 months. It may seem like a long time, but it's not given what I have planned. So yeah, we have a lot of plans for this stuff, and that's one of the things we have planned for. And then what else am I missing? No, Gulsher, I already changed it. But all right, you know what? There's no point in this. I'm just gonna ban you again. Okay, so then what else am I missing? How many points do you get per time period? 1 point every 10 minutes. Oh, and progress on Botland. Like at this point, I'm pretty happy with what got done this week. I'm not so like worried about this. What I am a little worried about is that one bug that I'd found. Weird. But I don't see it happening again. And if it happens again, I guess I take care of it then. Yeah, let's just check this in. So yeah, these are the only things left to do. Maybe adding healing in right now is a good idea. Is that a bad idea? It's a good idea. You added follow Capillara to your to-do on Wednesday, but I didn't get the notification yet. Did I follow through on it? No, I haven't actually done it yet. I didn't get to a lot of these things yet. Yeah. What are not versioned files? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, they're new files. You're saying if I go to commit? Maybe they are. I'm not totally sure. They could be added or yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they're ignored or I'm not totally sure. Okay, so Napalm and Tess, I think so yeah, for the next 50 minutes could be Napalm, more Tess, heal, random tasks. Oh, the EMP buff. Which, what did this straw poll end up saying? People were pretty split on what they wanted here. Now granted, there was rare hardware behind this. Man, I don't know. Did I hear straw poll? I can link this straw poll again. I don't know if I'm actually going to do this right now. Like, I'm not sure exactly what I want to work on. And I know this is a bit of an unusual day in that like I said, I haven't been coding as much as I normally do. I'm going to be getting back into the swing of things, I think, on Monday. My own buff, choose 2 instead. You mean like choose 2 buffs the next couple times? Right, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Wheelie. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna write this down on the list. So I'll say there's the straw poll. What should be our EMP buff? Alternatively, we could allow you to EMP 2 pieces of hardware at once, although that would change the API. Should we change how we give out buffs based on the rarity of the associated hardware? For example, if we have an EMP buff, then chances are that not many players will be able to make use of it. Have you ever had to deliver something research related, but you couldn't really find a satisfying answer to the problem you were given? I haven't had to. So I think the way I'm interpreting this a little bit is, if you set out to research something and you have a hypothesis and it's proven wrong, I think presenting on that is very important. If it's that you went out to research, like, how can I come up with a better way of fluid dynamics in computers or something like that? How would I render water? Where there's no hypothesis, it's just let's make something that looks good, and you don't end up coming up with an algorithm for that. I don't know. Anyway, it sounds like this is for school, in which case I think you should probably talk to your professor. Holy cow, chat's going very fast right now. Well, my situation right now is that I was provided a problem for me to solve. I don't think I have a satisfying answer. I have to report to my coordinator in a few days. Yeah, I mean, if it's like totally due in 2 days, I don't know what to say about that. But if it's just something about talking to your coordinator, I think just be upfront and honest about it. But I'm not totally sure all of the different nuances of the question. Like, is this something you're letting down the coordinator or the school or something like that? Is it a final deadline? Is it? I don't know. What's wrong, Hardline? So I'm gonna log off here. Oh, match is about to start, not end. Also, yeah, people are still kind of split on this. That copy pasta was pretty funny the first time I saw it. And I think I have a higher sensitivity to copy pasta in that I find it funnier than most people do. There was one in Forzen's chat the other day, or Crip's chat, said something about, like, you scroll up to indulge in the delights of this copy pasta, but there's no substance there. If my chat ever got like that, I'd probably start banning people, but it's really funny to watch. Not really strict because it's extra curriculum. I just don't want to disappoint my coordinator. But that's the thing, Yaki. I don't think people expect everything to be perfect the first time around, which is why I think just being honest and saying, yeah, I didn't find a good answer. Maybe how could I pursue this? Who should I talk to? What more resources can I have? Oh, and see you, Linko. Thanks for joining. Any way to save them? So Hardline, you can save one script. So let's say I have this script, press the save button, and then let's say I deleted it, and here's the confusing part. When you press load, you have to close and then reopen it, and there they are, they're back. So you can do that. Get ready to give me points because I just found a highly exploitable bug. Okay. Yeah. Let me know. What should I do here? Random tasks would be like the bugs or this thing. I guess I'll look at get owner of entity. I gotta say, today was a pretty fun day. I really just took things a lot easier than I normally do. Chat's been just on fire with making me laugh today. And it was a lot of fun playing the game with you guys. And I'm in a red room right now. My KDR pierces the heavens. Wait, was it Peckingbird who had an infinity KDR? Because now Peckingbird is down to a 1 KDR, which is exactly even. Does that mean Hearthstone stream after? No, I have a very tightly packed evening tonight. I think I'm going to the gym at like 5:30, so it's 4:15 right now. So I'm gonna try to get some food before that. I love working out on a full stomach. Everyone else is like, how do you do that? It's because I don't run after working out on a full stomach, or at least not more than a mile. And then there's some other event going on with friends tonight. Then tomorrow's Super Metroid Day, meetings, and then Sunday is like catch up on all the work that I have here and figure out what the heck is going on Monday. Also, I'm still waiting for you. I want to hear about the bug. Oh, you just linked it to me. Okay. Able to select 2 hardware. 1 offensive, 1 defensive. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize you wanted that stipulation on it. Okay, let me... people suggested having 1 offensive, 1 defensive in that choice. That's a very complex buff to communicate to people because we need to divide things up into offensive and defensive. However, I'll still write down the feedback and I'll talk about it. I know everyone. As soon as I said that, I'm like, God, someone's going to comment on it. Hey, I missed the code execution system refactor. How'd it go? I didn't really spend any more time doing it. So I got rid of, I think, 30 lines of code, and then that was that. Control K, your positive minus scratch would be credited. Oh, so, Orphoria, that's only currently, that's by design right now. In pre-beta, I wanted you to be able to kill your bots as many times as you want. Eventually, you'll get up to 5 recalls, which means you can kill one of your bots. And each time you do that, you'll lose 1 point. Do you ever find yourself wanting to work on Botland on the weekend? So I think about Botland, I think almost constantly, to the point where there are some anxiety dreams about either streaming or Botland or something like that. But do I want to work on it on the weekend? I think it's something that I'm usually torn between. It's like I want certain things to get done. So, for example, lately it's been, okay, the accountant stuff. I have to wrap that up. I need to send over documents. I need to take copies of things. That's the kind of work that needs to get done that I will never like doing. The coding stuff, yeah. Sometimes I want to look into that. Sometimes I want to... I don't know, there's like this big list of stuff here. Like this, for example. Getting the wiki working again. Something I got to do. And something that is not really Botland related, but kind of is. And yeah. And I try to take the weekends off, but it doesn't always work. There's usually at least a few hours of work on the weekends. Each one costs 1 more point or twice as many. Wait, what, Wasabi? I think it'd be better to have unlimited recalls, but have each one cost 1 more point or twice as many. So the issue that we're trying to address, and yeah, maybe this is not something we should necessarily do, is that someone joins your game and they say, I'm going to just recall my bots like 40 times in a row. And now your team has no chance of winning since you're 40 points in the hole. I don't know whether we should try preventing that, because that same person could just say, I'm just going to deploy bots that walk into an enemy and kill themselves. It's pretty similar to recalling. So maybe that's what we do. In fact, I'll write a note to talk about that. Given that recalls take a point away, why should we limit them? People already have a way of killing themselves easily by just putting pursue enemy and nothing else. It doesn't help. You're the sole person working on the scene. I'm the sole person coding. I'm not the sole person working on it. I have a question for you. If you have life steal, you shoot something that's reflected. Will life steal even though you hit yourself? No, it won't. What happens if you would survive it if life stole? Yeah, so it doesn't steal on reflect. Well, just allow people to lose their own points so they can lose as many points as they scored. That's actually an interesting idea. No, we can't do that. No, we can't do that, Wasabi. Because imagine if you have a bot like this, shield level 3 and regen, not even regen, just shield level 3. All this bot does is it goes and shields allies, and right before it's about to die, where it would give the enemy a point, you recall it. So you have all upside and no downside. You're shielding the rest of your team, and maybe you have like heal level 3, assuming that exists. And maybe you even weaken target boss, but you don't ever get the kills on them. So yeah, I don't think we can ever do that with Wasabi. Are my bots doing okay? No, they're close to 1. Interesting. Yeah, burst regen. That's what we're probably gonna do at some point here. Oh right, the whole get owner of entity thing that I was looking at. Hardware that reduces your total health. So we were thinking maybe not hardware that reduces your total health, but hardware where when you're lower on life would make you do more damage. So think of like berserk missiles or something like that. Berserk missiles at less than 75% life, add plus 10% damage. At less than 50% life, add 20% damage. And at less than 25% life, add 30% damage. Something along these lines. And so the goal would be keep yourself at this life and put shields on you so that your life isn't going up. And that way you can still do bonus damage but not die. And that's where an anti-shield hardware would be really cool, because you'd see bots like this and you'd say, oh no, I'm not letting you do that. And you'd destroy their shields and then kill them. So yeah, score is pretty even. Actually, yeah, it is. Wow, 183 to 180. Nice. My bots are trying to reclaim all this. Anti-shield hardware. Yeah, that's EMP, but not EMP shield at that point. It'd be EMP whatever it is that's. Yeah, so there's a lot of layers of strategy that could be there. So you have berserk missiles, and so you want berserk missiles level 3 and shield level 3 and maybe cloaking level 1 or something like that, right? So then the counter to this is concussive missiles level 3 and something else, reflect level 3, and so then the counter to that is like EMP on reflect or missiles or something. Oh, Horforia, I don't know if you heard my response, but I don't think it's a bug for right now. Like I intentionally made it that way for pre-beta, that you can kill your bots as often as possible. This new hardware gives birth to more new hardware. Does this evolution never stop? Hey Adam, how could I wrap a Node.js file in a folder so that read file passwords and txt won't work? Only the... Wait a sec. How would I wrap a Node.js file in a folder so that fs read file won't work? Like children of the root folder. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish exactly, Capillara. Like from a scenario perspective, do you want someone to be able to read the file only when you specify the file name and not when you specify it with a slash at the end? Because that sounds strange to me. But I think I'm just not understanding something. And Harlan says Inferno missiles. Missiles don't have any variations right now, but they will. And we've talked about some of them sort of internally. I haven't presented a lot of them to the stream yet. So you'll see. You'll all see. What else? So these things, get owner of entity. This takes in a player depot, and I mostly wanted to see, should this just provide a player at some point? But a lot of these were in here. In the chase target system, this. Projectile owner. Owner of dying entity. Owner of the intended target. Owner of entity. So owner of entity is done many times in I think this same function. That should just be projectile owner. I think we just put this up at the top of the function. And then anytime that this is done in this function, I just make use of that. Owner of entity, we say projectile owner. Wait a sec. Kills and deaths, the deferred death component. This is of movement and something that killed you. The projectile. Oh, what is this? I don't think this is right. But I don't understand this. This is the typical scenario for the below code, for the code below, is that a bot reached a tile. Is it a bot? Is it the server told us a bot died as it was moving? So we waited for them to reach the tile. This, i.e. this function was called, and now we can kill them. But then this isn't a projectile anymore. This needs to, oh, it's not that this is even a projectile. This is just owner of entity. Okay, got it. Are the other people on the team happy with your progress, seeing as you're the only coder? Yeah, I think so. Before he says, okay, so I won't get in trouble if I start a match off by filling my team side with killed bots, then have my real bots go harvest it, get maxed off, out, and then go jump in the fight. I think you should try it out, Horforia. I think, so it's not intended to be in the final game, but there are a lot of things that aren't intended to be in the final game that are in pre-beta right now. For example, even just having more than 6 players in a game. Also, how did this end? Oh yeah, wow, GG. Oh, I didn't see my score. Oh well, doesn't matter. Cavalar meant, no, I meant if you're not allowed to read files out of the root directory of the project. So for example, read file won't work, but because it's out of the root folder of the project. Oh, I see. I would probably, so there's nothing stopping Node from doing that. You'd have to write something for your application to not do that. So what I would probably do if you're going to do that is I'd write a function like this. I'd say function load file path, and then check if path is how you want it to be. If not valid for whatever reason, you know, throw new error, blah. And then at the bottom of all this, yeah, load the file now. And then you just say module.exports equals load file. So I would just make a function that wraps that behavior. Hey, Mr. Banks. What team am I on now? Blue team. I'm going to just deploy the exact same bot I've been deploying because I'm not paying attention. I am Arquette. I agree. No honor. No, it's good to test out. I definitely think so, because here's the thing. There are a lot of pieces of hardware that I don't know if people are even using. I don't have insight into this right now, but there's reclaim damage, reclaim regen, and reclaim armor. And these are things that maybe they're good, maybe they're not. But we don't actually know until people have used them and tried them out and we've seen, okay, yeah, the majority of the people who use reclaim armor end up losing a match. And by the way, Horforia could be helping the enemy team depending on how the arena looks at that time, because they're just resources, anyone can get them. Capilar says, now let's say I want everyone to be able to modify the Node.js file, so it's not stopping them from using load path instead of read file. I want everyone to be able to modify the Node.js file. It's not stopping them from using load path instead of read file. Well, So it sounds to me, Capillara, like in general you're asking, how do I enforce that a programmer do something the way that I want them to? And I think in general the way you do that is by code review and documentation, and not necessarily by only having one path through the code that'll do this. So, for example, in Botland, for me to access an API on the REST server in Botland, I need to fetch a token first. But what if someone wrote this? So what I expect is this, like fetch token, token equals fetch token, HTTP get, slash users, comma token. But what if someone did something like this? They just said HTTP get users, and then they copy pasted their own token in here. Like, this is something I can't really stop someone from doing in my code. But I can just put a comment on the function for this that, hey, you're supposed to go get a token using this. I can only expose a certain thing from a class, but if they have access to my code, they can just go say, oh, nope, I'm going to delete this function entirely, or change it around or something like that. What is armor? Armor is taking less damage. So armor is a passive minus 5% damage taken per level. So armor level 2 is minus 10% damage taken. And how do you use reclaim? Take a look at this page. And I think I missed something else. Oh, Linko said, what happens if you get sick? They're really dependent on you. I mean, we don't very granularly control people's schedules for this project, so like I expect that there's going to be some good UI and art stuff coming down the pipeline in the next month or two. Design stuff we have meetings about, and they expect certain things about the code from me. And my deadlines are more coarse, so it's like August I want to have the beta out, March I want to have the game released, that sort of thing. And I have roadmaps in between, and I've been pretty good at sticking to the deadlines for everything. Node.js, if you're running as a user that can't access outside of a certain directory. Okay, says, is this your first video game project? No. So one of the things, I've linked this in chat a couple times, actually already once today. The last thing I worked on was this, and I did this with a friend. This is totally open source. It took about 2 years to make. This is how I learned JavaScript. The game is playable on that site too. I mean, feel free to try it out. It's not super in-depth. It'll take you a couple of hours to beat, maybe 3 hours, I don't know. I also don't know how fun it is because I'm probably pretty biased. But yeah, you put units down. It's like a reverse tower defense almost. And you can put items on these things and use different stuff. And yeah. Don't press E a few times while playing that. Press E exactly once if you're going to play that game. It plays a music track. Yeah, so my bot started off, when I first deployed this a few games ago, my KDR was really good. And now that everyone else has presumably been changing their code, my KDR is not very good. And it makes me think that EMP is probably pretty balanced. Although I don't know for sure. Euphoria says, in a trademark taxonomy, you mentioned virtual reality software. I actually haven't looked at the trademark filing. But no, I don't think Botland's going to be playable on virtual reality stuff. Don't listen to Adam. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. So I shall be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I'm missing chat. Beaten to the creator of his own seems impossible. Oh, see you, Wasabi. That is pretty late, and thanks for joining. And I'll be streaming again on Monday. Monday's going to be the start of the next big thing for Botland, which is working toward full DevOps completion, being able to spin up games, being able to really take a look at what's going on all the different servers. I don't even think I'm going to change my bot around. I think I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so what I wanted to do is, instead of projectile owner, I wanted to call this just owner of entity. Then one, make sure that I did not do this in any silly way here. Owner of entity. So this wouldn't need to be here at all. This wouldn't need to be here at all. Okay, so those things are set. The next thing I need to do is projectile owner would need to be changed into owner of entity. Then delete this line. Yeah, good night. Okay. Well, it's a minor refactor. I think that's all. I don't want to do too much else. I think this is something that should be done eventually. Yeah, so I'm gonna say that that's done and that that's canceled for now. Let me check that in. And before I finish that, although actually this entire thing is used by just the client. So what I need to do is this. Okay, we hit connect, join the game, match is over. Not on my watch, it's not. Alright, so I'll connect over here. Hopefully this works. I don't know what's happening right now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'll deploy the Ultra Killer bot. Cool. And yeah, that looks like it's good. And then I'll deploy the... Oh, I didn't need to join a server for this. I could have just used the test framework. Okay, let me do that instead. And I'll try this out. Yeah. Someone got pulled over outside, I bet. So we'll try this. A equals JSON.stringify. And where's the deploy code? There it is. Perfect. And now let's kick it into hyperspeed. Debug main.balance tester. Actually, I don't need to do that. Let's just set this to 1. There. Okay. Yeah, I think this is probably fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. What else? Test, heal, random task, EMP buff. I want to wait on the EMP buff. Yeah, let's take a look at just some of the assorted tasks that I have on these lists. That's not going to happen. Figure out what to do if I ever update or change hardware tags. If you somehow get an invalid hardware configuration saved into your research bay, you'll be unable to ever modify that bay since it won't deserialize into a valid configuration. Does reclaim damage need an underscore? Yes, it does. And that's all on that whole BotBay format page. BotBay format page. Whoop. Uh-oh. Everything just closed. I don't know what happened there. What? Do you guys see this? What is this? It's the Chrome Modern app, right? Okay, why did that happen? Like all of a sudden, and I can't see chat now. Yeah, this is super weird is what it is. All right, I'm pretty confused. How did chat get to look like this? What sequence of keys could I have pressed for this to happen? You can exit via Chrome settings. Oh, is this just... Hang on, let me look at this over here. Oh, man. Well, if you guys know how to do this, do let me know. Because I didn't even know this was a setting. And I don't know how I activated it. There's a relaunch to desktop app option at the bottom of Chrome settings. Okay, let me see. I don't see this. How did I even do this? Chrome relaunch to desktop. How did I screw this up? Open Charms bar and search default program, set your default program, scroll down. What? At the bottom of Chrome settings, the 3-line thing below X. At the bottom of Chrome settings. Oh, no. Oh, this. Yeah. I don't see this. I don't know how I screwed this up. Web content languages download print accessibility system. I don't know. You missed it? Click the 3-line thing below the X. Oh, you're saying it's not in settings. Oh, alright. My bad. I thought you were... Okay, got it. Yeah, everything's fixed now. Okay. Well, now let me wait for chat to reload. I didn't even know that was a setting on Chrome. Wow. I don't know what's going on right now. Alright, well that was a waste of time. So thank you, Judge Bacon. I didn't know how to get out of that. So this is what a minor refactoring I did. Yeah. Minor refactoring to remove duplicated code. I wonder why anyone would intentionally open that. I mean, I guess it makes sense on like a Surface or something, but not on here. Okay, refactor code execution systems are on so many utility functions. Yeah, this is where I want to lump this into. So get rid of this, mark that as done. Look at the other to do here. A big problem in the arena code is a get tile. Yeah, so there's this. Hey, Super. Upgrade to Windows 10. Yeah, I think if I'm gonna do that, I should probably do it sometime soon. I just wonder if it would be a good idea or not. One thing that I already find kind of weird, what's nice about Windows 8 is Windows key left puts my window there, Windows key right puts my window there. Windows key left on Windows 10 seems to put my window in a little box in the corner. And I've used it for a very small amount of time, so I'm sure there's a way around it, or I could just get used to it. Fix it to do item and databases constants. Yeah, Hardline, what did you think of the game now that you've played for a while? Oh, I'm on the red team and no one's deploying on the red team. If you win left, then win up, it does a corner. Win left will just snap like you expect. Oh, because, okay, I see. Capillar, I think you're looking for a gift. I am probably going to just call it a day. I don't know if it's worth starting something new. And I think this is a good stopping point. I mean, let me look at this. Adding in this, adding a variable for that, states. Stun's actually done. Yeah, so that's done. Slow and cold. Change reveal minds, add these things in, stats, cosmetic items, paint system. Hardline says, it's awesome. I'm trying to test the hardware that people don't use too much to see the effect it would have, but there are so many different possible combinations. Yeah, and I think that's a pro and a con. And remember, the way you're kind of playing the game right now is as though you'd been playing for a year, where you have all of the different options available to you. The way that you'd play as a real player is that you start with, let's say there are 30 items in the game. You start with maybe 5 or 6, which gives you a lot of combinations. And then when you get a 7th item, it's like, okay, wow, how is this going to affect the bots that I already tend to deploy now? And is it high enough level for me to make use of? Do I like this thing? Do I want more stuff? So, and we're going to figure out more about that this weekend, I think. Peckingbird says, is there a way of knowing what color team you're on before the match starts for movement planning? Yeah, there is. So before the match starts, you can just press tab and take a look at your color. And then during the match, you can do something like what's in this init function. If you spawn with your X at the right side of the arena, then you're on the red team. Eventually, yeah, there will be an API for this Peckingbird, so you'll be able to just say something like update equals function if on red team, then whatever, do something. By the way, there's also a move to middle API, and you could write this yourself if you wanted to, but this doesn't do exactly what you might expect, and it's kind of just for testing right now. Oh wow, Hardline. So I think that's really cool. However, I will say this: we haven't done a balance pass over the game, so you might be writing down. I don't know. I tried lasers; it did this well. I tried missiles; it did this well. And then we rebalance the game. I mean, it's almost certainly going to be balanced a whole lot differently by the time the game releases. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Oh wow, I'm surprised about this. I'm gonna write this stuff down. Share this with the. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna get going. There's still a lot of stuff to do this weekend too. See, I feel a little bit bad because I've been doing a lot of work just in the last week or two, and I feel like off stream there's stuff that happens that it's not even necessarily coding. It could be meetings, it could be taking notes, it could be following up on things, just making sure things are in the right place. But it does. There's only so much work any person can do in a given week and still be productive. So I think this was pretty good. Let's see. Oh, I see. Nice for you. And eventually that'll be built into the game. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to get going. Thank you all. This was a fun day for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be back online on Monday. Like I said, I think the focus will be more about DevOps stuff starting on Monday. So I'm going to try to do some research this weekend to figure out what the plan is, because this is somewhat new territory for me as well. So take care. Have a good weekend. Good night, everybody.